strategies waiting to be overcome. Dreams to be fulfilled, worlds to be discovered, beauty to be recognized, problems to be solved. So, we keep exploring.
Checking return together.
Explore more on App Gallery.
After 20 years, the long overdue Guild vs. Guild tournament is finally here to entertain RO fans. Behold, Odin Cup! The tournament is divided into 4 stages: intra-server matches, cross-server matches, top 32 elimination matches, offline grand finals. The intra-server matches will last for 2 months. The top 8 will advance to the cross-server matches. The cross-server matches will be divided into 4 divisions and last for 1 month. The top 8 in each division will advance to the top 32 elimination matches. The elimination matches will be divided into 4 groups, and to keep the tournament fair and square, the grouping and matchmaking will be made randomly. Up to only 2 guilds from the same division will be assigned to the same group. When this number exceeds, the rest guilds from the same division will be assigned to the next group. Each group will compete in BO3 single elimination matches. The top 1 will advance to the grand finals. The core guild members at the final 4 will be invited to the offline grand finals. A grand stage, customized the guild uniform, trophy rings, everything prepared for the ultimate clash. From September 2nd to 24th. Live streams of tournament will be available on in-game, YouTube, and Facebook channels every weekend. In addition, exclusive events and rewards will be there to ignite the hype of the entire community. Hall of Fame, match analysis and review, live concert. Everything is there to evaluate your experience of the tournament. Ragnarok Origin. Valhalla is calling to glory.
Ragnarok Origin Odin Cup Top 32 Elimination Stage winners.
Oh, that is a lot of people, a lot of red names. That's going to be the Wonderland side, and they are controlling.
Yeah, maybe the only thing that I can advise is the competitive mindset. If stick with those people who have competitive mindset, or stick with the players who have competitive instinct. You get a hang of it along the way. I know there are some guilds that are been trying to be competitive as they can be. Don't stop. And the number one thing is you just need to enjoy the game with your friends. Eventually, those you'll be friends with the top tier peoples that they can carry you, or maybe you'll be merged with the top tier teams, and eventually you can be able to participate these prestigious events. Just stick with the right people and stick with that competitive mindset. I think that's what I can give them as advice.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now, so it's all tied up at the moment.
My guilds, other guilds have many fans, but not my guild. My guild is many haters. That's number 1. Number 2, yeah, Kirky. And our mentality is, wow, winner mentality, you know. We never scare who is our enemy. Just if you have a brain and if you have try to make some meta and you have research, you can counter them.
Constantly having less tablet control is able to get those points back with kills.
before we even merge, we have that relationship built in. So we have the open communication. Okay, will this work and whatnot? But the first battle that we had, it was shaky because when you go to rankings, right? Before you even get qualified to the Odin Cup, you were at I think ranked 9 before the last week, and then we were up against a big opponent who got merged too. So, but before that, we were lucky that we had the first trial we fought against another guild where we made mistakes. So mistakes makes you better, right, in gaming? so we learned about our mistakes. We got a meeting. The leaders are very, very attentive, and I thank them for their time. And then on the second part where we need to qualify, we won. So we secured the 7th slot for our division, right? And then that's it.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now. So it's all tied up at the moment.
รอบต่อไปผมเจอกับไวฟ์เอาก่อนจริงๆก็น่าจะเล่นแผนประมาณเดิมไปก่อนนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวด้วยความที่แพทมันยังไม่เข้าเนาะแล้วเดี๋ยวรอบต่อไปถ้าชนะนะก็น่าจะใช้แผนใหม่กับอาชีพใหม่คอมใหม่ด้วยครับเอาไป99เลยครับ เอาไว้แตกกันแตกครับก็แบบออก 1% อะไรเงี้ย 100 มากไม่ดีก็ดูมั่นเกินนะอาทายเหรอจริงๆคือประเมินไว้ว่าอย่างที่บอกไปของคู่ของวูมารุกับเซโคเต็งเนี่ยน่าจะเป็นรอบที่ลุ้นที่สุดแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าเราชนะไวฟ์เอาเข้าไปเจอกับ1ใน2ของคู่นี้สมมติว่าเจอเซโคเต็งแล้วกันนะครับก็เขาเป็นกิลที่เหมือนเตรียมตัวมาดีมากๆแล้วก็ด้วยพวกสกิลรูนต่างๆเช่น Frozen World เนี่ยเขามีเยอะนะครับเราก็พยายามจะหาอัปเกรดตัวละครแล้วก็รับมือในแผนของเขาพยายามดูย้อนแข่งบ้างอะไรบ้างทุกอย่างถูกวางแผนมาอย่างดีไม่ใช่แค่แบบออโต้แล้วชนะไม่ใช่อย่างนั้นนะครับฉะนั้นเนี่ยอยากให้ทุกคนมาเสพความมันตรงนี้ด้วยกันจนถึงรอบชิงแล้วก็หวังว่าจะมีทีมจากบ้านเราเนาะประเทศไทยนะครับเข้าไปถึงรอบสุดท้ายเลยเป็นความภูมิใจของพวกเราเนาะใน
เข้าหมดเลยทุกทีม
ในที่ไปให้หมดเลยครับ
This is just a complete one-sided matchup from the side of Legends. They're way too far behind right now.
เอารักษาน้ำใจหรือเอาความจริงครับ
เอาความจริงเลย
ค่อนข้างขาดครับเพราะว่าของค่อนข้างต่างกันเยอะเซิร์ฟเขาเปิดที่หลังครับก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าเซิร์ฟเขาจะเสียเปรียบทางด้านพลังค่อนข้างเยอะเลยครับที่อยากเจอล่ะครับอยากลองเจอ Animate F4 ครับแล้วก็ทางโฮมครับเพราะว่าโฮมก็มีคนมาบอกอยู่ตลอดว่าโฮมเขาเป็นที่1ในตอนนี้ครับก็เลยแบบอยากลองอยากท้าทายดูว่าถ้าเจอกันจริงๆแล้วจะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Stop camping spawn zones with this. They're gonna run in towards the star tablet right away, stopping the capture.
ชื่อโดฟามิงโกนะคะจากกิลน็อกเซิร์ฟจิปเป็น1ค่ะการเตรียมตัวของเราก็คือเป็นการเชียร์อัพคนในกิลเอางี้ดีกว่าเชียร์อัพคนในกิลก็คือเล่นเต็มที่ถึงจะรู้ว่าบางทีเราสู้ไม่ไหวหรืออะไรคือเราก็จะสู้เต็มที่แล้วก็ยินดีกับทีมที่ชนะเราไปด้วยแต่คือใจเต็มร้อยมากใจเต็มร้อยจริงๆบอกเลยเชียร์อัพกันในกิลอบอุ่นค่ะความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิลค่อนข้างดีค่ะเพราะว่าเรามาเล่นเกมเนี้ยเราได้รู้จักกับเพื่อนใหม่ๆแล้วทีนี้เราก็มีการแบบไปทานข้าวไปเที่ยวไปแฮงเอาท์อะไรอย่างนี้ด้วยกันแล้วก็คิดว่าความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิลหรือว่าคนที่เรารู้จักใหม่ๆในกิลค่อนข้างดีด้วยแล้วบวกกับมีต่างชาติความสัมพันธ์ก็ค่อนข้างดีเพราะว่าเราจะได้ฝึกภาษาไปในตัวหรือออกป่ะก็ค่อนข้างดีเขามาไทยเขาก็พิมพ์ว่าโอเค I'm going to Bangkok นะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
They are just chasing down everyone on their own, knowing that they do have that power advantage.
Well, basically the first match was kind of like a mental battle for us. So we will improve on our communications for the next match. Because what we need right now is mental aptitude. Yeah, because the mental pressure, like going against other guilds and the pressure of bannering are, well, basically our country is like, so we have to train ourselves for that. Can I say thank you for supporting Rugful despite all the dramas as I running out through the guild. We hope at one point in ROO Global we made a difference by either inspiring you guys to be the best out of your guild and maybe I hope more guilds will come out and be inspired with the type of desire and passion that our guild has shown, regardless of whatever circumstance they have. I hope it does make a difference for a while.
God, they are just chasing down everyone on their road, knowing that they do have that power advantage.
Yeah, so we are facing Rugpool for our next match, and we know that they are a very formidable guild. So most of the players we have already known from different iterations of Ragnarok. They have played almost every Ragnarok game that we know. And yeah, since we already know them so well, we know that they are a very strong opponent. So from our end, we just said that we will just continue what we have done ever since. So we just stick to what works best for us. Just making sure that everyone listens to our commands, and actually we're already happy that we get passed by top 32. So anything else moving forward is just a bonus for us.
Hello, everyone! Adventurers in live room. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the Southeast Asia Odin Cup online tournament round of 16. With me, Abigail, as your host, and I also have Zero here.
Yes, it's great to be back here again,
Yeah.
Abigail. And look where they have put us. Look
Yeah.
where they've put us right now. This is amazing.
It's really amazing. I mean, like, it must be a lot of effort to put us in here, and also it is really nice to see you in person. How are
Definitely.
you today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited for what we're about to see for the next few weekends. So I
Yeah.
can't wait for it to start.
Yeah, I am also very excited, and I hope every viewers in this live stream feel the same
Mhm.
excitement with us, because we are going to see who's the top 8
Yeah.
later, right?
Yep, 4 teams from today, four teams from tomorrow, moving on to the round of 8. It is higher stakes than it was last
Yeah,
week. And
exactly.
it's getting harder and harder for them.
Exactly, because maybe we've seen a lot of one-sided matches
Mhm.
last week, or maybe in the past 2 weeks. I don't think it will be
No.
happen in this week, because every single matches upcoming will be very stiff and intense.
Definitely, only the strong prevail.
Yeah.
And the strong is what we have right now. The top 16 guilds of the entire Ragnarok Online Origin global server is gathered here and ready to fight it out against each other to find out who will be moving on to the top 8.
Exactly, and for those who are not really familiar with this tournament process, I can give you a brief explanation,
Yeah.
like explanation. Like, the tournament is divided into 4 stages, and I believe a lot of people are pretty familiar with this kind of process. But for those who don't know, this is divided into 4 stages, which is intra-server matches, crossover matches, top 32 elimination, and last one will be offline grand finals.
Yeah, offline grand finals in Thailand is going to be what everyone is aiming for. Not to mention the great prizes for all the players and
Yeah.
participants as well.
Exactly, like the in-game prizes,
Mhm.
the title, and also the trophy. And we will show it later to you
Yeah,
guys.
don't worry. Yeah, definitely.
Don't worry. just stay with us here, and also don't forget to spread the message. Don't forget to spread this live stream to your friends, to your family, and gather them here,
Mhm.
because we're going to give you lots of bountiful rewards.
Yep, definitely. So stay tuned, guys, on our YouTube, on our official channels. There is a lot of great goodies for everyone, not to
Yes.
mention the action that these guilds are about to bring for you in the Odin Cup. Definitely, you do not want to miss that.
And also, we would like to say thank you for our sponsor. It's Huawei App Gallery. And by the way, this event, I mean, like the Odin Cup 2023, is co-organized by ROO and Huawei App Gallery. As a top 3 global app marketplace, Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. You can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery. Also, Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits and offers throughout the year. So download the game on Huawei App Gallery, and you can claim your rewards now. And also, not to mention another rewards from Huawei for every single MVP in every match.
Yep, definitely. Starting from this week and the next week, when these players are playing in their matches, the MVP of each match will receive a free gift. A Huawei FreeBuds SE provided by Huawei, and each MVP can only get it once, so make sure to share that out with your guild members.
Yeah, and also next week we will be there another Airbus 2 for you guys, and also we would love to say thank you to our partners, which is Razer Gold, and is the unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide, and can be used to pay for 1,000 games and entertainment apps. So you can use Razer Gold to score exclusive in-game items and bonus gold, of course.
Yep, definitely. I use Razer Gold a lot for my top up, so definitely make sure you guys do use that. They give a lot of rebates, and you don't want to miss out on the rewards as well.
Yeah, and if you don't want to miss out any information, you can join our Discord community, because we have an exclusive invitation from our Discord tavern. You can come and claim a bountiful rewards, such as a free in-game items available daily. You can have an access to a massive collection of game guides. You can also find teammates. You can join guilds, and you can watch this tournament together in Discord channel. And also, you can be the first to know about the page updates, especially for next week.
Next week update is going to be huge. 2 new classes. Everyone was expecting 1 new class, but they released both Sage as well as Rogue at the same time. So it's going to be a place you want to be in. The Discord, read the patch notes first and get ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, and also I've seen a lot of comments about Paladin, and they will do something with this Paladin, right? That's what we are waiting for. I want to know, either will be another setup for the classes. I mean, like a distribution of the classes that we'll do in the next week. I'm not really sure, but we're willing to see that.
Yeah, definitely. So make sure you're in the Discord, and once you join in, make sure you get your adventure role to get access to all these great updates.
Of course, and don't forget to follow our another social media such as Facebook. You can follow it, and also don't forget to subscribe our YouTube channel, which is where you are here, because we have a lot of interesting information for you guys, only for you.
Yep, Facebook, YouTube, as well as Discord. Make sure you guys are all in these channels. The links are right here on the screen. Make sure you subscribe, make sure you join the Discord, make sure you like the Facebook page, and that's where you get all the latest updates on ROO Global.
Yes, and for the adventurers who continue to watch the live stream, the official team also prepare a lot of viewing benefits for you. During the live broadcast of the matches, we will be releasing exclusive for gift codes for each competition day at 17:30 and 20:30 respectively.
Yep, so please share this live stream with your friends, your guildmates, your family, everybody. Get everyone in here. Help us reach these milestones, and everybody will be able to get these rewards. That is a lot of rewards once you accumulate them up, so you do not want to miss them.
And we will provide it daily.
Yep, exactly.
During the live stream, so make sure you help us to reach our milestone, which is 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000. The more the view, the more exciting the reward is.
Yeah, definitely. That's a lot of diamonds, a lot of Zenny that everybody needs, right? To power up their character and get further into the game.
But I would like to know about your opinion regarding this top 16. I mean, like, all of these 16 teams gathered here and will match together against their opponent. Most of them won flawlessly last week, but I'm willing to know about your insights, especially in our first match, which is Woofmaru and Sekoteng.
That we're starting with one of the closest matches in this entire round of 16. This is hard, right? Woofmaru, they had a very convincing win in the round of 32. So did Sekoteng had a less easy route here to the round of 16. They won 2-1, and every single game went to the Baron. So these two guilds are very evenly matched. It's one of the most evenly matched matchups across the entire round of 32 we've seen so far. And in the round of 16 as well, these two guilds are very close to each other. And if you look at the in-game odds, they are actually 50-50. Anybody can win this match, and both guilds have made a lot of changes. The top power on the side of Sekoteng, he changed class. He's no longer a paladin. He's playing a wizard.
Yeah, he's playing a wizard, and also I've seen a lot of Sekoteng members trying their best to increase their power. So I'm very sure this is the match that you want to miss.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe in the round of 32, they were unsure how far they could go. They didn't want to commit too much. But once they won that game, they were like, hey, guys, we actually have a chance to go further. And that's why they continue to put a lot of effort into this round of 32. And I mean, Zuga changing his job to a wizard, that can either make or break their match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean like, it's kind of a high risk, high reward strategy, but I don't know what's they're cooking. We will see it later, but I would love to know about Woofmaru as well. Like, they won flawlessly 2-0 last week, and I don't think they have any problem in their recent match. But I don't know if they face Sekoteng, they're actually pretty ready to face them.
Yeah,
will be something very exciting happen later.
Yeah, I mean, Kaz in the side of Woofmaru and the entire guild as well, they were pretty strong. They were very convincing in their first round. And Sekoteng wasn't that clean playing the round of 32. So I think if Woofmaru is able to adapt, there are a lot of new meta changes. Even though throughout the past week, there was a lot of meta changes as people discovered new builds on their characters, new ways to play the game, and just the small shifts might be tilting the odds one side or the other. We will not know until the game actually starts, until first game where both guilds actually see what adaptations both their opponents have made. But yeah, it makes me really excited. This is our first round in the round of 16, and we're already off to such a great start.
Exactly. And also, we want to give you a brief introduction about how this event going, so make sure you check this out.
Yeah, it is the round of 16 of the Odin Cup. We are already through the round of 32. We all came from the grueling cross-server matches for across 2 months, made it through the round of 32, and now we're in the top 16.
Yes.
16 more guilds to try and qualify for the Odin Cup offline finals in Bangkok, Thailand. So only 4 guilds will make it there.
Exactly, and this is a very stiff competition. I would love to know what's their perspective, or maybe their insights, or maybe their new strategy in this game, especially for next week. I can't wait for next week, man.
Oh, definitely.
This is going to be interesting, but I would love to know what will happen later. And also, if you want to know about the rules of this tournament, we will give you to you later, but let's jump to the tournament rewards. I mean, like in this tournament, if you join a tournament without competing for something, it will be pointless.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we provide these rewards, and these rewards will be provided for all guild members.
Yep, all 150 guild members will be able to get these rewards. Round of 16, even if you lose this week, even if you lose later on, you'll still be walking home with 3,000 yen berries and 3,000 diamonds, not to mention a whole bunch of feathers and statue parts as well.
Not to mention another reward, because this is not the only reward that we provide for every participant, and also we have another rewards such as, like later on, we will give a very exclusive mount and also the trophy.
Yep, only to the champion though.
Only to a champion, a trophy and a ring. We will see it later, because you're going to be surprised with how cute the pouring is.
Exactly. These prizes are definitely worth fighting for all the participants, and that's why they've been putting so much effort into this. Every match also gives you these rewards, as you can see on the screen. Still a lot of your contributions, a lot of tokens, not to mention diamonds as well. Everybody will get this. It's going to help them progress even further, and it's going to be a great motivation for them to do better in the future.
Yeah, of course, because I know, I mean, like playing ROO needs a lot of stuff to, you know, increase your power and upgrading this and that. That's why we provide every single thing that might be helpful for you.
Yeah, definitely. These are the top 16 guilds. We are down to the top 16 guilds, over 500 guilds in all multiple different servers. So they definitely deserve all these prizes, and there you have it. This was the trophy that you were talking about, Abigail.
The trophy, the pouring, and also the ring, only for the champion.
Only for the champions. I mean, that gives me a question. Who's gonna get the trophy? Is it gonna be the MVP, the guild leader?
I don't know.
They're gonna have to decide that for themselves.
Yeah, they have to decide that. But you know, for me, it's pretty nostalgic since this is the first after 20 years ago since the last ROO Odin Cup, right? ROO Odin Cup, and to come in this stage, to come to see it live on live broadcast and seeing the top 16 elimination results will be very thrilling for me.
Yeah, definitely. 16 guilds have stood across and beat their opponents to move on, and right now they are facing an even tougher opponent right now. Only 8 of these guilds will be moving on to the round of 8.
Yeah, but I can see 1 or 2 intense match. And first one is the one that we discuss later.
Woofmaru, Sekoteng.
Woofmaru and Sekoteng. And I would love to know what will home do in, maybe tomorrow.
Yep, home is playing tomorrow against OnlyFan. A couple of great matchups there, as well as Rockpool versus VapeCon and Radicals versus Greedy Thailand. These are all the closest matches in the round of 16. And this is how they're matched up. No one has an easy route, right? They're either facing very tough opponents or very legendary opponents. And
that's actually one interesting thing. If home win against OnlyFan and Greedy Thailand win against Radicals, both of them will meet.
Yeah, that is a tough matchup. Every matchup right now is going to take everything they have to try and win, and it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy route to the top 8. So they have to start now. They have to start winning their round of 16s and then planning for next week.
Yeah, and I really love what Sekoteng did to prepare in these matches, because they try to change their role, which means it will give a touch in this strategy. And it will be a hard position for Woofmaru, because they need to have a good reaction. Because they need to reread again what will Sekoteng do in this game.
But what if it's a bait? What if Zuga decides to change back to a paladin?
Exactly.
5 minutes before the entire fight starts.
I can't imagine that. But it's going to be interesting. I mean, like, there's a lot of question will be on Woofmaru's side, right?
Definitely. I mean, it's going to be It's going to be hard. But let's take a look at some statistics we got from the
Yeah.
round of 32. And these were the most used cards in the main weapon for the round of 32.
This is very interesting. Like, we have a Skeleton, Worker Plus, and also Ruse, Stroff, Boa, and with Hydra. I've seen Hydra used for most of the weapon during this RO Odin Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Skeleton Worker and Hydra definitely is very the obvious choice because you're playing against players. But it's interesting to see that, you know, people are switching into Minoros and Strauf to help kill the Owl Baron. And that's why we see such high usage here, even more than the Hydra card. Boa card mostly used for the priests. Priests use Boa card as well as Golem card usually just to amp up their heal. So that's why these are the most used cards here for the weapon card in the round of 832.
Yeah, but Hydra seems like a pretty universal card for every single, you know, like secondary weapon. Also use the Hydra Plus, and I remember there's also armor. The Hydra actually is the top 5 card used for armor as well.
No,
if I'm not mistaken.
Hydra is a weapon card. Armor, they use different cards for the armor. We'll be seeing what they use for the armor after this, but these are the most used secondary weapons. I'm surprised that, you know, Megalodon is that high up compared to Tarafrog, because I mean Tarafrog's obviously the better choice, having demi-human reduction. Probably it's because, you know, there are more members that are using Megalodon as a supportive card just because it's cheaper, it's easier to upgrade. And yeah, that's why you see Megalodon there, you see Ancient Mummy there. Both are very cost-effective cards for the shield, while, you know, Tarafrog as well. Tarafrog is more expensive to upgrade in terms of just getting the resources.
And since you need a lot of resource in secondary battlefield, you need a lot of plate as well. So that's why you need a very cost-effective card.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. And here it is the armor ranking. Surprisingly, it's Peko being used at the top, mostly probably because, you know, it's going to be used on paladins. Baby Desert Wolf just as for mages, for magic attack, or any class that needs int. Pasana is mostly for as a way to counter wizards as well as alchemists. Cornodus is just a cheap way to make sure your armor doesn't break, and seeing that there's so many alchemists that each of these guilds do bring, that's why we see them so highly ranked up here in the top uses of the armor cards.
Yeah, and also we have another cards such as the Decent Wolf, Pasana, Cornutus, and Rocker. And last one is the ranking cards for Cloak. We have Frildora, Eclipse, Baphomet Jr., and Raedric Swordsman. And last one is Jack.
Yeah, I expect the Raedric usage to go up, especially as we progress further on to the tournament, because it's providing 20% damage reduction from neutral element that allows them to reduce damage from paladins as well as snipers, Hawk. So definitely you will get better and better, more usages as we head on later on to the tournament.
Yeah, and not to mention about the top cards for shoes, we have Verit, Sohi, Martyr, Thief Bachmail, and Wild Rose.
Yeah, very common cards. These are very commonly used cards across any of these members, just because, you know, how easy it is to get and how great the stats are. As you can see here from the helmet parts as well. Cramp being the best headgear card for damage, and then Elder Willow as well for the Magician counterpart. Lip Omai provides them a little bit more HP and damage reduction from fire. Gear is just to counter the Requiem cards that snipers like to use, that wizards like to use, and Carrot is just a added bonus for anyone using the Mastery of Magic armor set.
Okay, I think that's all of it. And also, we also have top cards for accessory. We have a Greatest General, Wraith, Kobold, Fitata, and also Muka.
Yeah, no surprises here. These are very common used card in a lot of different builds. So definitely Greatest General, one of the most flexible ones. We definitely see them in the highest ranking of the top use.
Yeah, and that's all of the top 5 cards for every single weapon and also the armor that players use. And we have the most updated schedule for this day.
Oh, definitely. Excited to see that. Opening up the day with Sekoteng versus Woofmaru. Then we follow that up with Out F4 against Wipeout. Noxus and against Legends will be the third match of the day, and we're closing the night with VapeCon going up against Rockpool.
Yeah, and the first match, we already mentioned a lot about both of them, but I would love to know about your opinion about Alt F4 and also Wipeout.
I think that's going to be a very one-sided match here for Out F4 versus Wipeout. I mean, Out F4, the top players from 3 different guilds gathered here in our F4. They were undefeated in the round of 32, and right now they are going to be in a great position to move to the round of 8 because Wipeout is a little bit further behind in terms of power.
Oh yeah, but I also want to see if Vapecon and Rockpool will have a very intense match because from my perspective, both of them won flawlessly with a very similar ways.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be an exciting match because both these guilds, they do know each other as well from different games as well. So it's going to be exciting. And let's take a look at the rules that all these guilds are going to be playing in for today. No changes, completely the same. We're going to have running the same Guild League rules. Whatever they've been playing in around 32 maintains the same as well.
Yeah, and also you need to have kill the bosses, kill the minions, and you need to increase your mortal buffs as soon as possible because it will be very advantage spot for you guys because the less time you reach the buff, it will give your opponent a time to ruin your strategy.
Exactly. And to explain more about these rules, let's take a look at a quick video that will tell you more about
Guild League rules, ROO Odin Cup. ROO's Odin Cup is centered around the in-game competition mode, Guild League. In this guild versus guild event, strategy and courage are essential to emerge victorious. The battlefield of a Guild League match is divided into the main field and the subfield. The goal is to dominate the main field by depleting the enemy guild's points to 0. The subfield can provide morale, which will grant guild members the main field buffs and guild skills. Methods to reduce the enemy guild's points in the main field. 1. Capture the Sun, Moon, and Star tablets. 2. Defeating enemy adventurers. 3. Slaying boss and minions. Capturing tablets. There are 3 tablets on the main field. The capture of each tablet will be determined based on the number of members a guild has near this tablet. Once a tablet is captured, it will immediately deduct 50 points and then 10 points per 10 seconds from the enemy guild. Defeating adventurers. Each defeated enemy adventurer reduces the enemy guild's points by 1. Slaying boss and minions. For each match, boss and minions will spawn at 10 minutes and 15 minutes after the match begins. And slaying each boss deducts 500 points from the enemy guild. It is important to remember that the Guild League is not a stage for your personal show. It requires strategy, tactics, and team play. Valhalla is calling. To victory, adventurers!
And that's it. The brief introduction about how we will do this Odin Cup. I believe a lot of viewers in here actually pretty familiar with that, but it's only for those who don't know. And it's still pretty the same with what we did for the last 2 weeks. So don't expect any changes except patch updates.
No surprise rules, no hidden bosses spawning. So definitely all these players, all these guilds are going to be put in a very familiar situation. So strategy, team play, like the video said, is going to be of utmost importance.
Exactly. And also, I would love to introduce the first match. And this is the 2 teams who will compete against each other on the first game. And we have Sekoteng and also Woofmaru. Well, Sekoteng actually is not this high in terms of power on the last 2 weeks. And they tried their best to increase their power so they can win against Woofmaru. While on the other hand, Woofmaru, I'm still waiting what will they do against Sekoteng. I mean, like, I love the way Woofmaru won very flawlessly 2 weeks ago, but I also love the way Sekoteng learned from their mistake.
Right? Exactly. They were adapting on the fly. They were able to spot out what they were doing wrong and fix that in the future matches.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the team compositions across both these guilds. A lot of Master Smiths on both sides, which pops out to me. Couple of Lord Knights as well. You don't see a lot of these classes in a lot of other guilds, but there's 7 Master Smiths as well as 8 Lord Knights on the side of Woofmaru, which can or cannot really provide an impact to the guild.
Yeah, and I noticed that Woofmaru has less assassin against Sekoteng, and I wonder what will they do with this 5 assassin cross. But on the other hand, Sekoteng has less paladin against Woofmaru, and they increased their distribution to the high wizard.
Oh, definitely. 22 high wizards on Sekoteng. Last week they had a lot less, so I think they might have been able to figure out something that would help them beat Woofmaru. Let's take a look at the top 5 on each guild to see if they maintain the same or any changes have been done.
I don't think there's any change except their power.
Yeah, and of course Zuga was a paladin last week in the round 32, but now he's decided to pick up the book, stop riding the Peko Peko, and start demolishing people with area of attack skills. So Zuga is now a high wizard. Corazon, V's, Vidov, as well as Vida completes their top 5.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe V's also increased her or his power drastically.
Yeah, I think it was
significantly.
470,000 last
Yeah,
week. He was,
yeah.
I don't think he was even in the top 5 in the last round 32.
It is, if I were not mistaken, right?
Yeah, but definitely powered up, definitely looking to try and win this round of 16, whatever they can do.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the top 5 players of Woofmaru, which is very interesting because actually the top 5 player from Woofmaru will be the same. Like we have Kas, we have Nuclear, and also Bang Ucok.
Yeah,
Bang Ucok
Bang
is
Ucok.
yeah, Bang Ucok. Yeah. Don't say BG, right? well, Bang Ucok 2 weeks ago is a key player in my opinion, and
Twice the
Woofmaru,
MVP.
twice the MVP, and also roam a lot in every single spot during the game, and he did a very well job. But I'm not really sure what will he do this time, because I mean, like the Sekoteng has a lot of high wizards, which
Yeah.
provides crowd control.
Yeah, but the best way to counter high wizards are with snipers, and Woofmaru has 3 of their top 5 being snipers, so that is going to be a huge advantage to them, especially against if you're playing against Zuga as a high wizard, and you have a sniper that can be able to deal with him very efficiently, then you are in a good advantage.
Yeah, and I believe Sekoteng needs to pay a little bit more attention with their composition. I mean, like the distribution of player to each tablets, because what made them lose 1 point 2 weeks ago is because they don't pay attention on their backline.
Oh yeah, their backline was just completely demolished there by Omakase. If you guys remember that match, that was a great match.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the leaders from the side of Sekoteng. We have Flint Rider,
as
commander.
Sugar as a vice guild master, and also Nothing G or Nothing GG as guild master, and we have vice guild master, which is Bunny, and Beat Off is the charisma baby.
Usually you see Charisma Baby playing Gypsy or Priest or
but
Wizard.
This one
is a Paladin.
It's I barely see Paladin become a charisma baby. Usually charisma baby is a very cute one. Yeah.
No, they just want to have the Charisma Baby beat the hell out of their opponents.
Yeah, like this one, like the one from Woofmaru is a charisma baby. I'm like the cute sniper, a very beautiful sniper, will against the paladin charisma baby. I mean, like, maybe they have a different meaning of charisma.
Maybe. Maybe he's like another commander, right? Because he leads the guild, and that's why he has a lot of charisma.
Lead with charisma.
Yeah, lead with Riz. And GGWP, still the guild master, Kaz, Krudi, Nanasaki, as well as the one completing their 5 members of their management team.
Yeah, and also the GGWP is Krudi, the one. And this is basically the management of the guild from Woofmaru. I would love to see, the asset that I always love. I mean, like the introduction about the management of each guild. I would love. I really miss that, because it's very cool to see those management players of every single guild standing in a Valhalla, and this is it. Oh my god, I always love it to see it. I mean, it's very cute to see all of them flying like this.
Yeah, and it's a great way to show appreciation to the management team as well. Not just the guild leaders, not just the vice, not the commanders, but the officers as well. They all bring an important part to make the guild as strong as they are.
Yeah, and it's possible for a leader to command every single spot, right? So they need the officer, they need the vice leader to do the distribution of the communication and make sure the strategy works well.
Definitely. It takes a lot of work to manage a guild, to handle a guild, and that's why all these players, Nuclear, Kaishu, they are all very important to the structure of Woofmaru, and that's why they're being highlighted here, given them the spotlight, just to let people know who is behind this fantastic guild.
But after we give each guild a spotlight, especially the management of the guild spotlight, I would love to see the support from the viewers, from their fans. So just give the hashtags, give your support to each guild, or maybe if you trying to do something with them, like you want to provide something, or anything. I would love to see your support against Sekoteng and also Woofmaru. So just drop it in the live comment.
Definitely. Hashtag woof woof for
Wait,
Woofmaru.
It's a very cute one. Oh, maybe hashtag Sekoteng.
What is you were explaining to me what is Sekoteng?
Sekoteng is a beverage from Indonesia.
Mhm.
Usually you drink it. It contains a lot of things like peanuts and also like achar and also like breadcrumbs.
So it's a dessert.
It's like a dessert, but it's mostly it's a warm beverage.
It's a warm beverage.
Warm beverage. We
Okay.
usually drink it after rain or maybe during the rain.
And that's everyone here from Sekoteng, Rafaken, New GIS. He was the guild leader, right? Last week, if I remember correctly, he was acting as a guild leader. So maybe just some small shifts, just in preparation for this round of 16.
Yeah, because the different the leader, the different the setup, the different the strategy, right?
That's true.
I mean, like the different people will have a different mindset.
Yep.
And different perspective how they see the match, right?
Yep. And that will make them harder to read as well because they're playing against someone new. It's not just about 40 versus 40 or 150 against 150. It's also the battle of the minds, of plans and strategies. And switching things up might be a difference maker.
Exactly, and it is really nice to see it start from the top 16 because I don't think a lot of guilds will do this kind of cheeky strategy, right? The cheeky mind games.
Yeah. I mean, Juga, he might just later when the game starts, he might be a paladin again for all we know. So that's going to be very interesting to see, especially we head into the first game of the round of 16.
And now we are waiting for the first game, but I think I would love to see more comments from you guys, especially for supporting each guild. So you can just drop it in live comment, and the game is now ready. So we will pass it to our caster. It is Nikki and MG.
Thank you so much, Abby and Ciro, and we are still your commentators. My name is Nikki alongside with MG. Hello, partner.
Hello, what's up, guys? Let's go. Oh, okay.
Wow.
So I think the match already started. On the green side, guys, we have Sekoteng versus the red team. It's gonna be Woofmaru, guys. So as you can see, guys, Woofmaru managed to secure 2 tablet points immediately on the first few seconds.
But it appears to me that we already have 2,580 morale for Sekoteng here, definitely showing us that the subfield is doing their work, even though they only got 1 tablet here, partner.
Yes, and as you can see right now, the middle tablet or the moon tablet is being contested right now by Sekoteng. Sekoteng right now is just trying to move now, and as you can see, majority of the paladins right now is trying to flank on the right side, but there is a massive gravity field stack there on the right side, punishing the players on the side of Woofmaru. Woofmaru right now is trying to move on the left side, trying to save one of their tablets, which is the sun, and they managed to secure the sun tablet on the side of Woofmaru.
Exactly, and looking at the numbers right now, 2,700 against 2,700, we're currently at neck and neck with these 2 teams, Sekoteng and Woofmaru. MG, look at that, this is already 10 kills here, and the tablets have turned 2 tablets. Moon and Star will go under Sekoteng's sleeves.
Yes, I think Sekoteng right now is trying to regroup, guys. They're trying to feel that momentum on their side, and right now a quick reaction there, a perfect timing there, moving at the middle tablet, which is the moon side, and right now Sekoteng managed to secure 2 tablets right now, and Woofmaru is still on 1 tablet on this one. The current score is 2,669 versus 2,619 in favor of Sekoteng. Sekoteng right now is just securing 2 tablets, and I think they're just waiting for the neutral flip here at the middle of moon, and there is few players on the side of Sekoteng trying to contest or trying to buy some time on the side of the sun tablet.
And here we go, like what you mentioned, this is the neutral flip. We're currently showing you viewers here. We have a lot of stock of Woofmaru taking this tablet, and that's gonna be a 3 tablet for Woofmaru, for Sekoteng. Oh my gosh, that's just too much for Woofmaru right now. 200 lead, not that far of a lead, partner.
Yes, that's actually a big and strong push coming from Sekoteng. Sekoteng is securing 3 tablets right now. Now, the question is, Can they maintain these 3 tablets right now, while Woofmaru is trying to decide if they're gonna go for a 1 tablet push, or are they gonna split up and take 2 tablets on this one?
I think it's not looking good for Woofmaru, but they were able to. Oh no, this is a stack of Sekoteng here. We're seeing a lot of gravitational field, and moving on to another tablet. This is another stack of Sekoteng, but not to mention, partner, they already got the first and the second morale boost from the subfield, and we're just waiting for a minute and so for 15-minute mark in our game for today.
Yes, definitely Sekoteng managed to secure. I think this is going to be a tier 2 buff on the second field. I think the second field on the side of Sekoteng is doing great, providing that tier 2 buff on the main floor. So I think Sekoteng has the advantage right now, and I think they have the confidence right now to clash out Woofmaru on this one. While on the side of Woofmaru, I think they're just trying to regroup on other tablets, but few players on the side of Woofmaru is trying to contest the middle. They know that they can contest on this one, but again, they need to be careful because of that tier 2 secondary buff. So yeah, I think they're just trying to move here, and the side of Sekoteng, they're just staying at the middle on this one.
And yes, exactly, partner. And we're showing our viewers here the movement of Sekoteng and Woofmaru. By the way, the green is Sekoteng and the red is Woofmaru. 2 tablets will go under Woofmaru on the other. Oh, let me take it back, as Sekoteng will take 2 tablets here, and they're just leading here. Super huge lead, and I don't know what's gonna happen in 39 seconds more. We're seeing a lot of skills those are statue skills being used here. They are actually not conserving their skills. They're throwing it all out.
Yes, I think on the side of Woofmaru, they need to commit 100% if they're gonna try to flip 1 tablet on this one. Because again, we all know if that's gonna be a failed flip, that's gonna be minus 50 points immediately on your side. And I think Sekoteng right now is just maintaining 2 tablets here, which is the Moon and the Star right now. And few players on the side of Sekoteng is trying to ninja cap or trying to contest the Sun here for Woofmaru.
And partner, look at the morale. Subfield of Sekoteng is doing their best here. On the other hand, we're seeing these players from Sekoteng just camping, spawn camping Woofmaru right now. It's not looking good for Woofmaru, definitely.
Yes, I like what Sekoteng is doing here. They have this distribution of thermal wing. Every 5 minutes, they're dropping thermal wing for the minion side or the PvE side here for our league. And right now, they managed to secure a good lead here for obtaining those minions for their side on the side of Sekoteng. But again, Woofmaru is having a hard time on pressuring and breaking that momentum on the side of Sekoteng. While on the side of Sekoteng, as you can see, majority of the players, they have right now a few clashes. We have few clashes here on the north side. As you can see, Gravity Field has been casted. Holy Light, red cut here coming from the Assassin Cross. I think they're gonna go and extend here. And again, this Paladin is just pushing and slaughtering everyone on the side of Woofmaru. Yes, Corazon, it is. And as you can see right now, Sekoteng is just dominating this first round of this top 16 versus Woofmaru.
Undeniably, they are actually dominating our first match of the day. We're seeing their movement, and you mentioned a while ago about confidence. It definitely boosts their confidence, and look at that, they're just mowing Woofmaru's stack one after another. They got 2 tablets right now. They are on a lead. They're just waiting for the 10-minute mark. They do have a good reach when it comes to the morale boost, and yeah, we're seeing here a lot of confidence showing us coming from Sekoteng.
Yes, it is confidence. It is, and as you can see right now, yes. So yes, let's go LK on the side of Sekoteng. Finally, let's go. So as you can see, guys, majority of on the side of Sekoteng is just clashing in. They know what to do. They know the timing right now for the middle tablet. They switch actually a tablet from Star to Sun tablet. But right now, good contest here. Good amount of Woofmaru right now at the middle now. As you can see, massive AoEs, guys. Thermal Wing has been dropped here on the side of Sekoteng. Sekoteng managed to secure a decent amount of kills there. And right now, Woofmaru is trying to paddle back. But no, they cannot paddle back anymore because Sekoteng is on pursuit to kill everyone in this one. But again, a quick backup there coming from Woofmaru. But apparently, the tablet has been flipped and secured.
Yes, partner, and it's just not looking good for Woofmaru. They are taking all the punishment coming from Sekoteng, and look what happened right there in that tablet, in that skirmish. They actually were kind of wiped out. All the skills were used, all the thermal wings and the statue skills as well. And we're currently looking at how Sekoteng is moving from one tablet to another, just securing the kills and diminishing the numbers of Woofmaru in a certain tablet.
Yes, I agree on that one. So as you can see, another clash here. Left and right, clash here coming from Sekoteng. Sekoteng is just moving right now. Few paladins are charging in at the back lane, securing those high wizards and high priests. And right now, Woofmaru doesn't have any support system now because Sekoteng managed to secure them all. And right now, as you can see, 3 tablets are moving here, or 2 tablets are moving here. And Sekoteng is just leading this 1998 versus 717.
Surely, and whether it's main field or sub field, Sekoteng definitely owned this game. And we're just waiting for a minute or so before the Baron spawns, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to even see that, partner. We currently have a pile of like 2 or 3 parties of Woofmaru in this particular area, but we all know that once Sekoteng pushes this area, it's just so hard for Woofmaru to actually, and this is what I'm talking about. Look at that, Sekoteng pushing in just like that, partner.
Here we go. Yes, I think right now they're just doing a big clash here. Good response there coming from Sekoteng. Everyone is really on board on securing one tablet at a time, guys. And as you can see, some tablet has been already flipped there. But again, you can expect that Sekoteng will be there and flip that tablet ASAP. And right now, we only have 30 seconds left on our timer before the Owl Baron responds on this one. So let's go ahead and check if Sekoteng will go to the Owl Baron, or are they gonna let Woofmaru do the damage and Sekoteng, maybe they can actually do the last hit. But again, Sekoteng or Woofmaru needs to be careful because Sekoteng's thermal wing is on cooldown by the 10-minute mark.
And talking about that 10-minute mark, 4 seconds before that happens, so we're seeing a lot of stuff coming from Sekoteng here. They're prepared for this. They know this is coming and they're owning it already. The Baron has spawned. That is really fast, partner. Almost 60%. And it's just so hard for Woofmaru. I don't think they're gonna contest for the last hit. I don't think that's gonna happen as BG... Who killed the Baron though? We know that this is from Sekoteng, but that's the end of it, partner.
Yes, congratulations to Sekoteng for securing the first win. And let's go back to David for the analysis. Let's go.
Thank you, Nikki and MG. Well, actually, it was a one-sided match because, from the start of the game, Sekoteng played aggressively against Woofmaru, and Woofmaru seems like they don't have any choice except they try to every single kind of rotation that they have. But apparently, the Sekoteng also did a good job in cutting the rotation. I can see in the early game, Woofmaru lost 2 buffs because the Sekoteng also take the map control on the secondary battlefield, and it is really nice because it gives them a damage reduction and also it gives them the movement speed, and it will make them easier to back and forth to every single tablet. Basically, what Sekoteng did is just let the Woofmaru take the tablet and they retake it like a tank, and it is really nice to see Sekoteng with their change of roles. They still did it very flawlessly, and I would love to see the match stats. I can see it will be very one-sided, but we can see another information regarding that first game, because about the total damage that Sekoteng did is actually pretty decent, like 564 millions against 235 is pretty one-sided. But the objective about the moral, I can see like a Woofmaru cannot get a hold, like a one single hold in the secondary battlefield because they barely reached the first tier of buff. And while on the other hand, Sekoteng very confident on the secondary battlefield, and it's make the main field very easy for them. And also by terms of the kills, like I mentioned before with David, it's really nice to see Sekoteng play last week because basically every single player from Sekoteng is everywhere, and they did the same strategy against Woofmaru. And Woofmaru played a slow start and find it hard to find a hard time to take a retake tablets. And also, I don't think Woofmaru have a hold to because they barely can hold every single tablet that they have. And I would love to know the statistic on the secondary battlefield. I can say it's like a massacre because 25,000 against 2,000 is really a big gap. And here we go. This is the secondary statistic on the second battlefield. Let's check it out. Yeah, 25,000 against 2,000 is a very big gap. It's like 10 times bigger. Like Woofmaru cannot get any question, any answer from what Sekoteng did to them. And from the total damage, I can find Woofmaru find a hard time as well to lay a damage to Sekoteng. And they barely can have minions and bosses as well. And the kills is, I mean, like, it's amazing, which Sekoteng did 1,800 kills. While on the other hand, Woofmaru did less than 10 times less than what Sekoteng did. I don't think Sekoteng can change their strategy on the second game, but Sekoteng is a kind of team that learn from their mistakes, especially from their first game 2 weeks ago. Woofmaru is in a tough position. If they want to proceed to the top 8, they need to change their strategy. They need to play as a team, because I can see Woofmaru play pretty one-dimensional, and once their rotation ruined by Sekoteng, they seem to have no answer, and they need to reset on the second game. And it's really interesting to wait for that happen. And Woofmaru, I think, still have a chance because the gap between them is only 2 million, so it's still possible. It's still a winnable game for Woofmaru, but we don't know what will Woofmaru do on the second game, because the more they did a mistake, the more they did the same mistake like the first game. It will be like a Woofmaru, digging their own grave. And congratulations for Sekoteng, and we will see the MVP of the first match is Birkon Lakand with 62 million damage. It's really amazing. I'm thinking of Bang Ucok will become the MVP, but turns out I don't see Bang Ucok roaming as much as he did on the last 2 weeks, and instead I've seen Sekoteng play as a team more than they did on last week, and it's really nice. I mean, like, they changed their strategy, they changed their role, they changed their profession, and it turns out really well. And also the highest points from Sekoteng player is the beat off with 91 kills. And the interesting information here is the assisting point is 245. It's really amazing. Like, he roams everywhere, he dealt damage everywhere, but still give a space to another player to do their job done. With 56 million damage, although he is not the best, but still, it is a very good points to see one of the paladin did this job very well. And also, I would love to know what will Woofmaru did, because practically from one-sided match, it's really hard to see anything against the losing team. But the only prospect that I can see here from Woofmaru is maybe they can do a better rotation and do a good distribution for each tablet, and at least after they capture the tablet and do a stronghold against their opponent, because that's what I don't see from Woofmaru, and it is just one perspective. And also, I would love to know the deeper explanation from our analysis. So why don't just we throw it to David Zero?
Thank you so much, Abigail. And we are here in the new section of the map, something we haven't seen before. And let me break down to you why this was such a great match for Sekoteng, because they have made a complete 180 change from how they usually play. Let me just show you guys. All right, we're gonna play the replay here, and I want you guys to focus on something here. I want you guys to focus on the bottom side of the area. You see Kaz is over here, and you'll see the rest of his top players. You got Bang Ucok over here, you got Kaz over here, and let's take a look at how Sekoteng actually isolates them and able to neuter their two of their top 5 players with a very minimal amount of players. Now let me play the clip and show you guys a little bit. Now if you look at the bottom, continue looking at the bottom side, you see Kaz here, you see Bang Uchok, they're completely isolated from the rest of the guild. Their entire guild was spawning on the top, as well as coming in from the right side. But Bang Uchok, as well as Cass, was just completely isolated on this area, and they only put 2 members on them and just cutting any sort of backup from the rest of the team. So they were able to completely neuter a strong portion of the side of Woofmaru from being effective, and that allowed them, as I continue playing this game, that allowed them to completely overrun this tablet, and that has been the basis of their gameplay for the entire time. They even forced Bang Uchok to use a terminal wings just to clear them out. Just to clear them out, he has to use a terminal wing to get him and Cass out of the area, and that was great team play coming from Sekoteng, something we have not seen them do in around 32. Next, let's fast forward a little bit, and I want to show you guys something else that is really interesting to see here from the side of Sekoteng. Look at how they engage the map. This is something we've seen a lot of guilds did in the round of 32, but for the first time we are seeing Sekoteng implement the same strategy as well. They were waiting for this. They were waiting for the tablet to get past the middle point. They're all waiting here. They're all waiting before the tablet and not entering until the moment the tablet has reached past the neutral point. And the moment it has, look at how they enter from the right side, from the left side. They enter in a straight line from the left side and just push them out. Terminal wings on the back line, force them out of position, and that is what they have been doing again and again to force them out of this area, and that has allowed them, with the superior movement, to be able to capture these points over and over again. Right, one last important point of this game, one last important point that has allowed Sekoteng to take this match very convincingly is at the Baron. Let's see if we can find the Baron spawn. All right, here we go. Okay, so as we go to the Baron, look at how the entire guild is positioned. Look at how they are prepared in the Baron spawn to make sure that the Baron has no chance of being stolen here. The Baron spawns, and they see that the Baron spawning towards the left side over here. And they do see that Bang Uchok is coming over here. They know that he has terminal wings, and they immediately move the Baron as far as they can away from it so that they can continue dealing damage while also dealing with the Baron. And by doing that, they've allowed themselves a lot of space, controlling the area, also stopping anyone coming from the right side to be able to contest the Baron. And that, with those minimal movement changes that they did compared to they did in the first week, that has allowed them to take this match very convincingly. Abigail, what do you think?
Well, thanks for the analysis, David. I think, well, Sekoteng just did a good job. I mean, like, they did it flawlessly. I don't see any mistake from Sekoteng, but I can see a lot of mistakes that can be improved from Woofmaru. But still, this is just the first game. They still have the second game or maybe the third game because this is the best of 3 series. So Woofmaru still have a chance if they want to flip the tableau. And also, I would love to say thank you once again to our sponsor here, which is Huawei App Gallery. As a top 3 global app marketplace, Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. And also you can enjoy premium benefits by downloading game from Huawei App Gallery, and also Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits and offers throughout the year. So you just download the game on Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now. Not to mention another our sponsor, which is Razer Gold, is a very convenient way to top up and upgrade your game play, and also just visit their website so you can get various benefits. And I think it will be over for this first game, and we will jump to the second game as we will talk about what Woofmaru can do for the second game. I believe having a good grip on the rotation will be a perfect chance for them, and a good reaction to what Sekoteng do to them will be a very good advantage to Woofmaru as well, because I don't see, and also I barely see Woofmaru do a good reaction to them on the first game, because what they actually did just run away once Sekoteng invade the tablet they just taken. And if Woofmaru, after the first tablet, they can get a hold, it will be very good advantage, as well as if they can manage to have a map control on the second battlefield. Because on the first game, they barely have a chance to get the first buff, especially the first tier buff, the tier 1 buff. And for me, it's very essential in the early game if you can get the map control. If you lose the map control from the start of the game, it will give you the top spot. But once you can get a hold on it, maybe it will become a different story. And what Sekoteng did, just they played aggressively. They played like a tank and just hit their opponents aggressively, and they didn't give any space to their opponents. And the space that we are talking about is one essential thing that Woofmaru needs to think about as well, because after they reach the first tablet, after they taken the second tablet, they have no idea what will they do on the third tablet, and they just run over and running over and over again against after Sekoteng try to invade them. And once they have a new or maybe a better strategy to do a counter attack against Sekoteng, it will be a different game, I believe so. Although the gap power is just 2 million, I don't see this like an intense game, because basically Sekoteng just outplayed their opponent. The one that I expect is Woofmaru try to do an intense game, or at least try to outplay this Sekoteng. But what happened on the first game is just the opposite, and I would love to see Woofmaru did the same thing to Sekoteng. At least give Sekoteng the medicine, give a taste of the medicine. And I would love to see if Woofmaru can come up with a new strategy. I believe a lot of viewers in here also think if there's any strategy in Ragnarok. Well, actually, yes. If you take a look at the last streaming last week from Home versus Moroccan, actually there's a strategy between two teams that they played. Although the gap of their powers is just 2 million, and I would love to see that again in this match, because the gap between these two teams is not that big. It is not a 6 million, it is not 10 million, it's just 2 millions. So play the cheeky games, play the mind games will be essential for Woofmaru if they want to proceed to the top 8, or at least lengthen their breath in this match, because if they did one single mistake, it will be over for them. And we're still waiting for the second game about Sekoteng and also Woofmaru, but I would love to remind you guys to join our Discord, because we have a lot of interesting rewards for you guys, like a free in-game daily items, and also you can have a newest update about Ragnarok itself. You can be the first to know about the page updates, and also you can have a watch party with the other Discord member, which is this Ragnarok Odin Cup, and also you can try to find a party mates to settle up the dungeon, and also you can find guilds to join to, and it will be a lot of more intense, exciting, and also massive guides for you to play this Ragnarok. And not to mention about this live stream, we will also provide to the viewer gift codes, which will be given later on 17:30. And just make sure you spread this live stream news to your friends, to your family. And now this is the time to the second game. Will Woofmaru score 1 against Sekoteng? We will see it later, and just throw it to the caster. Nikki and MG, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Abby, and of course to Zero for that insightful analysis. But here we go, we're still here. My name is Nikki, together with MG. Our current standing is 1-0 against Sekoteng and Woofmaru, and Sekoteng is currently leading our match, partner.
Yes, a really good performance there coming from Sekoteng. But again, Woofmaru started really strong on the first few seconds of the match. But again, Sekoteng managed to read the strategy, plus the secondary battlefield managed to help the main battlefield for the tier buffs there. And Sekoteng just did really well on the first match.
Surely the secondary field for Sekoteng did their job well. They were able to secure the tier 1, tier 2, and until the tier 3. And they even hindered Woofmaru's morale. Were they able to at least gain tier 1 morale boost?
I think yes. Yes, okay. I think they did manage to secure a tier 1 buff there. Yes, I think Sekoteng as well managed to set the tempo the moment that they have that first tier of buff from the second battlefield. While on the side of Woofmaru, like I think this I really understand the strategy that's coming out from this guild. They just want to split out as much as they can and focus to their main damager and just protect that damager. But on the side of Sekoteng, they know that they need to take out that main damager on the side of Woofmaru. So as you can see, like almost 1 to 2 parties are focusing fire the main damager of Woofmaru, which is the sniper. So that's a good isolation there coming from Sekoteng. So Woofmaru so they cannot answer back in terms of capping or recapping a tablet.
Yes, partner. This only shows that they definitely studied their Woofmaru, their opponent. And what you mentioned a while ago, Woofmaru has 37 snipers, 27 paladin, as compared to 35 paladin, 34 snipers coming from Sekoteng. I do understand. Thank you so much for that insight. Now I can understand why the guild is composed of such numbers when it comes to different job classes, and they're also heavy. Sekoteng is also heavy when it comes to high wizards, and only employed 1 champ as compared to 4 champs coming from Woofmaru. So hopefully they'll be able to get the last hit later on. But yeah, partner, honestly speaking, I believe that, looking at the bets a while ago before placing my bet, I thought it was a neck-to-neck match, neck-and-neck match. It was like really close when it comes to power. What happened?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a really close match there. But again, I think on the side of Woofmaru, on the middle part of match, everything collapsed on their side. Like the decision making or the rotation as well has been blocked by Sekoteng. Sekoteng recognized that they have the advantage during the second part or the mid part of the match. They managed to take charge, putting like 30 players on a roll, taking 1 tablet at a time and 2 parties spreading out, trying to recap 1 tablet at a time so they can actually have that diversion for Woofmaru and force Woofmaru to do their play on the side of Sekoteng.
Oh, so you're meaning to say that Sekoteng definitely dictated that game a while ago, set the pace. But here we go. Let's begin. We're currently watching cast, but we're moving on here with Sekoteng. And look at all the tablets, partner. It is being taken now by Sekoteng. 2 tablets to 1 for Woofmaru.
Yeah, Sekoteng managed to secure the two tablets right now. I think we have a different approach here. Coming from Woofmaru. Woofmaru managed to put like 35 players on the side of Star and 5 players on the Sun. But again, we still have like 30 seconds for the invul of the tablets. As you can see, Sekoteng is just camping here at the middle, moving out from the Moon tablet, going to the Sun tablet. That's actually a good minimap right now, so we can see the movement and rotation coming from these both guilds right now.
Yes, and like what you mentioned a while ago, they do not like push one after another. They're waiting for it to be locked. And then after that, they're gonna go for the retake. That's what Sekoteng is good in doing. But now we're seeing 2 tablets be, oh no, let me take it back, as Sekoteng will be securing still 2. But for the Moon, it will be for Woofmaru. It's an improvement. Like what you mentioned, it's a different strategy from the first one. They've learned.
Yes. As
But
you can
the
see earlier,
morale!
here we go, guys. A big damage there. Thermal Wing again has been dropped on the side of Sekoteng. Sekoteng managed to restack those gravity field. If you're going to check, guys, massive gravity field on the north side plus a Quagmire on top of that. And again, Sekoteng is gonna snowball towards to the Star tablet, and Star tablet right now is being captured. And again, no answer back coming from Woofmaru. Woofmaru, I think, deciding to recap 1 tablet at the Sun side. The Sun side right now is being contested, and right now these 2 teams right now, or these 2 guilds right now, is just sitting on the tablet preparing for the middle tablet battle.
Look at that 1v1. I was just a bit taken by that. It's both paladin, but 2,800 against 2,400. It only goes to show that the first boost secured by Sekoteng definitely give a really huge boost to their guild here at the main field. 2 tablets will be taken right now by Sekoteng, but I believe that the Moon tablet is now being taken by Woofmaru. Partner, this is a different strategy. We're seeing a huge stock of Sekoteng at outside of this one, because this one has been locked already. They're leaving that and now moving here.
Yes, I think if Woofmaru is really keen on taking up the middle or the star side or star tablet, they need to drop some thermal wing on this one to reduce the numbers inside the tablet. Again, guys, quantity versus quantity here on the side of star tablet, and as you can see, massive paladins right now, or paladin swarm here coming from Sekoteng. Sekoteng right now is just punishing every player on the side of Woofmaru. Woofmaru right now is having a hard time to regroup. They know that it's a melee train meta here coming from Sekoteng. That's why they need to force those clashes out of those tablets and make Sekoteng's paladin to be outplaced so they can recap a certain tablet here.
Yes, partner. And Shuga's already at 10 kill streak. Shuga is the top power, I believe, for Sekoteng. Yes.
Yes, Kaz right now is on the 20 kill streak here. Beatov as well matches here 20 kills as well. And as you can see, Thermal Wing has been dropped there. Like what Zero mentioned earlier, they want to force out Woofmaru out of the tablet. So they actually drop a Thermal Wing there, preventing Woofmaru to enter on the middle tablet, forcing them to change their decision making and push to another tablet. This is actually what Sekoteng wants. They want to have that Woofmaru strategy to be out and let Sekoteng strategy to be implemented or dictated on this match right now. And as you can see, multiple fights here. Woofmaru, few players on the side of Woofmaru are really out position on this one. And Sekoteng is punishing everyone, like one player at a time, and few players right now on the side of Sekoteng is spawn camping here on the side of Woofmaru. Woofmaru is still invul on this one, but again, they casted AoEs here and good resurrection there coming from the priest on the side of Woofmaru. Woofmaru is answering back, but Kaz is securing 50 kills, but again, there is no tablet secured on the side of Woofmaru.
And it's just a hefty amount, just a couple of players coming from Sekoteng. Spawn camping Woofmaru. We can see Nothing GG. We saw Corazon as well. Partner, this is definitely not looking good for Woofmaru. They're being punished one after another. They cannot turn the tables. They cannot answer back. Even the sub-kill as well. Look at the morale, 11,000 against 1,800. And we're currently at almost 15-minute mark. The mobs are about to spawn at like 6 seconds.
Yes, that's actually true. Again, I think Woofmaru is actually going for a quick minions here. That's actually a good decision coming from Woofmaru. They cannot win the tablet fights here or the tablet flip here. So they decided for, going for the minion fights here, and they actually secured a pretty good amount of minions as well there. While on the side of Sekoteng, they're just snowballing from one tablet to another, and as you can see on Corazon right now, using that charge attack, closing the gap from one player to his character and punishing with the sacrifice right now. And this is a very, very good push here coming from Sekoteng. All of the paladins right now is forcing that 1v1 on the upper right hand side. If you can go in to check that, there is a paladin sitting on the respawn point, and Sekoteng, the main core group of Sekoteng, is just moving from one tablet to another, and Woofmaru is really spread out here. What's the plan, Woofmaru?
They're going after Cass. They're going after Cass right now. Corazon.
Corazon attempting to hit Kaz, but Kaz is just going away from that paladin. And as you can see, guys, more flips or more movement of tablets is being shown here. Thermal Wing has been casted here, trying to secure a few players of Woofmaru. Woofmaru managed to survive few of those Thermal Wing, but apparently the backup here coming from Sekoteng is arriving, securing the majority of Woofmaru on this star tablet. And right now, battle at the middle here. Thermal Wing has been dropped again. Another Thermal Wing on the side of Sekoteng. Sekoteng doesn't want to give any opportunity here for Woofmaru to be, to regroup as well. Oh my god.
Yeah, Sekoteng showing us why they are indeed here at the top 16. We're currently showing us dominance. They're spawn camping Woofmaru. It's not looking good. And look at the thermal wings and all the status skills being dropped here right now in this particular area. Just doing the PvP. They're not even the ones, being designated when it comes to the tablet flip. There are certain people or guild members designated to that, and they're doing very well, especially when the PvP team is actually doing their job, securing the kills. Look at
Yes,
that. 60 kills, 25 kills.
that's actually correct. As you can see, 2 minutes and 25 seconds before the Owl Baron responds on this one. Again, Woofmaru tried to regroup at the middle, but again, Sekoteng is really on point on their flipping, guys. So this is gonna be really bad for Woofmaru because again, I think majority of their members are really scattered right now. And they're just forcing that 1v1 fights where supposedly it's not. Yeah, you shouldn't have that 1v1 scenario on Odin Cup because again, if you're gonna fight inside the tablet, you need to have more numbers versus your enemy guild so you can have the flip. But again, on the side of Woofmaru, I think they're just having fun at the moment, just trying to force those 1v1s.
And yeah, good job for Sekoteng for dictating the pacing of our game, even throwing their Sasha skills. Oh, look at that, Corazon, 50 kills already. And not just Corazon, I mean, even the other guild members coming from Sekoteng is also on a kill streak. But also Woofmaru Kaz also is on a kill streak as well. But, you know, like what you mentioned, this is not a 1v1. This is a team play. And even though they tried, Woofmaru tried to regroup and push as a team, they being spawn province, it's really hard for them. Like, look at the HP here, 255 against 2,247. Partner, this is just so bad. It's just so hard for Woofmaru to come back.
Well, to be fair, both guilds right now has a decent amount of paladins. But again, on the side of Sekoteng, majority of their paladins are really effective. They know what to target. They know the positioning. They know how to get in and penetrate the gravity field on the floor. While on the side of Woofmaru, they're just struggling on the push or in pressure coming from Sekoteng. So I think on the side of Woofmaru, if they started really aggressive on the first part, they can actually take the rhythm and the flow for this match. But apparently, it's kind of too late. We only have like few seconds for our match, and 2 tablets has been flipped on the side of Sekoteng. So it's a matter of time before we see GG here coming from Woofmaru.
If they retake the Star and the Sun right now, that's another 50 points. And other people are already waiting here, and we have the Baron. Let's see how fast they can kill this one. This is gonna be Woofmaru against Sekoteng, but Corazon is actually focused with his PvPs, and that's it, partner.
Yes, another win, another dominating win coming from Sekoteng. So that was a really good match there coming from Sekoteng, dictating the match and good facing as well. So Sekoteng advances to our top 8, and GG well played still on the side of Woofmaru, showing us a good effort and good game there. So yeah, that's really a good fight there coming from Sekoteng and Woofmaru.
Congratulations once again to Sekoteng as they advance to the top 8, and good game well played for Woofmaru because they just lost 2-0 from Sekoteng. And maybe we can do a little bit or maybe a short breakdown about what happened on the second game in case you missed it. From my perspective, the early game seems very bright to Sekoteng side as they get 2 tablets and it gives them early game momentum. And not to mention, after they received this early game momentum, Sekoteng aggressively capitalized second field once again, giving Woofmaru a top spot once again. And Woofmaru tried to do a different approach, but lack of buff became another problem for them. But Woofmaru actually tried to gather one force and move, and actually it works pretty well on the early game because they tried to set up the tempo of the game and making Sekoteng do a rotation back and forth, and it's pretty tiring to do a long rotation like that. Well, but at the same time, making Sekoteng fight on equal quantity is also essential for Woofmaru as well. And not to mention, the long road that Sekoteng need to do is to back and forth to every single tablet, making them have lost a little bit of grip on the tempo that they have. And also, we would love to see the match stats of the second game. Let's check it out. Well, the stats between the first and the second game, I believe there's no big difference because basically what Sekoteng did is pretty the same from what they did on the first game. They capitalized the second battlefield, and you can see the moral itself still 10 times bigger than what Woofmaru did, and it also gives Woofmaru a hard position, a very tough spot to do a counter attack to Sekoteng, because the more they lack of buff, the more harder for them to lay a damage to every single Sekoteng player. Well, actually Sekoteng forced to follow Woofmaru, but it doesn't stay long because Woofmaru actually lack of buffs, and this is actually pretty the same like the first game because they barely lay damage to Sekoteng, as I said before, and by the time Sekoteng reached the maximum buff, it's giving them every single advantage that they can take. Sekoteng started to play aggressively by snowballing Woofmaru, and that's the moment when Woofmaru started to crumbling and collapse. And at this point, Woofmaru also left with no answer, and this is making their position worse and worse again. And also Woofmaru can regroup. They can regroup, they can reset, they can recover from the loss they suffered. While on the other hand, Sekoteng getting even more crazier, clearing here and there and hunting every single Woofmaru player because they failed once again to take a lead in this game. And the secondary battlefield also has no difference between the first game. It's basically Sekoteng just outplayed every single spot that Woofmaru want to take. As we can see, the secondary stats also pretty obvious that Sekoteng even did more damage than what they did on the first game. Like on the first game, they did 500, and now they did almost 800 million damage, with the kills getting crazier. I think it's less crazier because from I see on the first game is almost 200 kills, and now they just secured 1,300 kills. But Woofmaru still stay 10 times, almost 10 times less than what Sekoteng did. They barely can have minions. Even the minions that they can kill is less than the first game. Because I remember the first game Woofmaru can secure at least 38 or 39 minions. But on the second game they only have 60 minions, which is very sad for Woofmaru. I would love to know what happened on the secondary battlefield, because our main focus is only on the main battlefield, because I believe we can gather a lot of more information on the secondary battlefield. What happened actually with Woofmaru, because the secondary battlefield cannot provide buff to their main field, and making Woofmaru very hard to win this game. And also I would love to know who's the MVP of the match. Will it be the same? And yes, this is still the same MVP from Sekoteng from the first game is Birkon Lakarn with 75 million damage. But I would love to know which one is the highest point, because the highest point player from the first game is beat off. I would love to know if it will be different person or not. But let's take a look about it, because Birkon Lakarn, I mean, he did a good job, and also not to mention to every single player in Sekoteng actually did a good job. And also the highest point finally is changed, not beat off again, but it's Birkon Lakarn with 91 kills, but the assisting point is really crazy. 318 assists with damage to 75 million. She doesn't kill any single minions or boss, focusing on killing, retaking, capitalize every single spot in the main battlefield. And well, yeah, the strongest they can capture is 8. Compared to the first game, it's pretty amazing to see the improvement of Sekoteng itself. Well, I also want to give a kudos to Woofmaru for their improvement. They actually can get a hold, at least on the early game, but they start cramming because lack of buffs, which is very essential on this Odin Cup. And it's really sad to see Woofmaru. I believe this is going to be a very intense and stiff match, but turns out Sekoteng do a better job. And actually, they just outplayed what Woofmaru did. Woofmaru came with no answer once again. They tried to do a different approach, but I don't think it secured well, because having a new strategy, or maybe having a new setup, or maybe a different approach, it is just not the only thing that you need to do. You need to do anything else, such as giving a distribution with your players. Also, you need to secure the secondary battlefield, at least making it intense without getting behind or with their buff. And well, that's it. That's the end of the game of the first match in Odin Cup. And we will see the second match later. But the battlefield report itself shows us more information. Like Birkon Lakan secured 91 kills with 300 plus assists, while on the other hand, although Kas secured 100 kills, it's still not enough. Like compared to the battlefield report between these two guilds, Sekoteng actually hunting Woofmaru down to every single spot, or should I say it's pixel, because this is a game. Well, still Woofmaru do a little bit improvement, and I would still appreciate that, although they still have a lot of room to improve. And nice game from Sekoteng. They didn't give any space to or any room to do a mistake, and it's really nice to see a very disciplined teammate from Sekoteng, and a playstyle from them is actually aggressive yet really organized. And I would love to know the deeper explanation or maybe the deeper analysis from David. So let's throw it to David Zero.
Map movement and area control was the name of the game yet again here for Sekoteng as they win round 2 very convincingly. And I just want to highlight a little bit about how Sekoteng really upped their movement from what they did in round of 32. As you can see here, this is the 30-second mark into the game, and look at the migration and movement that Sekoteng actually began. They have 2 tablets under control, and what they did after that was everyone just regrouped, everyone regathered between 2 points, and they just stayed there. They just stayed between 2 points, making sure that they are ready to rotate to any of the single points that will be contested in the near future. And I want to point out here as well, as you can see, the Sun tablet is being contested. And that is a huge mistake here coming from the side of Woofmaru. You should not contest a tablet with a single player. Hello, sir, get out of there. What you're doing is you're throwing the game for your team. This guy, this one blue dot you see here in the Sun tablet is essentially causing his team to lose a lot of points. Now this one guy in the tablet, he walks in, he captures the tablet and gets it past the neutral point. And Sekoteng they know that this random wizard here is going to win them the game. They kill him right after, recapture the point, and they lose 50 points because of that. Woofmaru needs to know that these mechanics come into play, and that will cause them the game if all of their members are not able to react like this in the future. Now, maybe that was a bait. Maybe Woofmaru did plan that, but they did immediately lose the Moon Tablet as well, which does not bode them any favors. And one last important point about this game is that the Paladins and the movement from the side of Woofmaru, they were completely out-rotated. They were completely out-moved. They were controlled. Their Paladins, you can take a look at all the Paladins over here. They were not in positions to target the backlines on the side of Sekoteng. The backlines were completely uncontested. They had a lot of wizards. Remember when we talked about the composition in the pre-game analysis? There is a lot more wizards right now on the side of Sekoteng, and that provides a lot of area control. And to stop that, you need your Paladins to be in front and have your snipers to follow up to be able to kill those snipers. And they've not been able to do that. Their Paladins are kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. The back lines of Sekoteng were completely uncontested, and that has allowed them again and again to control points very easily just because they have more AoE than their opponents. Now, maybe Sekoteng has improved a lot compared to round 32, but definitely there is still a lot more room for growth for them. Woofmaru, unfortunately, that will be the end of the road for you here in the round of 16 of the Odin Cup. And yeah, congratulations once again to Sekoteng after improving quite significantly from the round of 16, and they will be moving on to the round of 8.
And that's the end of the first game. 2-0 secured from Sekoteng against Woofmaru. So once again, congratulations for Sekoteng to advance to the top 8. And good game well played for Woofmaru. See you again on next season maybe. And we will see another video after this if in case you missed what happened actually on the first and the second game, because we will provide you the highlight. But first, I would love to say thank you to our sponsor, which is Huawei. And for those who don't know, this Odin Cup 2023 is organized by ROO and Huawei App Gallery. As a top 3 global app marketplace, Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. You can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery, and also Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits, discounts, and offers throughout the year. So you can just download the game on Huawei App Gallery and you can claim your rewards now. Not to mention that our sponsor is Razer Gold. I believe a lot of viewers in here already know what Razer Gold is. But if you want to know more about the Razer Gold, you can just visit their website, razergold.com. And this is the highlight from the first match. Here we go. That's the highlight of the first game. Oh my god. Actually, I wish this is a more intense game. It's really sad to see Woofmaru outplayed by Sekoteng, right?
Yeah, I mean, Sekoteng definitely shown that they've learned from their mistakes. They went and watched a lot of games. You can see that from their strategy changes. They made a lot of adjustments to how they move across the map. And I'm very impressed that they've managed to be able to do this within the amount of time they had. That proves that they're actually serious about moving on. And congratulations. I mean, Sekoteng did really well. They moved better, and they've highlighted that it's not only about paladins. You can't have just paladins winning the game. I mean, they've completely shut down Bang Ucok, and they've been able to control the entire flow and the pace of the game. And that is just a huge improvement that they've made.
Yeah, and improvement is one of the essential things that you need to do if you want to advance to the higher level of this Odin Cup. And Sekoteng already did the first step. Yeah, like they changing the roles, they change the strategy and make their opponents hard to read what they will do on the next step.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we had back-to-back Wizards as MVPs. We never even had Wizards as MVPs for the entire round of 32.
Exactly, and we are waiting for the second match. It will be as exciting as the first map. So we will take a break and Make sure you stay tuned with us.
There are many challenges waiting to be overcome. So, we keep exploring.
What color is it?
It's red.
What's red?
Red represents passion.
Explore more on App Gallery. There are many challenges waiting to be overcome. Dreams to be fulfilled, worlds to be discovered, beauty to be recognized, problems to be solved. So, we keep exploring. Explore more on App Gallery.
After 20 years, the long overdue Guild vs. Guild tournament is finally here to entertain RO fans. Behold, Odin Cup! The tournament is divided into 4 stages. Intra-server matches, cross-server matches, top 32 elimination matches, offline grand finals. The intra-server matches will last for 2 months. The top 8 will advance to the cross-server matches. The cross-server matches will be divided into 4 divisions and last for 1 month. The top 8 in each division will advance to the top 32 elimination matches. The elimination matches will be divided into 4 groups, and to keep the tournament fair and square, the grouping and matchmaking will be made randomly. Up to only 2 guilds from the same division will be assigned to the same group. When this number exceeds, the rest guilds from the same division will be assigned to the next group. Each group will compete in BO3 single elimination matches. The top 1 will advance to the grand finals. The core guild members at the final 4 will be invited to the offline grand finals. A grand stage, customized the guild uniform, trophy rings, everything prepared for the ultimate clash. From September 2nd to 24th. Live streams of tournament will be available on in-game, YouTube, and Facebook channels every weekend. In addition, exclusive events and rewards will be there to ignite the hype of the entire community. Hall of Fame, match analysis and review, live concert. Everything is there to evaluate your experience of the tournament. Ragnarok Origin. Valhalla is calling to glory.
Ragnarok Origin Odin Cup Top 32 Elimination Stage winners.
Oh, that is a lot of people, a lot of red names. That's going to be the Wonderland side, and they are controlling.
Yeah, maybe the only thing that I can advise is the competitive mindset. if stick with those people who have competitive mindset, or stick with the players who have competitive instinct. You get a hang of it along the way. I know there are some guilds that are been trying to be competitive as they can be. Don't stop. And the number one thing is you just need to enjoy the game with your friends. Eventually, those you'll be friends with the top tier peoples that they can carry you, or maybe you'll be merged with the top tier teams, and eventually you can be able to participate these prestigious events. Just stick with the right people and stick with that competitive mindset. I think that's what I can give them as advice.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now, so it's all tied up at the moment.
My guilds, other guilds have many fans, but not my guild. My guild is many haters. That's number one. Number two, yeah, cooking. And our mentality is, wow, winner mentality, you know. We never scare who is our enemy. Just if you have a brain and if you have try to make some meta and you have research, you can counter them.
Constantly having less tablet control is able to get those points back with kills.
Before we even merge, we have that relationship built in. So we have the open communication, okay, will this work and whatnot. But the first battle that we had, it was shaky. Because when you go through rankings, right, before you even get qualified to the Odin Cup, you were at, I think, rank 9 before the last week. And then we were up against a big opponent who got merged too. So, but before that, we were lucky that we had the first trial we fought against another guild where we made mistakes. So mistakes makes you better, right, in gaming? So we learned about our mistakes. We got a meeting. The leaders are very attentive, and I thank them for their time. And then on the second part where we need to qualify, we won. So we secured the 7th slot for our division, right? And then that's it.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now, so it's all tied up at the moment.
รอบต่อไปผมเจอกับไวฟ์เอาก่อนจริงๆก็น่าจะเล่นแผนประมาณเดิมไปก่อนนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวด้วยความที่แพทมันยังไม่เข้าเนาะแล้วเดี๋ยวรอบต่อไปถ้าชนะนะก็น่าจะใช้แผนใหม่กับอาชีพใหม่คอมใหม่ด้วยครับเอาไป99เลยครับ เอาไว้แตกกันแตกครับก็แบบออก 1% อะไรเงี้ย 100มากไม่ดีก็ดูมั่นเกินนะท้าทายเหรอจริงๆคือประเมินไว้ว่าอย่างที่บอกไปของคู่ของวูมารุกับเซโกเต็งเนี่ยน่าจะเป็นรอบที่ลุ้นที่สุดแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าเราชนะไวฟ์เอาเข้าไปเจอกับ1ใน2ของคู่นี้สมมติว่าเจอเซโกเต็งแล้วกันนะครับก็เขาเป็นกิลที่เหมือนเตรียมตัวมาดีมากๆแล้วก็ด้วยพวกสกิลรูนต่างๆเช่น Frozen World เนี่ยเขามีเยอะนะครับเราก็พยายามจะหาอัปเกรดตัวละครแล้วก็รับมือในแผนของเขาพยายามดูย้อนแข่งบ้างอะไรบ้างทุกอย่างถูกวางแผนมาอย่างดีไม่ใช่แค่แบบออโต้แล้วชนะไม่ใช่อย่างนั้นนะครับฉะนั้นเนี่ยอยากให้ทุกคนมาเสพความมันตรงนี้ด้วยกันจนถึงรอบชิงแล้วก็หวังว่าจะมีทีมจากบ้านเราเนาะประเทศไทยนะครับเข้าไปถึงรอบสุดท้ายเลยเป็นความภูมิใจของพวกเราเนาะใน
เข้าหมดเลยทุกทีม
ในที่ไปให้หมดเลยครับ
This is just a complete one-sided matchup from the side of Legends. They're way too far behind right now.
เอารักษาน้ำใจหรือเอาความจริง
เอาความจริงเลย
ค่อนข้างขาดครับเพราะว่าของค่อนข้างต่างกันเยอะเซิร์ฟเขาเปิดที่หลังครับก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าเซิร์ฟเขาจะเสียเปรียบทางด้านพลังค่อนข้างเยอะเลยครับที่อยากเจอล่ะครับอยากลองเจอ Eliminations F4 ครับแล้วก็ทางโฮมครับเพราะว่าโฮมก็มีคนมาบอกอยู่ตลอดว่าโฮมเขาเป็นที่1ในตอนนี้ครับก็เลยแบบอยากลองอยากท้าทายดูว่าถ้าเจอกันจริงๆแล้วจะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Stop camping spawn zones, which says they're gonna run in towards the star tablet right away, stopping the capture.
ชื่อโดฟามิงโกนะคะจากกิลน็อกเซิร์ฟจิปเป็น1ค่ะ การเตรียมตัวของเราก็คือเป็นการเชียร์อัพคนในกิลด์เอางี้ดีกว่าเชียร์อัพคนในกิลด์ก็คือเล่นเต็มที่ถึงจะรู้ว่าบางทีเราสู้ไม่ไหวหรืออะไรคือเราก็จะสู้เต็มที่แล้วก็ยินดีกับทีมที่ชนะเราไปด้วยแต่คือใจเต็มร้อยมากใจเต็มร้อยจริงๆบอกเลยเชียร์อัพกันในกิลด์อบอุ่นค่ะความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิลด์ค่อนข้างดีค่ะเพราะว่าเรามาเล่นเกมเนี้ยเราได้รู้จักกับเพื่อนใหม่ๆแล้วทีนี้เราก็มีการแบบไปทานข้าวไปเที่ยวไปแฮงเอาท์อะไรอย่างนี้ด้วยกันแล้วก็คิดว่าความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิลด์หรือว่าคนที่เรารู้จักใหม่ๆในกิลด์ค่อนข้างดีด้วยแล้วบวกกับมีต่างชาติความสัมพันธ์ก็ค่อนข้างดีเพราะว่าเราจะได้ฝึกภาษาไปในตัวหรือออกป่ะก็ค่อนข้างดีเขามาไทยเขาก็พิมพ์ว่าโอเค I'm going to Bangkok นะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
They are just chasing down everyone on their own, knowing that they do have that power advantage.
Well, basically the first match was kind of like a mental battle for us. So we will improve on our communications for the next match. Because what we need right now is mental aptitude. Yeah, because the mental pressure, like going against other guilds and the pressure of bannering are, well, basically our country is like, so we have to train ourselves for that. Can I say thank you for supporting Rugpool despite all the dramas as I running out through the guild. We hope at one point in ROO Global we made a difference by either inspiring you guys to be the best out of your guild and maybe I hope more guilds will come out and be inspired with the type of desire and passion that our guild has shown, regardless of whatever circumstance they have. I hope it does make a difference for a while.
They are just chasing down everyone on their own, knowing that they do have that power advantage.
Yeah, so we are facing Rugpool for our next match, and we know that they are a very formidable guild. So most of the players we have already known from different iterations of Ragnarok. They have played almost every Ragnarok game that we know. And since we already know them so well, we know that they are a very strong opponent. So from our end, we just said that we will just continue what we have done ever since. So we just stick to what works best for us. Just making sure that everyone listens to our commands, and actually we're already happy that we get passed by top 32. So anything else moving forward is just a bonus for us.
everyone! Welcome back again to the Southeast Asia Odin Cup Online Tournament round of 16. Back with me, Abigail as your host, and still with Zero here.
Yep, great to be back here on the table. I mean, It was fun. It was fun up there, but it's always great to be here next to my girl Abigail.
well, we will move to the next match, and I believe this will be a very interesting match because it will be Wipeout against Alt F4, and this is from the two region, right? The two different region.
Yep, Alt F4 mostly from Thailand.
Yes.
They're a merge of multiple guilds to form the best guild of that server, and they are looking like one of the favorites to move on, at least to the round of 8 and possibly to the round of 4 as well. Facing up against Wipeout, which they did win against Bapak Gaming back in round 32, but I think they've met their match here. I mean, power difference between both these guilds are just way too high.
I can see that. I mean, like they won pretty flawlessly, like what Woofmaru and Sekoteng did, but maybe with against Alt F4, I don't think it will be a very easy match for Wipeout. What do you think?
Even if you take away the power difference aside, take away all the different power levels of all the players, by strategy alone, a lot of guilds are learning from what Alt F4 did from the first week. So they were not the first ones to come up with this strategy, but they pretty much perfected it and showcased it to the world during the round of 32. So just by strategy alone, it will be hard to break Alt F4, and you add the power difference, the power level that Alt F4 has reached as an entire guild. They have the best alchemists in their guild. They have a lot of the top players in their guild as well. It's going to be a tough match regardless of everything else that matters.
Well, yeah, I can see that because I also see Alt4 as the very strong team with a very strong capitalization, and also they play brutally against their opponent. I mean, like they don't give any chance to their opponent, and not even a space to move, right?
Absolutely not. Like, they were playing against a much weaker opponent as well in round 32, but they did not play randomly. They did not play without a strategy. They always played strong, and that's why they will win this match as well.
Yeah, and if you want to become more stronger, well, of course, we also have a lot of offers and a discount. You can also check gold.razer.com, and you can see a lot of various discounts, promotions, offers, and every single exciting things inside that website.
A lot of rebates you can have. You can gather up your Razer Silver whenever you spend your Razer Gold, so you get a lot of rebates, a lot of cool gifts you can get there from as well. So definitely check it out.
Of course. And also, we would love to inform you again about our live streaming codes. Who are waiting for our codes? This is your right time. And also, if you want to know what's the package inside the live redeem code is on your screen. Like, we have two different price for you, two different rewards, and you can claim it after we show you the code.
Yeah, so definitely stay tuned. Wait for those codes to pop up on the stream. You'll be able to get it when we show it in the fixed time, right?
Yeah.
And here you have the first one of the day, Odin Cup Live Top 16.
Just write it down and redeem it to your game and enjoy your rewards.
Yeah, it stacks up all these rewards. If you watch every day of the Odin Cup, they stack up. You get a more progression. You get the bloody branches. You even get the super pet coupons that's going to help you get your next S tier pet. So definitely you want to watch all of the Odin Cup and get these rewards for yourself.
Of course, like for example, one live streaming will provide 2 codes, and imagine like you watch our live streaming 8 days straight. You will get at least 16 codes, and that's a lot.
Yeah, definitely. So, and not to mention the milestone rewards as well. So if you watch and you get everyone else you know to watch together with you and with us, you're able to unlock more and more goodies for everyone. So make sure you redeem it right now, right here. Odin Cup Odin Cup Live Top 16. Spread it to your guild as well. Get them on the stream so they can watch the second game.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, to gather every single person in the world to our live streaming. I mean, like, the more the view, the bigger the prize, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. And let's talk about the perspective between these two teams. I mean, like, we all know Alt4 is like the trendsetter of the strategy in this ROO Odin Cup, but talking about Wipeout, actually, they did pretty well as well on at least on their last matches. Because from my perspective, what Wipeout did actually pretty good with their key player is Bubble Butt. I mean, like, it's a tanky player, but still dealt a lot of damage, roaming everywhere. Well, that's what you can expect from Paladin.
Yeah,
Good enough.
definitely. But the out F4, I've been talking about it since Odin Cup started. They have the ultimate Paladin counter in their guild, which is 10 on the Alchemist, and that's something that a lot of guilds have never faced before. Paladins being mortal, Paladins actually dying. That's something they've never faced before, and that might just take them completely by surprise, especially for a lot of these guilds who are super Paladin heavy. I mean, sure, they might be able to switch things up, but let's see if there's any changes that, you know, any guild can make against someone as strong as 10 in LF4.
Well, yeah, and not to mention about the playstyle of White Elf itself, actually pretty slow at the early game. And for me, it is not good if you will match with F4
They play fast.
Yeah, they play very fast. They play very aggressive from the start of the game. And if Wipeout failed to, you know, react about it, it will be the end of them.
It will be end very quickly, probably even before the Baron. So it's going to be a tough matchup here for Wipeout, because I mean, LF4 is a tough opponent. People have been saying they are top 4 already. Even by the round of 32, people have already said that LF4 is top 4 material, and Wipeout might be just another one of their victims for this from Odin Cup.
Well, but let's see the introduction of this each guild. Let's check it out.
Yep, Wipeout against Out F4, and look at that power difference between both these guilds. 8 million in terms of power separates both these guilds.
Yeah, this one is huge.
This one is huge. I mean, it was what, 2 million in Sekoteng against
2 million.
2 million, but this is 4 times that. This is 8 million in terms of power, and Geffen 4 is a much later server compared to Prontera 4.
Yeah, but at least Wipeout need to work on something, man. I mean, we already saw a 2 million gap also can do nothing against their opponent, and how about the 8 millions? But I would love to see on the other perspective. Like everyone always said, like the higher power, the bigger your chance to win. But I would love to know about the team that actually suffer with their lower gap and actually can do something.
Yeah, it's hard. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely
it's
hard.
Definitely hard. But I would love to see. I mean, like the ideas. I want to see another ideas, the new strategies, maybe the new composition. At least you make this game. It is not as easy as that your opponent would think, right?
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to just lie down and die.
Exactly. That's my
give
point.
Everything you can to try and win. And let's take a look at the team compositions for both these guilds. You know a guild is serious about winning when you see 0 Lord Knights and 0 Master Smiths.
but Wipeout actually lessened their Paladin.
37 is still a lot. There's still a lot of Paladins in one guild.
No. Wipeout.
Oh, Wipeout. Yeah, 28
they
Paladins.
lessened the Paladin. Yeah.
They have 2 Master Smiths and 5 Lord Knights, and did they increase? Yeah, they have a lot of High Wizards. So 24 High Wizards is what Wipeout has. As you can see here, top players from the side of RF4, Hazel, XYZ, 10, Assassin, Tamio, as well as Red Mass, completing the 580,000 almost on 10.
Yeah, and after we saw the introduction between each guild with 49 million powers, it's supposed to be around 500 or maybe 400 for each player on the top 5 standings of Wipeout.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at this is already a stark difference. Their top player in Wipeout, Aisha, with 428, is barely top 5 on the side of Out F4. So that's how big of a gap that, you know, these two guilds are at right now.
Exactly, and this is what makes Wipeout already in a tough position from the start. I mean, like, giving with surrounded by the disadvantage will not be easy for Wipeout, but still. This is a competition, man.
Definitely.
Don't just give up. And also the Alpha F4 guild leaders itself is Ibir and the Ibir too. I mean, I guess 2 Ibirs.
2 Ibirs might be a mistake there, but we get that fixed. Don't worry.
Or maybe the same with a different
character.
Yeah,
maybe. Just to confuse people, right?
Just to confuse people. Yeah, and also the wife of guild leaders is a mage, Mike Literis, Bubblebot, the top player. So the Drag X1, Orion. I mean, like the Bubblebot is not the top player based on the power.
Class, right?
Yeah,
she was a paladin,
class.
right?
Yeah, she was a paladin. And also, I believe there's another 2 players that changed their profession. Because as long as I remember, Wi-Fi actually has at least 5 paladins or maybe 3 paladins
in the top 5.
In the top 5, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. So at least Wi-Fi, is trying something new, trying something different to maybe try and win here. They interviewed Orion. If you guys were watching during the countdown screen, Orion was saying like they barely made it to the top 8 of their cross server, and they're more than happy that they've been able to make it to the top 16. But at least they're still trying different strategies, maybe trying different compositions to try and find something that maybe gives them a chance against out F4.
And that's the kind of mindset that I always love. I mean,
For sure.
despite the fact you are behind every single your opponent, you still try to do something. At least when you lose, you still learn something.
Definitely.
You're not left with empty-handed.
You won't leave with regret as well, because you tried, and even though you lost, you tried, and you won't have regrets in the future. Like, what if they might be thinking, if they never try, they'll be thinking, oh, what if we change this and change that? What if we try something like this? Maybe that would have helped them won, and they might have to live with that regret because they never tried.
I mean, sometimes the success does not come easy for certain people. I mean, not everyone will receive the success very easy. Some people might get it very easy with their privilege, but not every single person. Not everyone have the same privilege, right? And some of them might have to struggle a lot with lots of obstacles, and maybe Wi-Fi one of them.
Maybe Bubble Butt, maybe she can rally the rest of the guild along with the other officers as well. It's going to be a tough matchup. There's no sugarcoating this. They are up against Goliath, but we've seen David win sometimes. It's not easy, but there's always a chance.
Yeah. But at least we can enjoy the charisma baby. The thing that I love the most from management and from each guild, a charisma baby. And the charisma baby is still the cutest one, right? In each guild.
Technically.
Yeah. The only paladin who could become a charisma baby is Sekoteng.
But for our F4, they are charisma baby is also one of the strongest players, which is 10.
I mean, the charisma is the power.
Maybe.
Well, here you go. Show some support to each guild. If you're a fan of Alt F4, you can just drop the hashtags on live comment. Or if you are the fan of, wipe out, just give your support to them. I believe that's the thing that they wanted most. And
definitely.
and also that's the thing that they needed the most too.
Yeah, definitely. The support from fans, from their guilds, from the people in their same server definitely goes a long way to help them feel better coming to the game here. And the officers definitely do need the support. It's not easy to handle the guild of different backgrounds, coming from different guilds as well. The merge
different
coming
country,
in. Definitely.
different language. Sometimes language can be a biggest barrier, right?
Yeah, definitely. But thankfully, LF4 is what I've heard from. I heard mostly Thai.
Yeah.
So communication shouldn't be an issue for that. For Wi-Fi, they were also a merge of multiple different guilds from different regions. But at least I think from what they've told me, communication was fine as well. So.
Yeah, and I would love to see what will Wi-Fi do. I mean, it's pretty obvious Alt F4 will do their thing. However, just being Alt F4, they'll play aggressively, killing here and there, and retake every single tablet that they want, and rotate every single spot, chasing every single player. And I'm pretty curious, what on the Wi-Fi's mind? What will they prepare? What will they set up on this first game? Because I believe the first game will be very important for Wi-Fi. Either it can be a moral boost, or it can be you start the crumbling of your team.
Yeah, it could be also a proof of concept. They could try strategies that maybe they think could or could not work. Since they can't practice this, there's no guild league anymore.
Yeah.
They can't practice any strategies and how people will react. They sort of have to craft it in their minds and then hopefully, play it out and hope for the best. So Game 1 might be the best way for them to prove whether the strategy works or not. And we might be seeing some crazy movements across the map that Wipeout has planned for us.
Or maybe the first game can be the spot for Wipeout trying the trials and errors,
yeah.
right? Because this is the beauty of best of 3 series.
Yeah.
It is not a sudden death, right? You can try something on the first game, and when things doesn't work, you can try something again, something more in the second game. And actually, that's the typicals of Wipeout from what I saw from their last matches, because at the first game they start really slow, and on the second game they try to change their tempo, and it is really nice. I mean, like, for every single match they have a different strategies and different tempo, different mindset too, different setup, and I will always love that kind of team. I mean, like, they have prepared everything in their pockets, and they just
try
throw
it.
it. Just try and throw it to their opponents.
Which is good. I mean, they're not giving up. They're giving it their all,
Yeah.
trying to find ways to find chinks in the armor from the side of Out F4, because they're going to need every little advantage they can get, just because of how apparent the power difference is. So every little bit counts. Every little strategy might be able to tip the scales in their favor, and that might help them at least, if not win, at least make the game much closer than it's supposed
Exactly,
to be.
and also if the first game doesn't work out for Wipeout, at least the second game they know the early game momentum is very essential.
Yeah.
Because when you come as a very slow start team at an early game, it will be very disadvantage for you, especially for Immortal buff. But we don't know. We will see what will happen in the first game, and we will throw it to our casters Nikki and MG. Let's take it away.
And thank you so much, Abby and
Yes.
Zero, for feeding us the information that we need in order for us to know more about our upcoming match. And still me, Nick is one of your commentator. I have here with me MG. Hello, partner.
Yes, hello everyone, and hello of course to Nikki. Yes, and thank you so much again for the information that we need to know about Alt F4 and Wipeout. This is going to be a battle of Frontera 4 versus Geffen 4.
And
Yep.
yes, partner, before we begin, they're actually just preparing for our match. This is going to be the second match of the evening. If you guys just tuned in, we are still your commentators. My name's Nikki together with MG. And partner, what I really noticed when it comes to the guild composition is that both of the guilds are certainly are serious when it comes to to be advancing early on for our tournament. I saw 19 Assassin Cross for Alt F4 and 10 Assassin Cross for Wipeout, but they do have 24 High Wizards. Makes me think that Alt F4 is gonna go on with the killing spree, going for the squishy ones at the backlines, and let's see, what do you think about the composition?
Definitely, the composition is really nice on both guilds. Wipeout has a decent amount of classes that has been really used. So right now, guys, a quick statue there or thermal wing there has been dropped now, and they actually clashing out outside of that middle tablet. That's actually good. And as you can see, Wipeout is still staying at the middle, so no contest there coming from Alt F4 at the middle. So as you can see, left and right movement here coming from Alt F4, a pincer strategy, and right now Wipeout is having a hard time on where to go or where to escape on that strategy. So again, there is still a 30 seconds invul on the side of the Moon, but right now Moon is flipping right now, and Wipeout doesn't want to get bullied on this one. They answer back to push on the Sun tablet.
Yes, partner, 2 tablets against 1 in favor of Alt F4, 2-9 against 2-7 for the HP. As for the morale, it's not looking good for Wipeout. As you can see, 4,200 against 80. Meaning to say, the subfields is really having a hard time for Wipeout. And looking at the movement of the guilds here, like what you mentioned a while ago, pincer strategy, perfectly done. And I believe that they are about to do that as well, as 2 of the tablets is now being occupied and captured by Alt F4.
Yes, despite of the DP gap that we have right now, Wipeout is still answering back versus Alt F4, and Alt F4 right now is just trying to move on the south side, trying to sandwich again. We have a few players on the left side especially on the right side, guys. Huge pressure there coming from the High Wizard. Huge respect as well coming from the Alt F4. I really like the strategy or the patience here coming from Alt F4. And Thermal Wing has been dropped right now. Backup coming from Wipeout on the north side, but that backup won't be effective because they managed to secure a huge gravity field stack there on the north side, preventing Wipeout to go on the north side, going to the tablet. And as you can see right now, Wipeout is trying to run on the side of Star, trying to save that tablet. But again, a quick response there coming from Alt F4. Alt F4 right now dropping another damage there, or Thermal Wing there, securing few kills on the side of Wipeout.
Yes, partner, 2,800 against 2,200. We have the mini-map here showing you guys the movement of our players. We're currently looking at Alt F4, the movement of their players here. They know that they have all the tablets and they still have 30 seconds for it to recover. And they're just waiting for a retake coming from Wipeout. They're actually just baiting the Sun tablet, and then after that, they're just gonna take it back. They're very confident. This is a 700 difference, and partner, 8,500 morale for Alt F4.
Yes. I really like how Alt F4 is very, disciplined when it comes on the fights right now. As you can see, majority of Alt F4, before they engage, they make sure to throw in multiple stacks of gravity field, not only gravity field but also those pneumas securing the backlane, and plus those quagmires preventing those paladin to advance on the side of Wipeout. But again, Alt F4 right now is just spreading out, making sure every tablet is gonna be secured on this one. Spawn camping here as well on the side of Alt F4. Alt F4 right now is doing it. Then kill streak on the side of Alt F4, and that's a really, really convincing push there coming from Alt F4 versus Wipeout.
Yeah, look at that biochemist just throwing acid demonstration against that paladin, and it's working for them. All the jobs that they use in their guild, it's actually working for their favor. 2,800 against 1,700. And looking at Wipeout here, they're just having a hard time, especially Alt F4, like what you mentioned a while ago, the disciplines, the synchronicity on how they move. Knowing that the guild league has already ended, like, it's really hard for them to actually practice, but look at how synchronized and disciplined they move. You also mentioned about the stacking of these guild members from Alt F4. It's perfect.
Yes, definitely it's perfect. And as you can see, Alt F4 is just showing dominance versus Wipeout. And again, this is a very one-sided match. Definitely, Wipeout is trying their best, to be fair, on securing one tablet at a time. But again, Alt F4 is just preventing them to stack or to regroup in one area, because again, every side or every corner of this map, you are gonna see Wipeout securing it. And right now, Wipeout right now is just going for the minions, making sure they're gonna be on point on this one. Thermal Wing securing or one-tapping those minions on the side of Alt F4, giving them a huge advantage now on the score. While on the side of Wipeout, they're still crumbling on regroup here, and Alt F4 moving in the middle and just waiting for Wipeout to contest their tablets.
Exactly, partner. And all the objectives has been gotten or secured by Alt F4, whether it be mobs, secondary field, main field, tablet capture. They've already secured that. Even the kills, they've done all the objectives that they need in order to diminish the HP of Wipeout. And it's just it's just a couple of minutes before we actually see the depletion of Wipeout's HP. This is just so bad. And yeah, like what we mentioned a while ago, to be fair to Wipeout, they're actually trying their best in order for them to capture a tablet, but it's just so hard.
Yes, definitely. It's really hard to react properly if the difference is kind of really huge between your members versus the opponent's members. But again, Alt F4, you can see those bubbles up and running on the side of Alt F4, and gravity field has been casted there, stacking on the respawn point. And we have a flip right now on the side of Star. We have a couple of members right now on the side of Wipeout securing that star, but majority of Alt F4 right, is just regrouping here at the south side. Wow.
Yeah, and even if Wipeout was able to take the star, Alt F4 can easily take that. They have the full confidence. They already dictated the game. They've snowballed from the early game until now to the mid game, and we're just 3 minutes away for the Baron. But I don't think that this is a stock coming from Alt F4. Let's see if they're gonna push out. Oh, they're just waiting. They're currently waiting here for the Baron. This is quite early actually.
Yes, I think this is the respect coming from Alt F4 just to give those tablets to wipe out. They already know that the DP difference is kind of big, so I think they're just letting wipe out to grab those tablets for wipe out. But again, I really like how Alt F4 is doing this. They're just trying to show the dominance that they have right now. Then afterwards, they're just they're just gonna chill and wait for the Owl Baron. So
yeah, talking about chill. Look at Secret and Hoist. They're just
chilling right now. Yes.
Chill.
Yeah. And speaking of chilling, you have multiple stacks right now on the right side. You can see there's the meteor storm and gravity field has been casted, preventing any attempts coming from Wipeout to engage on the side of Alt F4. This is actually how you play the High Wizard. You need to stack multiple damage on the floor, so the moment the opponent or the moment your opponent push in, he's gonna hit. He's gonna have those multiple damage there. And right now, quick contest, but again, 1 minute and 40 seconds on our timer. And I'm really loving the red titles coming from out there. Everyone is wearing that red title.
Are you already red title? Are you already red?
Yeah, 1-star red title.
Wow, I'm only still yellow. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
But,
red star 1 title, yes. So yeah, Alt F4 just doing it. I mean, it's actually good that they're not overdoing it, because again, if you're gonna play your strategy right now, everyone can watch it, everyone can study it, they can counter you on top 8 for this one. So I really understand why Alt F4 is just chilling here and just waiting for the Owl Baron, because they don't want to expose the strategy that they're gonna use on the main stage.
Exactly. I'm actually looking at the High Wizards. They are really good when it comes to zoning. Look at that. You mentioned that a while ago. They're really good when it comes to zoning. We're just waiting actually for the viewers who's watching right now. We're waiting for the Baron fight, because right now, partner, the tablets are locked in, and we're gonna wait like every second for it to actually tick. But we have a hefty amount of HP coming from Alt F4 2000, so it would take a while before it actually defeats. But yeah, just 16 seconds before the Baron fight. Let's try to guess how quickly they can kill the Baron.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very crucial information for everyone. If you're gonna face Alt F4 on the next match, you need to understand on how fast they can kill this Baron. Right now, it's down to 60%, 50% right now, and dropping really fast. Multiple
4 seconds? 3?
Wow, that is the
like
fastest.
3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, 3 to 4 seconds. Owl Baron clear up, coming from Alt F4. So there you have it. First round goes to Alt F4. And we still have our second match. Can Wife Out answer back on this one, or Alt F4 will push for an easy win again on the second round? So let's go back and let's go back to our host. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikki, and MG as well. Man, I almost speechless.
He forgot about me.
Yeah,
He threw it back to the host, but he forgot about me.
I believe Nikki and MG thought you were there.
It's alright, I'm back
It's
here.
okay.
guys.
Yeah. I'm glad to have you back here. It's so sad to be alone, right? Talking about things alone. It is not entertaining, right? But it is also entertaining to see what Alt F4 do. I mean,
Yes,
they just being themselves. Well, actually, I can see a slight different in wipeout strategies. They try to be a little bit more aggressive,
Yeah.
but since it's not their playstyle, especially on the first game, I found it really hard for them to secure the second tablet.
They kept trading the side tablets or
Yeah.
the middle tablet, trying to outmaneuver out F4, but it was hard to begin with. They didn't have control over 2 tablets, which makes the entire rotation never in their favor.
Exactly.
And they're losing players over and over again because whenever they try to rotate, out F4 having the stronger power will be able to outnumber them and outpower them wherever they rotate. So over time, they'll slowly lose momentum, and that's what we've seen. That's at a certain point in time, it was just out F4 across the entire map, and they could do whatever they want.
Yeah, and not to mention the secondary battlefield is like a massacre. I mean, like you can see on the screen
100.
100. I mean, it's almost 200, and well, Olive just 100 times better, 100 times bigger in moral perspective, and the most interesting part from Alt F4 is they took control over 2 fields in less than 5 minutes, and it's crazy. It's too fast. It's crazy, and well, I can see Wipeout try their best, but I don't see any good answer from them because well, how?
Yeah.
How?
It's tough.
How would you do that?
It's not. I don't envy Wipeout's position right now because they try something new.
Yeah,
they try
something
they hope that will be able to help them beat out F4, but it wasn't enough, and I'm out of ideas of how they could try and manipulate or find a way to win this game.
Exactly, and let's take a look on the first game statistic match. Let's check it out.
40 kills for the side of Wipeout compared to 780 from out F4.
Well, at least they reached 500.
500 morale.
Not 100. I mean, like when I saw 100 morale, is like, oh my god. If I were them, I would call my mom.
Oh yeah, they were stuck at 100
Yeah,
for the longest of
For
time.
the longest of time, and after, I think it's around 2 minutes left. I mean, it's around like a 400 points left from Wipeout. They start to loosen the tide, and that's the moment when Wipeout have a chance to increase their morale. But well, it's already too late, man.
It's way too late.
It's more one-sided than the first game, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean it's out F4. It's you don't expect any less from them. They are one of the best guilds in the entire Odin Cup right now. They are one of the favorites to win the entire Odin Cup. So they're not going to hold back, even though the power is significantly different. They're not going to spawn camp. You barely see any spawn camping from out F4 because they're playing to win. They're playing to ensure that they move on to the round of 8.
And I love this kind of act
mentality,
right? Like a mentality, like no matter who your opponent is, you still do your best.
Yeah, you respect them.
Yeah, you respect them. And that's the essential of a tournament. And also, we would love to see the secondary battlefield statistic. Let's check it out. Here we go. 646 million against 79 millions, and 1,000 kills against 10 kills. I mean, out effort is just 100 times better than Wipeout. They practically outplayed Wipeout.
Every single part of main battlefield and secondary battlefield has been in control for out F4. And throughout the entire game, they were just completely unhindered. They could do whatever they want, move wherever they want, and Wipeout couldn't really hold a candle against that.
Yeah, and it looks like the Wipeout is just another minions for them.
Just more points to farm.
Yeah, I mean, like it's obvious. It's freaking obvious.
Yeah. And they actually give less points than minions because minions are 10 points per kill while players are only 1 point per kill.
Yeah.
So
it's from the vocabulary of Niki is abomination. Abomination. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, and maybe we can talk about the MVP. I would love to know who's the MVP from Alt F4 side. Let's check it out. Talon. Oh, the damage is not as high as I expected, but still, to see Assassin and not Paladin as an MVP is really, interesting.
Yeah.
Yet amusing.
Talon having 48 million damage, not the highest damage, but seeing that how one-sided the game was, he didn't need to do too much damage to win the game, right? To be able to get kills.
They just keep rolling around, kill here and there.
Never stop moving.
Yeah,
their entire guild never stopped moving. They moved left, they moved right, control the entire side of the map.
And also that's the moment when Wipeout actually find it really hard to do a reset.
Oh yeah.
They can't recover during the game.
Yeah, Wipeout was just like they were in shatters. They got killed. They tried to respawn different places, but they just kept getting picked off, and they couldn't really regroup together to play as a guild.
Yeah, regroup is a very tough work for Wipeout, and with the highest point as well from talent, with 105 kills, assisting 270 points, the damage, 48. But the minions that she killed is 8. And she also did a good job in Stronghold Capital.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being able to play objectively and also get kills. I mean, assassins are one of the most mobile classes on the entire game. So, like, being able to move around, get a lot of kills, becoming very high impact is very important. Playing as an assassin.
And how about the deeper explanation? I mean, like, I love the way you do the analyst thing. So why don't just we try to hear another explanation from you? I mean, like, I would love to know the start of the fall of Wipeout since the first.
Yeah, alright. Since, I mean, we'll be here, right? I won't be moving back, but we will still have that segment, right? You guys will still have that segment. I'll talk a little bit about how Wipeout's positioning and strategy was really great, and let's check it out, guys. So here, point number 1 I wanna show you guys is how clean out F4's movement and strategy was. Now this is in the 18-minute mark where they were getting their moon tablet being captured here from the side of RF4. Now I want you to guys to focus on the left and right side of the map. Left and right side of the tablet, you'll see that out F4 is already ready to recapture. And look at how they capture. It's a work of beauty on how they are able to force their opponents out and be able to completely take control of this area of the map. They don't enter from the north, but they actually enter from the bottom side. Everyone, if you look at these guys, they actually rotated from the spawn to take a big round and try and push out Wipeout from the bottom, and that creates a wedge. This is an impassable area where it's just fully out F4 members, and they're pushing the members on the side of Wipeout to one single area. Now everyone is going to be coming out from the north, from the side of Wipeout. They're going to respawn from the north side, and they're going to enter this kill zone which out F4 has created. They're going to enter this area, and out F4 has the easiest time. They just need to throw AoEs in that area, and that creates entire pushing wedge to push them out. Now watch this. This is poetry in motion. You enter from the bottom, AoEs on the top, and all they need to do is push them upwards, push them top, push them north, and that creates an entire area where out F4 has complete control, and that won them this fight, and they just complete. And this is rehearsed. This movement has been planned from the side of out F4, and they've created a way that they cannot be counteracted by any sort of flanks or any sort of counter pushes, because they just made their job so easy. Focus on one area of this triangle, this top area of this triangle, and that's all they need to do. They push out their opponents, and they're able to capture this area very convincingly. Now next, I want to show you guys something that is not friendly, not nice to see. Right, at this point in the game, at 13 minutes into the game was pretty much over, and look at where out F4 is. The entire guild for the side of R4 gave up every single tablet because they know that they do not need any more tablets to win the game. And what do? They go for the next biggest objective. They gather up at where the Baron will spawn. Everybody is here. Everybody from the side of out F4 is here. Just getting ready for the fastest Baron kill in the history of Baron kills. Right? They gave up every point in the map because they know that 500 points is what the Baron gives, and they didn't need anything else. They didn't need any more kills. They didn't need any more tablets. They know that as long as they secure this area in the Owl Baron, look at how they're positioned. The killer's already in the middle. They are dropping AoEs at the corners, making sure that no one enters this area, and they are creating an entire stronghold. They are creating a 4th tablet on the map for themselves, and making sure that they win that way. Now, with this setup, with how out F4 has set up, let's take a look at the ending. Right? The fastest Baron kill in the history. Now, we're going to start playing from here. 10 seconds before the Baron spawns. This is where Wipeout realizes, hey, they're going to kill the Baron and win the game. Let's try and contest, right? Let's try and fight them. And look at what Out F4 did. They sent a couple of players to harass them, keep the main fleet of players in the Baron, and start dropping AoEs at the entry points. Now, as we continue playing this video, the moment it spawns, look at all the AoEs being dropped. Oblivion to cover the entrance, Oblivion, the terminal wings to start doing damage, and look at the timer right now. 9:59 is where they start hitting the Baron. Let's see what time the Baron actually dies. It dies in 10 seconds with all the AoE being dropped down, and that was the end. That was being wiped out of the map, and they had no answer. 9:49, the Baron was already dead, and that was basically it. That was a dominant victory being shown here from the side of Out F4, and that was it.
Oh my god. To think that you can kill the Baron in 10 seconds and you create a history in details with lots of details, a very strongly organized team is a very magnificent and facing
very scary beast. You do not want to face something like that. No.
Yeah, you just don't want it. You want to avoid them as long as you
yes,
can.
definitely. Until top 4.
Yeah, until top 4 at least. Until you reach Bangkok.
Yeah, until you reach Thailand, then you're like,
alright,
this is where we lose.
Yeah. Come kill me, baby. Come kill me, daddy. but I still find it really amazing from Alter 4, although they are a fan favorite, at least in Thailand. I believe they are also a fan favorite alongside the world. But still, they're very disciplined. They pay attention to every single details, like from your explanation. And for me, it's really easy for a person or maybe a member or maybe a guild to get carried with the flow, with the euphoria inside the game. Like it's really hard for Wi-Fi to flip the table, and it's really easy for L4 to flip their hand to get the win. And yet they still try their best. They still give every single lesson to wipe out. This is how you play Ragnarok Odin Cup. This is how you play the strategy. This is how you command every single player in your guild. This is how you distribute your player to every single tablet. And it's really amazing.
Yeah, this is what every single guild can learn from L4. It's like, it doesn't matter if they're winning by an inch or by a mile. They stick to the plan. They have a very clear-cut plan, and they stick to it. Every single member knows their role, knows their position on where they should stand at every point of time. And that is a scary thing to face up against. Remember, this was a merge of the top 3 guilds. They have not been playing together for a very long time. They've been played together basically since the start of the top round of 32. They've never had practice in Guild League with each other, and this is what they've become. This is that scary beast, that demon that's going to terrorize everybody in the round of 8 and round of 4, because that's at least how far they're going to reach.
Or you can say it's a talent.
Might be a talent.
Might be a talent. I mean, like, it's really hard to know about what you will do against your past opponent, and so become your friends, and you stick together to win a competition. It's really hard. I mean, like they actually have the ego, and to see a lot of players inside Alt F4 lower their ego to stick to one command, it's really amazing. I mean, like, to manage a lot of people with high powers, high prestige and high privilege, with high in everything, and to stick them with one command is really difficult.
It's definitely very hard, and it's a testament to what our F4 has brought together. The people they have brought together have one goal in mind, which is to win.
Yeah.
And they're doing everything they need to be able to win this thing. And if that means that I have to sacrifice myself and play for the team, I'll do that. And that shows in the entire guild. They're moving together. We're moving in synchronicity with a plan. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Everybody does what they're supposed to do. No one is spawn camping. Everyone's doing their roles, and with high-powered players, that creates a symphony of just magic movement across the map.
Yeah, and not to mention about their play style. It is, even though they have maybe lots of mind inside the game, they're not playing one-dimensional.
Oh yeah, no, they're playing whatever needs to be done.
Yeah, every single spot is taken care. Oh my god, it's really amazing, and I'm willing to see about the second game.
Oh yeah.
We would love to see what Wipeout do, because this is the right time for them to show what they got. I mean, like to try their best.
Yep.
I mean, like the real best. So we will throw it to our casters. Nikki and MG is ready for you. Please take it away.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Abigail and David, for that in-depth analysis for this match number 2, game number 1. We're still your commentators. My name is Nikki. Hello, MG.
Yes, we're back. And we have here Alt F4 again versus Wipeout. Game number 2, Frontera 4 versus Geffen 4. And this is going to be a really tough match for Wipeout. But again, it's going to be a really fun match to watch again, because Wipeout, we saw how they do their maneuvers. But again, Alt F4 is just really composed, and they're just showing dominance versus this match.
And yes, partner, if you just tuned in to our viewers, hello guys. The current match is against Alt F4 and Wipeout. Partner, this is just game number 2, match number 2. They need to tie up the series for Wipeout. We're not putting pressure, but it's just how it goes. If you want to stay longer in our tournament, you better win this one. But like what you mentioned a while ago, enjoyment. What's important is actually having fun, the camaraderie between the guild members, remembering that it's a battle of 150 people playing for a guild.
Yes, that's actually true. 150 players right now battling out for a spot for our rank, top 8. But again, there's no doubt Alt F4 is well prepared on this one. Like Zero mentioned earlier, this is a merge of guilds, the best of the best on their server, battling out versus other servers as well, or other guilds as well. So you're gonna expect Alt F4 is here to dominate on every match.
Exactly. Although it might seem like it's a bit of a one-sided match, at least Wipeout is trying their best, and we love the underdogs. We love that kind of story. We love to see the underdogs come back. So that's what we're looking at right now, partner.
Yes, that's actually true. So as you can see, guys, movement right now has been doing here on the side of Wipeout, and on the side of Alt F4, they're actually searching the stack of Wipeout on this one. But as you can see, I think right now Wipeout is going to keep on moving on this one. Alt F4 is very stacked at the north side. I think this is the middle of Sun and Star, or Sun and Moon. Sorry, Sun and Moon. So we only have like few seconds for our timer. So are we gonna see a massive thermal wing damage here, or are we gonna see an AoE burst or AoE high wizard burst here from Alt F4? So let's go ahead and check. We only have like a few more seconds.
Talking about few more seconds. I also want to check out the assassins, how they move. Especially they're very mobile when it comes to their movements and scouting the areas. But here we go. Everyone's converging now. And we're looking at the tablets. 2 tablets we'll go to Wipeout, and 1 towards Alt F4. No, let me take it back, partner, because the sun will be taken here by Alt F4.
Yeah, thermal wings has been dropped there, and Wipeout right now is dropping players one by one. And as you can see on the side of Wipeout, they're trying to round up here on the side, or on the one side of the tablet. That's, I believe this is the Star tablet, and majority of Alt F4 is just moving here. Quick hides there coming from those assassins, killing 1 player at a time. And Style G managed to kill 5 players right now. And a quick movement flip here coming from on the side of Wipeout, securing the Star tablet. But Alt F4 answers back that they want to flip as well the middle side of the tablet, or on the map.
Certainly, partner. I would like to say that it's starting smoothly, but look at the morale. 3,900 against 200.
Wow.
Of course, it's a boost for Alt F4. It's just a matter of time before we witness this boost given to the main field of Alt F4. Look at that. All tablets will be flipped and occupied by Alt F4. And looking at the snipers here, they're doing their job, killing one after another from Wipeout. Look at the bodies.
Wow. Yes, I just want to point out as well, one of the champions on the side of Alt F4 is just using finger offensive. So
Oh.
meaning if he's just using a finger offensive, there is no downtime on his damage instead of using that extremity or guillotine fist. So there's no downtime on that champion. That's actually a good decision coming from one of the players or one of the champions of Alt F4. While on the other hand, Wipeout is just really having a hard time on regroup right now. But they're trying. They're trying to flip star right now. And as you can see, yes, are we gonna Wind? Yeah, I think the Alt F4 are just moving right now. They're just trying to chase.
I would like to ask, when it comes to the champion, is it safe to say that they're focusing on the PvP if they're gonna use finger of offensive, not Asura?
Yes, definitely. Because again, if you're gonna use Asura, you're gonna use up all of your SPs, right? You're gonna use up your SP, so you have a downtime using those Asuras or Guillotine Fist. But if you're gonna use those finger offensive, there is no really downtime because you can actually cast it multiple times versus on a Asura that you will have around, I believe that's
look
5
at the High
seconds
Wizard
downtime.
partner. They're zoning with the Meteor Storm and Lightning Bolts. Wow. Is this the
Yes.
spawn area, right?
Yeah, this is the respawn area. The dominance.
True.
As a
Show
demonstration.
dominance.
Yeah, oh my god, this is really good. Quick damage there coming from Alt F4. Wipeout answer is back, but again, the backup coming from Alt F4 is doing it. The charge attack coming from the Paladins is just really brutal on this one.
And the biochemists too. I mean, the combination of the guild composition, biochemists, assassins, you mentioned the champions, not just the paladins. They're doing their job and they're doing it really good, especially the secondary field. Look at that. They're almost like 400 plus points before they secured the third buff. And yeah, 16-25 there are a lot of bodies here, and it's just an onslaught coming from Alt F4. It's just a complete aggression coming from them.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think right now, Wipeout is just enjoying this, trying to force the fights. Couple of members on the side of Wipeout is trying to clash in Alt F4, creating the space, and some of the side of Wipeout is just trying to cap it again. Alt F4's reaction time is really on point. Those movements coming from the paladins are really good, especially with the buff of a tier 3 secondary. It will give you additional movement speed plus the wind walk as well coming from the sniper, so that's gonna be a really OP movement. As you can see, Alt F4 is just moving from one point to another for like seconds because of those buffs.
Imagine a paladin with those kind of buffs and hitting you one after another. It is just really
you
hard
cannot run away.
to answer
Yeah.
that back. Wow.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
20 seconds before the mobs respawn, let's see who's gonna take that.
Yes. So a few players here on the side of Alt F4 is spawn camping. And okay.
Oh, this is Assassin.
Yes, this is an assassin.
Look at how fast he moves.
Thermal Wing has been dropped here on the minion side, securing a good amount of points there out of the side of Wipeout. Wipeout right now is just moving and trying to regroup at the middle, but they need to move fast there because again, a backup there coming from Alt F4 is warming now. Few players are down on the middle, but again, Wipeout cannot answer back because of this DP difference on the side of Alt F4. Wow.
And it's a huge DP difference. And we witnessed a while ago, Bubblebutt wanted to try to get some mobs, but he was denied with all the statue skills being used right there. And then 4 minutes before the OB, I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to even witness the OB to spawn, because as we can see right now, the movement of everyone and the bodies on the floor, even the secondary field doing its job for Alt F4, it's just so hard for Wipeout. Look at that, they're being spawn camp right now.
Yes. that Soul Destroyer coming from that assassin is doing it. Multiple heavy damage there coming
Yeah.
from Alt F4 as well. And right now they're just spawn camping. Terminal Wing has been
Yeah.
dropped right
Look
now.
at his
Magnus
HP.
Exorcismus has been cast. But again, that priest is just healing
Healing
and
their priest?
doing resu on the side of Wipeout. Wipeout right now is just trying to run, making sure that they can stay alive for this one. But again, Alt F4 is showing no mercy on this one. They're gonna charge in head first on every player on the side of Wipeout.
No mercy indeed, partner, because even the high priests are dealing damage. Imagine that. But
Yes.
yeah, look at the tablets as well. All objectives being picked one after another by Alt F4. Currently going back to our biochemist here. I believe is no, he's not the MVP. But here we're seeing a hefty amount of Alt F4 again, wiping wife out in this tablet. I believe this is the moon tablet, just 2 minutes away, and 287. If they manage to kill people, that's 1 point every kill. And
Yep.
to retake every tablet, it would be really fast for them to actually make the HP of Wipeout 0.
Yes. And definitely Alt F4 is not hesitating on dropping those Terminal Wings on top
Yeah.
of a Zerg or on top of those stacked players on the side of Wipeout to get those extra points. And I'm not sure how many Thermal Wings have been dropped. I think that's around 8 plus Thermal Wings.
I lost
And
count.
yeah, I think that's around 7 or 8 something. So we're actually down to 34 points on the side of Wipeout. A very dominant push there coming from Alt F4. And there you go, there you go, Nikki. Another
Yes,
win.
2-0 sweep coming from Alt F4. Still good game, well played for Wipeout. It has been me, Nikki, and MG will be throwing the microphone to our beautiful host and analyst, David and Abby. Take it away.
Nikki and MG. And finally this time.
Finally, they remembered me.
They didn't forget you. But it's really interesting to see. I mean, like, on the second game, I can see that Wife actually trying something different. They tried a different approach. And this is what I expect from Wife out there. On the first game, they have a slow start.
Yep.
And on the second game, they try to make the in-game more intense, but actually it failed once again. But I can see a little bit more details inside this strategy. Like they tried to capture 2 tablets at the same time, and it is really interesting. But despite the fact that, you know, the power gap, they can't do anything, and also the secondary battlefield is also, you know, one-sided again with a massacre, abomination, or anything that you can say with the synonyms about that. And left Wife out with no answer once again. And in the middle game, I can see that after Alt F4 knew that they will won this game, they tried to slow down.
Yeah.
And actually, for me, from my perspective, it is the right time for Wife out to do something. But I don't see much happened during the second game, especially the middle game, because Wife out just trying to save their lives, instead of thinking how they can do something with this tempo that actually is slowed down by Alt F4.
Yeah, it was at one point, like you said, Alt F4 just stopped. They put their foot off the gas. They sort of relaxed. They started spawn camping, and that was an opening that maybe Wipeout could have exploited. Maybe they could have coordinated some respawns or something to try and force something to happen. But at that point, it might have been already too late. Wipeout might have already given up.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, for Alt F4, they knew that they didn't have to really play as tight as they did in game number 1. So they sort of just let loose, let their members have some fun before next week, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, the power difference was just too much. Their early game tempo was just too fast that it wasn't really much that Wipeout could really do to recover, and they actually won even before the Baron spawn.
Yeah, and one more details about Alt F4, despite their slowing down during the middle game, you can see that they won't let every single player from Wipeout enter the tablet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
for me, it's frightening, man.
They have a switch. They can switch on any time that it goes from being serious to having fun and then back to serious straight away.
Yeah, and I would love to see the match statistic, especially on the man battlefield. Let's check it out. This is guys. Well, it is pretty obvious that Alt F4 slowed down in the second game. They just tried their best. I don't think they tried their best, but they just tried to have at least a little bit fun on the second game.
Yeah, they started spawn camping. There was just a lot of individualistic plays, just to show off, just to have fun with each other. You know, they know that they already won. It was low stakes for them at that point. There was a lot of room that they could recover. There was a lot of mistakes that they could make if they needed to come back to this game, but they didn't need to, and that was the gap. That was the difference between LF4 and Wipeout. That was the difference that you can see here on the stats. It was just way too much.
Yeah, way too much. Although Wipeout did something different, I still appreciate that, and I would love to give a kudos for that. I mean, like they're still trying to do a different approach. I mean, like that's something that I can think about. That's something that I can say about Wipeout, because after they tried a different approach, everything just flipped by Alt F4, and that's when the game ends.
Yeah, it's tough. They are facing Alt F4. Like we've been lauding them as the top fours. Definitely one of the top fours, potentially going all the way to the finals. It's their home country, being held in Bangkok, Thailand, so they definitely want to be there, right? They want to represent their country in the tournament that's hosted in their home country. So they're looking like they're ready. They're looking like they're ready to be in the top four. They have a tough match as well in the next one, but definitely they are still one of the favorites to move on to the top four.
Yeah, and talking about the switch that Alt F4 have. I can see a little bit more about that, because when Alt F4 saw their opponent getting more offensive, they're even getting crazier, man. Can you chill down a little bit? The moment Wipeout trying to be a little bit more aggressive, that's the moment when you click the wrong switch of Alt F4.
Yeah, and they just never they just dug their knees deeper into your neck, and they just went harder. They just went more aggressive. You know, try and end you right there. And that was just Alt F4, showing that hey, we can have fun, but we can switch things out really quickly.
Yeah, and on the secondary battlefield also nothing much happened. Nothing big difference happened also in secondary battlefield. But talking about maybe one conclusion about what happened in the main and also secondary battlefield, for me, it looks like for Alt F4, it is not enough to push Wipeout to the corner. They need more than just a corner. They need to break every single bone of Wipeout player outside the corner, not only the corner.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they win, and they win by showing dominance.
Yeah.
They didn't want to, let things loose.
Yeah, and it's scary, man. You basically just don't want to mess with this kind of people.
Still, I mean, like you said, kudos to Wipeout.
Yeah,
they never gave up. They
gave
it all they had. They tried every trick in their book, and it's still a pretty good achievement, making it to the top 16.
Yeah.
Being the top 16 guild in the entire server, entire world, and they're at least gonna be happy with walking away with a bunch of rewards for the entire guild.
Of course, and I'm looking forward to their appearance again on next season maybe. And let's take a look on our MVP of the second game. It's Tamio with 41 million damage.
Yeah.
It's not big though, consider the game is one-sided to Alt F4.
Yeah, again, you don't need that much damage if your opponents are much squishier.
Yeah, I can see that it is even distributed to every single player.
Just giving the MVPs to everyone. Talon had one, now it's Tamio getting the MVP, 41 million damage on the Paladin.
Finally.
Yep,
The first
Paladin of the day. We had 2 wizards.
Yeah.
One
sniper.
assassin.
One assassin, and now our first Paladin MVP with 73 kills and 224 kills. I mean assisting with 41 million damage. No boss kills, no minion kills, but did a good job on stronghold capture.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just asked, you know, Pichiwa, that's the alchemist's name, to just chill out, just relax.
Chill out. Oh, relax.
Let someone else have
you
fun.
You stay on the tablet.
Yeah, you stay here.
Once you capture the tablet, don't go anywhere because there will be someone else do your job.
Yeah, give someone else the chance to get MVP.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna get MVP somewhere else in the round of 4 or in the finals or round of 8. So they just had, you know, everyone else shine. Everyone else have their moment.
Yeah, and as you can see, that's what I mentioned before. You know, the total score between every single player and Alt F4 is evenly distributed.
Yeah.
Well, at least pretty even.
Yeah. They just said, all right, get 50 kills, then you chill.
Yeah, then you chill. It's your
Someone
turn
else
down.
go.
Yeah, you go there, you kill someone, and it's going to be another people round.
Yeah.
Oh my
Making sure
God.
everyone has that opportunity to show up, to have some fun. And Out F4 is looking like they're looking really dominant if they're able to separate their kills this way.
Yeah.
Let everyone you know, have fun.
Yeah, and well, at least there was a one person who stands strong in every single tablet, and it's Tamio. Tamio chill.
Definitely. It was a 2-0 sweep, unfortunately for Wipeout.
Yeah.
But yeah, Out F4 moving on to the round of 8,
Mhm.
looking very strong, and their next opponents are going to be who won?
What? One?
Who won the previous
Oh,
game?
who won the previous
Yeah.
game? It's Sekoteng.
Sekoteng.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the next
Sekoteng.
opponent is gonna be Sekoteng in the round of 8. So
Okay.
that's not gonna be easy match.
Yeah.
Right. So it's gonna be a much closer match.
Yeah, but I want to know the details, man. I want to know what happened during the game. I mean, like the details one. I can see the macro one, but I can see the answer moving everywhere. I can see the answer moving everywhere, but I want to know what's your perspective about that.
All right, let's dive a little bit deeper into game number 2 between Out F4 and Wipeout to see what happened that was special in game number 2.
Exactly.
All right, it was a very one-sided game, and like Abigail said, at a certain point in time, it was just Out F4 just having a much more fun time. They were just chilling around. They were just spawn camping. Like you can see in this clip here, they were spawn camping. They were having fun. They were just controlling Wipeout spawning in the moon tablet. But I want to showcase something very important. Like you said earlier, there was a switch from the side of Out F4, and I can show you exactly where that switch turned on, which is right here. Look at this. At this exact point in time, commands were given to defend both side tablets. And look at the split. It was a perfect split. People already knew where they needed to go and defend. These guys already knew that they were going to head towards the star tablet. These guys already knew they were going to go to the moon tablet. And that was pre-planned. These sort of movements and this split, look at this split. Everyone just moved away from the spawn and head to their tablets to defend. And that sort of coordination allowed them to control both tablets even though they were being split up, even though that they were being pulled across 2 different points in the map. They were able to completely rotate with the right amount of people, without over-rotating, without committing heavily towards one side. They knew that these were the members that needed to go to this point, and that allowed them to have complete control over the map very, very early on. At this point in the time, 15 minutes of the game, they were already 1,600 points ahead. And that was just a much more one-sided affair compared to game number 1. And that's why they actually were able to end the game earlier, because they had more control and they had more kills.
Oh my God.
It's absolutely crazy. Now, the second thing I want to showcase here is a very less frequently seen build that Assassins have been starting to run, learning from their Taiwanese counterparts, is that they are starting to run this Envenom Blade build. Now, have a look at this assassin here from the side of Out F4. He's running a melee Envenom Blade assassin build, which allows him to get up close and personal to start killing people. And that also, with the right cards, you're able to slow down your opponents, meaning that they are not able to run away from you. The only thing they can do is try and kill you. Now, usually when you run these builds, you are very tanky, you are very fast as well. So what this assassin was able to do was that he was able to stick to his opponents the entire time. You can see here, he's just following opponents. He knows which opponents he wants to go for, using Envenom Blade, using Poison Dagger to keep close to his opponents. And this is actually the first time that I realized there was this area in the map that you could go to as well. There was this back area above the spawn where you're able to hide out in. I've never been to this area. It's really interesting to see that there's this additional area in the map. And yeah, I mean, I just wanted to showcase this auto-attacking build because there's a lot of talk that assassins, you could either play as Grimtooth or Meteor Assault or Soul Destroyer builds. But these melee auto-attacking builds are really strong because they are able to have you stick to your opponents, harass them, even though you're not killing them. You're causing a lot of distraction and crowd control. And as well as just controlling one player, you don't need too much. You're very tanky, you're very mobile, you can switch targets anytime you want to, you can rotate anytime you want to. But this is a very interesting build that we've been seeing getting popular in the global server. And I hope to see more of this, especially when we're releasing the more Smeldons as well. They're becoming more popular with the crowd control, and that's something I want to see more in the future.
Wow. I think that's the two conclusion that I got from your deeper explanation. First, this guild, especially Alt F4, have a very scary awareness. Definitely. And the second one, it reminds me with the sort of kingdom raid strategy, right? Like you cut the resource.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you face them face to face with your assassin, and you just cut the dealer.
Poison the water.
Poison the water and
burn their crops.
Everything like that, and make the space of your opponent less and less, and until they are gathered in one spot, and that's the moment when you captured every single gold that they have.
Yeah, that was well showcased here from the side of Alt F4. They knew which important arteries to cut to start bleeding them out, and once they're backed in the corner, they kept them stuck in that corner. That was absolutely beautiful to see.
Yeah, and also knowing the red roads to reach your opponent's spot, the vital spot, is really interesting to see. I mean, it's also an interesting strategy that you can also apply in a future match.
Definitely. A lot of things that people can learn from just watching these matches.
And if you want to learn about more, or in case you missed what happened during this match, let's check out in our highlight. And that's the highlight of the second match of today. We still have 2 more matches upcoming, but we would love to say thank you first to our sponsors because this event is co-organized by ROO and Huawei App Gallery. If you don't know what Huawei App Gallery is the top 3 global app marketplace when you can download everything like games, and you can also receive rewards, discounts, and also various promotions from them. So you can just download the games from the Huawei App Gallery, and also you can claim your rewards. And not to mention, you can also download from Huawei or maybe non-Huawei App Gallery. It supports Android as well.
Yeah, great. It's a great supporter of the Odin Cup so far. I mean, we've had a lot of players walking home with the Huawei free buds provided to them by Huawei as well. As long as they get MVP, that's why we've been seeing different guilds, trying different strategies to get as many MVPs as possible. So congratulations to them, of course, great showing. And yeah, not to mention our other sponsor, Razer Gold as well. Make sure you shop at gold.razer.com.
Yeah. They have a lot of various. I mean, like it offers various discount and promotion. Is really nice to top up and increase your power inside the game. Or maybe you can join ROO Odin Cup next season. Who knows? Who knows? And what do you want to say about our next match?
Legends against
Noxus.
Legends is again another one of those favorites to win the whole thing, to at least make it top 4. They're from Pantera 1. They are one of the earliest servers. They have a lot of strong members in that guild as well against Noxus, who is unfortunately is going to look like a lot like out F4 facing up against Wipeout. It's a very one-sided match in terms of power alone. Legends haven't really showcased a lot of different strategy, but just in terms of raw power, they're definitely ahead. So it's going to be interesting to see if, like Wipeout, Noxus is going to try all they have, try different strategies, or are they just going to lie down and die?
Okay, we will have a break to prepare that matches for you, so make sure to stay tuned with us after the break.
Paying for a guild.
Yes, that's actually true. 150 players right now battling out for a spot for our rank, our top 8. But again, there's no doubt Alt F4 is well prepared on this one. Like Zero mentioned earlier, this is a merge of guilds, the best of the best on their server, battling out versus other servers as well, or other guilds as well. So you're gonna expect Alt F4 is here to dominate on every match.
Exactly. Although it might seem like it's a bit of a one-sided match, at least Wipeout is trying their best, and we love the underdogs. We love that kind of story. We love to see the underdogs come back. So that's what we're looking at right now, partners.
Yes, that's actually true. So as you can see, guys, movement right now has been doing here on the side of Wipeout, and on the side of Alt F4, they're actually searching the stack of Wipeout on this one. But as you can see, I think right now Wipeout is going to keep on moving on this one. Alt F4V is very stacked at the north side. I think this is the middle of Sun and Star, or Sun and Moon. Sorry, Sun and Moon. So we only have like few seconds for our timer. So are we gonna see a massive thermal wing damage here, or are we gonna see an AoE burst or AoE high wizard burst here from Alt F4? So let's go ahead and check. We only have like a few more seconds.
Talking about few more seconds, I also want to check out the assassins, how they move. Especially they're very mobile when it comes to their movements and scouting the areas. But here we go. Everyone's converging now. And we're looking at the tablets. 2 tablets will go to Wipeout, and 1 towards Alt F4. No, let me take it back, partner, because the sun will be taken here by Alt F4.
Yeah, thermal wings has been dropped there, and Wipeout right now is dropping players one by one. And as you can see on the side of Wipeout, they're trying to round up here on the side, or on the one side of the tablet. That's, I believe this is the Star tablet, and majority of Alt F4 is just moving here. Quick hides there coming from those assassins, killing 1 player at a time. And Style G managed to kill 5 players right now. And a quick movement flip here coming from on the side of Wipeout, securing the star tablet, but Alt F4 answers back that they want to flip as well the middle side of the tablet or on the map.
Certainly, partner. I would like to say that it's starting smoothly, but look at the morale. 3,900 against 200.
Wow.
Of course, it's a boost for Alt F4. It's just a matter of time before we witness this boost given to the main field of Alt F4. Look at that. All tablets will be flipped and occupied by Alt F4. And looking at the snipers here, they're doing their job, killing one after another from Wipeout. Look at the bodies.
Wow. Yes, I just want to point out as well, one of the champions on the side of Alt F4 is just using finger offensive. So
Oh.
meaning if he's just using a finger offensive, there is no downtime on his damage. Instead of using that extremity or guillotine fist. So there's no downtime on that champion. That's actually a good decision coming from one of the players or one of the champions of Alt F4. While on the other hand, Wipeout is just really having a hard time on regroup right now. But they're trying. They're trying to flip star right now. And as you can see, yes, are we gonna wind? Yeah, I think the Alt F4 just moving right now. They're just trying to chase.
I would like to ask, when it comes to the champion, is it safe to say that they're focusing on the PvP if they're gonna use finger offensive, not Asura?
Yes, definitely. Because again, if you're gonna use Asura, you're gonna use up all of your SPs, right? You're gonna use up your SP, so you have a downtime using those Asuras or Guillotine Fist. But if you're gonna use those finger offensive, there is no really downtime because you can actually cast it multiple times versus on a Asura that you will have around, I believe that's 5
look at the High
seconds
Wizard,
downtime.
partner. They're zoning with the Meteor Storm and Lightning Bolts. Wow. Is this the spawn area, right?
Yeah, this is the respawn area. The dominance.
True.
Acid
Show
demonstration.
dominance.
Yeah, oh my god, this is really good. Quick damage there coming from Alt F4. Wipeout answers back, but again, the backup coming from Alt F4 is doing it. The charge attack coming from the Paladins is just really brutal on this one.
And the biochemists too. I mean, the combination of the guild composition, biochemists, assassins, you mentioned the champions, not just the paladins. They're doing their job and they're doing it really good, especially the secondary field. Look at that. They're almost like 400 plus points before they secured the third buff. And yeah, 16-25 there are a lot of bodies here, and it's just an onslaught coming from Alt F4. It's just a complete aggression coming from them.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think right now, Wipeout is just enjoying this, trying to force the fights. Couple of members on the side of Wipeout is trying to clash in Alt F4, creating the space, and some of the side of Wipeout is just trying to cap it again. Alt F4's reaction time is really on point. Those movements coming from the Paladins are really good, especially with the buff of a tier 3 secondary. It will give you additional movement speed plus the wind walk as well coming from the sniper, so that's gonna be a really OP movement. As you can see, Alt F4 is just moving from one point to another for like seconds because of those buffs.
Imagine a paladin with those kind of buffs and hitting you one after another. It is just really hard to answer that back. Wow.
Yeah,
and 20 seconds before the mobs respawn, let's see who's gonna take that.
Yes. So a few players here on the side of Alt F4 is spawn camping. And okay.
Oh, this is Assassin?
Yes, this is an assassin.
Look at how fast he moves.
Thermal Wing has been dropped here on the minion side, securing a good amount of points there out of the side of Wipeout. Wipeout right now is just moving and trying to regroup at the middle, but they need to move fast there because again, a backup there coming from Alt F4 is swarming now. Few players are down on the middle, but again, Wipeout cannot answer back because of this DP difference on the side of Alt F4. Wow.
And it's a huge DP difference. And we witnessed a while ago, Bubblebutt wanted to try to get some mobs, but he was denied with all the statues just being used right there and then 4 minutes before the OB. I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to even witness the OB to spawn, because as we can see right now, the movement of everyone and the bodies on the floor, even the secondary field doing its job for Alt F4. It's just so hard for Wipeout. Look at that. They're being spawn camp right now.
Yes. That Soul Destroyer coming from that assassin is doing it. Multiple heavy damage there coming from Alt F4 as well. And right now they're just spawn camping. Terminal Wing has been dropped right
Look
now.
at his
Magic
HP.
Sisymus has been cast. But again, that priest is just healing and doing resu on the side of Wipeout. Wipeout right now is just trying to run, making sure that they can stay alive for this one. But again, Alt F4 is showing no mercy on this one. They're gonna charge in head first on every player on the side of Wipeout.
No mercy indeed, partner, because even the High Priest are dealing damage. Imagine that. But yeah, look at the tablets as well. All objectives being picked one after another by Alt F4. Currently going back to our biochemist here. I believe he's not the MVP. But here we're seeing a hefty amount of Alt F4 again, wiping out in this tablet. I believe this is the Moon tablet, just 2 minutes away, and 287. If they manage to kill people, that's 1 point every kill. And to retake every tablet, it would be really fast for them to actually make the HP of Wipeout 0.
Yes. And definitely Alt F4 is not hesitating on dropping those Terminal Wings on top of a Zerg or on top of those stacked players on the side of Wipeout to get those extra points. And I'm not sure how many Terminal Wings have been dropped. I think that's around 8 plus Terminal Wings.
I lost count.
Yeah, I think that's around 7 or 8 something. So we're actually down to 34 points on the side of Wipeout. A very dominant push there coming from Alt F4. And there you go, there you go, Nikki. Another win.
2-0 swaying for a guild.
Yes, that's actually true. 150 players right now battling out for a spot for our rank top 8. But again, there's no doubt Alt F4 is well prepared on this one. Like Zero mentioned earlier, this is a merge of guilds, the best of the best on their server, battling out versus other servers as well, or other guilds as well. So you're gonna expect Alt F4 is here to dominate on every match.
Exactly. Although it might seem like it's a bit of a one-sided match, at least Wipeout is trying their best, and we love the underdogs. We love that kind of story. We love to see the underdogs come back. So that's what we're looking at right now, partners.
Yes, that's actually true. So as you can see, guys, movement right now has been doing here on the side of Wipeout, and on the side of Alt F4, they're actually searching the stack of Wipeout on this one. But as you can see, I think right now Wipeout is going to keep on moving on this one. Alt F4V is very stacked at the north side. I think this is the middle of Sun and Star, or Sun and Moon. Sorry, Sun and Moon. So we only have like few seconds for our timer. So are we gonna see a massive Terminal Wing damage here, or are we gonna see an AoE burst or AoE High Wizard burst here from Alt F4? So let's go ahead and check. We only have like a few more seconds.
Talking about few more seconds, I also want to check out the assassins, how they move. Especially they're very mobile when it comes to their movements and scouting the areas. But here we go. Everyone's converging now. And we're looking at the tablets. 2 tablets will go to Wipeout, and 1 towards Alt F4. No, let me take it back, partner, because the Sun will be taken here by Alt F4.
Yeah. Wipeout securing the star tablet, but Alt F4 answers back that they want to flip as well the middle side of the tablet or on the map.
Certainly, partner. I would like to say that it's starting smoothly, but look at the morale. 3,900 against 200.
Wow.
Of course, it's a boost for Alt F4. It's just a matter of time before we witness this boost given to the main field of Alt F4. Look at that. All tablets will be flipped and occupied by Alt F4. And looking at the snipers here, they're doing their job, killing one after another from Wipeout. Look at the bodies.
Wow. Yes, I just want to point out as well, one of the champions on the side of Alt F4 is just using finger offensive. So
Oh.
meaning if he's just using a finger offensive, there is no downtime on his damage. Instead of using that extremity or guillotine fist. So there's no downtime on that champion. That's actually a good decision coming from one of the players or one of the champions of Alt F4. While on the other hand, Wipeout is just really having a hard time on regroup right now. But they're trying. They're trying to flip star right now. And as you can see, yes, are we gonna wind? Yeah, I think the Alt F4 are just moving right now. They're just trying to chase.
I would like to ask, when it comes to the champion, is it safe to say that they're focusing on the PvP if they're gonna use a finger of offensive, not Asura?
Yes, definitely. Because again, if you're gonna use Asura, you're gonna use up all of your SPs, right? You're gonna use up your SP, so you have a downtime using those Asuras or Guillotine Fist. But if you're gonna use those finger offensive, there is no really downtime because you can actually cast it multiple times versus on a Asura that you will have around, I believe that's
look
5
at the High
seconds
Wizard,
downtime.
partner. They're zoning with the
Yes.
Meteor Storm and Lightning Bolts. Wow. Is this the
Yes.
spawn area, right?
Yeah, this is the respawn area. The dominance.
True.
As a
Show
demonstration.
dominance.
Yeah, oh my god, this is really good. Quick damage there coming from Alt F4. Wipeout answer is back, but again, the backup coming from Alt F4 is doing it. The charge attack coming from the Paladins is just really brutal on this one.
And the biochemists too. I mean, the combination of the guild composition, biochemists, assassins, you mentioned the champions, not just the paladins. They're doing their job and they're doing it really good, especially the secondary field. Look at that. They're almost 400 plus points before they secured the third buff. And 16-25 there are a lot of bodies here, and it's just an onslaught coming from Alt F4. It's just a complete aggression coming from them.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think right now, Wipeout is just enjoying this, trying to force the fights. Couple of members on the side of Wipeout is trying to clash in Alt F4, creating the space, and some of the side of Wipeout is just trying to cap it again. Alt F4's reaction time is really on point. Those movements coming from the Paladins are really good, especially with the buff of a tier 3 secondary. It will give you additional movement speed plus the wind walk as well coming from the sniper, so that's gonna be a really OP movement. As you can see, Alt F4 is just moving from one point to another for seconds because of those buffs.
Imagine a paladin with those kind of buffs and hitting you one after another. It is just really
you
hard
cannot run away.
to answer that back. Wow.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
20 seconds before the mobs respawn. Let's see who's gonna take that.
Yes. So a few players here on the side of Alt F4 is spawn camping. And okay.
Oh, this is Assassin.
Yes, this is an assassin.
Look at how fast he moves.
Thermal Wing has been dropped here on the minion side, securing a good amount of points there out of the side of Wipeout. Wipeout right now is just moving and trying to regroup at the middle, but they need to move fast there because again, a backup there coming from Alt F4 is swarming now. Few players are down on the middle, but again, Wipeout cannot answer back because of this DP difference on the side of Alt F4. Wow.
And it's a huge DP difference. And we witnessed
Yes.
a while ago, Bubblebutt wanted to try to get some
Welcome back again to the Southeast Asia Odin Cup online tournament round of 16. Back with me again, Abigail as your host, and still with Zero, your god analyst.
Great to be back. We've witnessed 2 great rounds in the round of 16, and now we're off to the last two games of the day. We've got Legends going up against Noxus, and followed by that we have VidCon going up against Rockpool.
Yeah, it is going to be more interesting again to see which guild will proceed to the top 8.
We have 2 so far out of 8.
Yeah, 2, which is Sekoteng and also Alt F4. And we're willing to see which one from Legends and Noxus and also from Rockpool and VidCon. But before that, I would love to say thank you to our sponsor here, which is Razer Gold. This is a very convenient way to top up, so you can try to find various discounts, promotions, offers. I mean, from their website. So just visit gold.razer.com.
Yeah, definitely. Not to mention Huawei, our proud sponsor as well. They've been great. I mean, they've provided so much for us, for all the MVPs, for all the participants as well. So make sure you guys do support them, as we will not have an Odin Cup without them.
Exactly. And for those who don't know, Huawei App Gallery is a top 3 global app marketplace with support, and they also support Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. You can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery. Also, they also provides various benefits and offers throughout the year. So make sure you download the game on Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards. By the way, we also have rewards for viewer in here. So this is your prize.
Yeah, we have been giving away a lot of different codes so far, and this is what you guys will be getting. We've already given away the gift code number 1, and then we'll be having the number 2 being given away in a bit as well. So that is in around 2 hours. So make sure you stay around for that.
Yeah, still around, still spread the news to your friends, to your guild mates, to your parents, to your ex, to your every single person you meet in life to join us in this live stream, because we'll not only give you the giveaway code, but also there's an advanced reward for you guys if you guys help us to reach our milestone, which is 10,000 view, 2,000 and 30,000. The more the view we get, the more reward you will receive.
Yeah, speaking of the 10,000 viewers, I think we've reached that milestone, and we're gonna be able to give away that that code very, very soon, guys.
Thank you. We love
Thank you so much for supporting the stream and supporting us and the players.
Yeah.
And make sure you stick around, because we'll be sharing out that code very, very soon.
Exactly. So make sure you watch every single second in this live streaming, and make sure you will type it as soon as possible, because the moment the code will show is the moment of truth.
There we go.
This is the moment of truth. 10K viewers code ROOSEAOC 16.
Yeah, ROOSEAOC, which stands for Odin Cup.
Yeah, Odin Cup.
For top 16. So there you have it. Redeem it right now. I can't redeem it right now because I'm casting. So are you. So make sure you redeem it for us.
This is my phone. I have my phone
Okay.
here. I think you should try this. I'm like talking while you're typing the Odin Cup code. That will be interesting. By the way, we will jump over to the discussion between this upcoming match, which is Legends and Noxus. I think you already give us a brief your perspective. I mean, like the Legends supposed to be outplayed the Noxus, but we will see. I mean, I'm like this is the introduction from each guild. Let's check it out.
Yeah, Noxus definitely have their work cut out for them going up against Legends in the round of 16. Power difference is almost 7 million going towards the way of Legends, which is another very strong Thai-based guild. Woofmaru, a very popular, very famous old-time Ragnarok Online player, and he's leading Legends here. So far, they have been pretty much undefeated in the cross-server league, and now it's getting tougher. I mean, the opponents are getting tougher and tougher, but Legends are still Legends for a reason. They're going to show Noxus how to play the game.
Yeah, and also the trivia about Noxus, I believe alongside the top 16 guilds in here, Noxus is the only guild that has a female leader.
Oh yeah, you see it in the interview, right? Doflamingo X is the guild leader, and she's also Thai as well.
Yeah, and also we will jump over to the classes, and we will see the distribution in every single classes that will be matched against each other. From Noxus, they have 30 paladins as well as 41 sniper. That's a lot, man.
Yeah, but if you look at Legends, they have only 15 snipers, but they have 40 high priests. They have 40 high priests for some reason.
Oh, they want to try to become a bulldozer, right?
They just want to keep everyone alive, and 40 high priests is definitely one way to do it. They also have a lot of alchemists, 13 alchemists on their side, and only 1 Lord Knight and Master Smith.
And then the high wizard players is pretty decent, I believe.
22.
But the assassin will be a nuisance for Noxus, I believe.
Yeah, especially if you're running when you're running 41 snipers.
Yeah.
Some of them are definitely going to be out of position at some time, and this is where the assassins are able to capitalize, get those easy kills on the snipers, and that's when having this much snipers in your lineup is not a good thing.
Yeah, and Noxus lineup actually pretty squishy, making it easier for Legends Assassin to crush their backlines. Once Noxus didn't pay attention about that, it will be over for them. But let's take a look at their top 5 players. Here we go. From Noxus, we have Blacklink, Goliath, Majestic Axe, Zosui, and also Maki W.
Yeah, Zosui, one of the legends of the old game. He is a very seasoned commander, so he's definitely knowing how to play.
Yeah, from Legends, the top 5 player is a Moo Meow Woof. Wait, that's a cute name, no? It's Snow Fabi, and also
I
can't read that, but it's Thai words. Pink Snake, and also last one is Killer Queen. Oh my god, a paladin, and it's female, and the nickname is a Killer Queen. Wow, so such a bold name.
Yeah, big power differences you can see within the top 5 itself. Moo Meow Woof, one of the highest powered paladins entire game, and also the guild leader for the side of Legends. Here we check out the
management. From Noxus. It's Jisoo. Woo. Where's Rose? Another Pikachu, Doflamingo, Maki W, and also Winnie M. Oh, Winnie M, the Charisma Baby. Oh, this one is really cute.
That's their
high priest.
The five management. Right. Meanwhile, for Legends, we have Notorious, Snowfay P, Moo Meow Woof, Zentradi, and High Priest as well.
Can you pronounce it Moo Meow Woof?
Moo Meow Woof.
No. I mean like Moo.
That's one way. I want to see Nikki and MG do that.
Yeah. I would love to see one of them do that. I'm like, I can pronounce, I can imitate the sound of meowing pretty similar. Like,
okay, that's pretty close. I have cats. I know.
Yeah. I also have cats. Let's take a look over every single management player from each guild, which is Legends and also Noxus. And I would love to hear some support, or at least read some support from the viewers in our live stream. So just drop your support on the live chat.
Yeah, Snowfay P, Moo Meow Woof, and Tradi definitely have been doing a great job leading Legends so far, along with the rest of the officers here. As you can see, Leoness and the other 2 players.
The other 2 players. I know you spent a couple of seconds to think how to read that. I know. I mean, it's really nice to see a cute Charisma Baby again. That's the only thing that I love the most whenever I saw this asset. And this is the management team from Noxus Guild. Here we go.
Yep, definitely have their work cut out for them, facing up against Legends in the round of 16. It's not gonna be easy. They have to keep their members in check, ready, making sure they are disciplined. They make sure that everything is in order to try and at least make it a good fight.
Yeah, making it a good fight. That's what I always want whenever I see every single match in Odin Cup. I don't care if you know that you already have a big gap against your opponent, but still, I mean, like, try something. When you win, you learn. When you lose, you still learn something, man.
Yeah, definitely. There's no harm in trying.
Yeah.
You don't lose anything for trying. So why not, right? You might find yourselves learning new things, like you said, or the worst case that can happen is you learn something new. The best case is, what if you win?
Exactly, and also talking about the competition, it will be about experience as well. So why don't we just see what happened in the first game? It is the time for the cast to take away the first game. So please welcome Nikki and MG.
Thank you so much, Abigail and David, for introducing to us the third match of the evening. It's still me, Nikki, alongside with MG. Hello, MG.
Yes, hello guys, and hello Nikki. So right now we are on the match Noxus versus Legends. Let's go.
Yes, MG. Actually, they do have a really huge gap or deficit when it comes to DP. But hopefully we'll see a really good match. I'm really hoping with these two guilds. Looking back at the composition, Legends has 15 paladins and 13 biochemists. As for Noxus, they have 30 paladins, 41 snipers, and 3 biochemists. Only 3 biochemists for Noxus. I believe that Legends do have a really good balance when it comes to giving out full chemical protection to their paladins from the biochemists and also employing 40 priests. What are your thoughts?
Yes, definitely Legends has more sustain versus Nox. I mean, mentioning the DP as well. But I find it really interesting. Why are they going for a 40 priest lineup? Because majority of the guilds that we saw, we have like 40 paladins or 35, 40 paladins, 30 to 40 snipers as well. But Legends, 40 high priests. Are they going to use a battle priest for this one, like a Magnus type high priest? We don't know, but I'm really excited to check on how Mumiao.
You can do
there
it.
you go. Mumiao.
One more time.
Mumiao. Oh my god.
Mumiao.
Yes. Okay.
And it's just 30 seconds here before
we
see that kind of strategy from Legends. And I'm actually excited as well, MG, because I'm also myself a high priest when it comes to playing Guild League like this. So I want to know if they're gonna divide it with Battle Priest and full support priest. Let's find out later on. And let's see if the 41 snipers will do something for Noxus, especially those are really squishy, deep, long-range DPS. If their supports will be able to support their snipers. But let's begin.
Here we go, boys. First, second.
Ooh.
Okay, there you go, guys. Good push there coming from Legends. Legends managed to secure 3 tablets right now. Sun is secured now and Moon is secured. They're actually battling out here on the Star. And as you can see, guys, massive damage there. And the Paladins right now are charging in on the side of Legends to Nox S. And here you go. Few Paladins are still charging in on the respawn point. And few players coming from Nox S is still trying to run. I think they're still waiting for that cooldown from the tablet, guys. 8 kills already coming from 9 kills. I think this is from Snow from Legends, and he's actually doing a Soul Destroyer.
Oh, we're currently watching Snow. MG, look at that, 2,998. Just 2 people died from Legends. Imagine how tanky. And the priests, how many priests? 40 priests are doing it, sustaining everyone from their guild. 2 deaths from Legends, and you'll be shy that you die. Knowing that you have 40 priests, and look at the morale, 3,800, and definitely not looking good for Noxus.
Yes, and I really love how the High Priest is doing on this match. They have those Magnus on top of those players, managing those roots and securing those players on one spot while the rest of the Paladins are charging in and punishing. Soul Destroyers has been casted there on the side of the Assassin Cross of Legends right now is not overextending. I really like the discipline here on the side of Legends. If you're going to check, no one is overextending on the side of Legends. What a discipline.
Exactly. And talking about discipline, they're also disciplined when it comes to taking tablets. 3 minutes away before we see the mobs, and we're looking at how Legends is just chasing after Noxus in this particular tablet. Look at that. There's a lot of skills that we're seeing right now. And look at that, this tablet. I believe this one has already been captured, and it will take 30 seconds for it to be recaptured once again.
Yeah, that's true. And right now we have Woofmaru right now charging in with this sacrifice, killing players here. And this is what I like about Legends. They're very disciplined when it comes on the tablet. They are very objective-driven guild. They're not overextending. If the fight is inside the tablet, they're just gonna fight inside the tablet. And if they need some delay, they're gonna put those Sin X on the move on the respawn point. And right now, Noxus is on the run here, and majority of Legends are just staying at the middle here. They're just moving at the middle, making sure they have more people on other tablets as well.
Yes, and Legends was able to dictate the pacing of how the tables will be captured and how will Noxus move. And look at how Legends just fought this tablet and was able to kill all these bodies here. We see Tommy, Chopper, and the rest of Noxus just dying one after another. This is just so hard for Noxus, just taking all the damage and the punishment coming from Legends, and just noticing that they only have 15 paladins, but they do have a really good composition of all the jobs with their guild.
That's actually true. Right now, big clash here at the. This is the Sunside. Sunside right now is having a quick clash there. A few players from Noxus is trying to contest. The majority of Noxus is just stepping on the tablet and trying to run now. And here we go. Legends is on the pursuit, doing damage on the players of Noxus. And wow, those high priests are very tanky. To be fair, they're not. They are having a hard time on taking down the high priest of Legends. Oh, maybe it's time to reroll to a high priest.
Yeah, they have Numas, they have the safety wall, even they're scattered one after another. But look at here, let me hold that thought, because the moon tablet is about to be taken here back again to Legends. 1,600 against 2,900 and 9,640 morale. So the subfield is also doing their work, and not just the main field. And look at that, 35 kills for Meow Wolf.
Yes. And if you're going to check the high priest right now, those high priests are doing their job. They're putting massive safety walls left and right. Those heals are on point for those hard carries that they have on the guild. So we are expecting like low death count here on the side of Legends. And as you can see right now, Legends is moving now on the minion side, securing the south side of Moon here.
Yes, and talking about the tablets, ooh, that star will be still taken here by Legends. They're actually quite good when it comes to maneuvering and reoccupying certain tablets that are moving. So that's what they have, the map awareness. But let me hold that thought, because no P will be having its kill streak here, 50. Wow, they are so tanky, all thanks to, I mean, of course, they're built, but they were well prepared for this. But yeah, let's give it up for the high priest.
Yeah, true. I think the high priests are just doing it. They're just sticking with the hard carries right now, providing those heals, assumptions as well. And if you're going to check the map right now, you're seeing like Numas and the safety walls left and right.
Green, purple, everywhere.
Yep. The support that they have right now on Legends is really on point. It's they just trying to chase down the rest of Noxus here.
Yeah, and if you have a good support, it will give you confidence to like actually push and kill one after another, because you know to yourself that you are being sustained, you are being supported by a good support. So I think that's one of the key factors when it comes to the composition of Legends.
Yes. Like speaking of like composition, they have a very tanky lineup. On top of that very tanky lineup, they have a very tanky support as well. So just imagine if you're gonna focus fire the High Priest, you need to have, you need to check your decisions on that, because again, the High Priest of Legends are very tanky as well.
Yeah. How do you even burst that? Diba? How can you even burst that kind of tanky support?
Yes, exactly.
And also they have a lot of biochemists as well, not just priest. They also, I believe they also employed performers. They have, I mean, it's a well-balanced, not that well-balanced, but yeah, it's working for them. It's working for them. Even though they only have 15 paladins, it's working.
Exactly.
15 snipers. And
Yes.
12 minutes. MG 562 against 2009. They haven't even like damaged the HP of Legends here for like 100. Can you do the quick
Yes.
maths? 3,000 minus
yeah.
3,900.
I mean, it's gonna be really tough on the side of Noxus. Again, it's pretty obvious that the DP gap is really huge, but again, Noxus is trying to rotate as much as they can right now. But again, the chase there coming from Legends, having that tier 3 buff on the second battlefield really helps them.
Yeah, it shows. It shows MG. And it's just a matter of 2 minutes before the Owl Baron, but they are on a roll. Look at that, Snow and even Meow just looking for a target here. They are focused when it comes to the PvP aspect, because look at the tablets. Tablets are being left unturned, and they're now focusing on the PvP aspect of the game. Wow, 50 kills pick for Meow.
Yes. So as you can see, guys, 3 flip tablets on the Sun on the side of Legends, 1 Moon, and 2 Star flips here for Legends. On the side of Noxus, they managed to secure 1 Star flip here, but again, they still have time to do a 1 flip here, I think. But I think Legends doesn't want to have that, or give that opportunity anymore for Noxus to regroup. They just want to end this quickly.
Exactly. And the question is, will this be the new meta? Employing super tanky players for your guild and jobs?
Well, it's really tough to say that it's going to be a good meta. Again, there is a difference between these two guilds. So you cannot see the 100% like effectiveness of the 40 High Priest or this High Priest strategy on the main battlefield.
7 million, actually. But there you have it, partner, MG.
Yes, Legends managed to secure their first win for this match. Oof.
Yes, there you have it, viewers. And that is just game number 3. Game number 1 for match number 3 for the evening. We still have a lot of matches to be played, but this is best of 3. And we will be giving the microphone to Abigail and David. Kindly explain to us what happened.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Thank you, Nikki, and MG. Oh my god. Now talking about the first game that just ended, I think Legends dominating from the start, but I wonder what actually happened on the Noxus side, because it is not they do a slow start, but more like they was late to enter to every single tablet, and it was, a complete disaster for them.
Yeah, like they did try to retake. I had a look at their movements and strategies trying to retake the tablets, and they were actually pretty sound. Like their strategies, their targeting was correct, their positioning was fine. It's just that the power difference definitely shows here. They barely killed anybody from the side of Legends, and it's tough when your tempo is slower and then you're trying to retake, and when you're trying to push into a fortress that Legends have already set up. It's not going to work out well, no matter how organized you are, if your power is way too far behind.
Yeah, and then from my understanding, it feels like Noxus against Legends. It feels like in Noxus facing a degree kind of wall. I mean, like,
they tried.
They can't lay a damage. They can't lay a hand. I mean, like a single hand lay to Legends player. It would be suffer 10 players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they use their priests. We said that they have 41 high priests, which is a lot of high priests compared to what everyone else is running. And it definitely showed that how sustainable they are, how tanky they were. They lost 90 players. We've seen games where they have only lost 1 or 2 players. 90 is not that bad, So, being able to keep everyone alive is very important, especially when they're trying to stop them from taking over points.
Yeah, and so let's take a look on the first match. I mean like the first game statistic. Let's check it out on the Madden Battlefield.
Yeah, it's going to tell a very obvious story here. Only 6 kills, not even 10. 6 kills on that side. They did manage to get a tablet once, but that was also because Legends did not allow them to get the tablets, and just by rotations and just keeping members in the tablets at all times.
And also, it's really hard for Noxus to maximize their snipers. I don't think the snipers can get a good space to deal the damage, because from what I saw, it's just like the sniper was chasing away from here and there, and they were pushed to the corner. They can't do anything. They barely have a space to move even.
Yeah, and for the side of Legends, they also did a great job targeting them down. They had a lot of assassins. They have, I think, 4 or 5 assassins in the main battlefield. Mackie W was not very effective from the side of Noxus, while Legends, they were able to keep picking off these snipers, and that ended up with the game ending really, really quickly because people were just kept dying over and over again.
Yeah, they kept dying. They lack of buffs. They also lack of map control. Basically, from the start of the game, the map control has been taken by Legends, and Noxus came up with no idea. And also, I would love to see the statistic on the secondary battlefield. Well, we will see a big difference in here. Like the moral itself, the difference is more than 10,000. I mean, it's huge. I mean, it ain't no way you can beat a person with 18,000 moral. At least, I mean, like, if your opponent reach the tier 3 buff and you still have no buff, it will be a complete disaster.
Absolutely. Only 13 minions being taken here from Noxus. That was just a very one-sided affair on both battlefields. But Noxus, they didn't play bad. They had the right strategies, they had the right ideas. Just that the power difference is just too huge.
Yeah, and also they're too late.
Yeah.
From my understanding, they're too late. I mean, like the concept of the idea, their strategy is pretty good, and they try to do anything to make it well executed, but the timing is not right. So just take a look at the MVP of the game. Here we go. Mo.
MVP of game number 1 goes to Woofmaru, the guild leader of Legends.
Yeah.
Really great job. We've been talking about him for a couple of weeks already, ever since the top 32, right? He's one of the legends of Legend.
Legends of Legends.
Very, very good person to lead the guild. He's, from what I hear, very charismatic as well.
Oof.
So
He should be the charisma baby. Some of the charisma should be the charisma baby. but you can't have the two title at the same time, right? And here's the highest point member. It is not Woofmaru, but instead it's No P with 83 kills and 259 assists. The damage is lower than Woofmaru, but still he did a good job.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was just so many easy targets for him in the main battlefield.
Yes, exactly, especially the sniper.
Yeah, a lot of tasty snipers, and SnowPP definitely capitalized on that. He knows that there's a lot of targets that he can go for, be able to get up kills, and that's how they won for the most part. They managed to hold on points for the longest of time. They barely lost any points, and they were able to just win by kills.
Yeah, and also, the most interesting part is it is just not Legends capitalize every single spot in the area, but more like they're also hurting the snipers, hurting every single player from Noxus to every single corner.
Yeah.
So they barely
Easy to
have
pick
space.
off.
Yeah, easy to pick off.
Cut and run.
They were surrounded. Basically, they were surrounded.
Yeah, definitely. It's tough for Noxus to try and find something out of this, because it's not a strategy problem. It's just a power difference, as well as just the opponents being able. Your composition is just fully countered by the opponents.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough adjustment to try and find a way back to win this game.
Their best chance is to maximize the sniper.
Yeah.
But the sniper is chased down by the assassin. But I would love to know the deeper explanation from your inside, David. I mean, like, what's the timing when everything starts to fall apart from Noxus?
Yeah, let's take a look at a couple of the replays, and I can show you guys where it starts falling apart. It actually was at the start of the game. Now you can see here, it's only 1953. The game has started for 7 minutes, and here we have Noxus trying to fight Legends over trying to take a single tablet on the star side. Now, if you take a look at the positioning here, it's actually pretty well done here from Noxus. They have control over half the tablet, and they are positioned pretty well nicely. There's not a lot of harassment on towards the back line, so they were doing pretty well. One main thing is that they were just completely outran. Now you can see here, the center area of the tablet was being controlled by Legends, and they could punch a hole straight towards the back. And having the higher firepower means that they're able to wipe the back line really quickly. Now we have Noxus trying their best to keep as many members as possible inside the tablet. You see random players here, you see this priest casting Basilica on the corner, trying to get their numbers up inside the tablets, but they were just being forced out too much. The front lines were not able to sustain, and in a few more seconds, if you just continue playing here, they just backed off. They gave up this position and they ran. Now, when you know that you're going to be overpowered, why not just stand there, give them the points, that will allow you to rotate somewhere across the map. But they got out too early, and they basically wasted their entire time in this area, not being able to do anything else. And giving up a point this easily, even though the numbers were pretty even, that made the tempo of your team very slow, because you try to hold on a point, but then you give it up, even though you haven't got completely wiped out. So your next respawn is going to be really tough. Now, even though Legends did win this pretty handily, as well as being the stronger power, they are not mortal. There's a lot of tiny mistakes that they did in this game that other guilds may be able to exploit, and that's just not min-maxing the amount of points that they can get. Now, if you take a look here, their Moon Tablet is being overran right now from the side of Noxus. So Noxus are starting to capture it towards the halfway point now. Pay attention to this. Pay attention to the marker. Legends actually rotated a little bit too early. They missed out on 50 points that they could have gotten if they just waited for a couple more seconds. Now, here they entered probably 5 seconds too early. Their members were starting to trickle in from the left side already, even though that it hasn't been gotten through the halfway point, and that stopped them. See, now take a look right now. It's not even past the halfway point, and everyone else from the side of Legends are rotating in. That was way too early. They missed out on 50 points that they could have gotten in this game. Now, this game, it probably did not matter as much just because of how one-sided the power is, but in other games, these small timing mistakes could be very crucial and could be the difference maker between winning and losing, because if you do this, you actually lose out a lot of tempo when they're trying to rotate, because right now the middle tablet is still able to be captured, and against a stronger guild, that might be the make it or break it, a deal breaker between being able to rotate as freely as you want or being forced to over rotate to try and defend a point. So hopefully, Legends, despite them obviously playing against a much weaker opponent, they can fix this up, and hopefully that's not exploited against someone stronger.
And I finally understand that it is not about Noxus was a bit late to enter to the tablet, but more like the timing itself. I mean, so there must be a problem with their decision making. How they conclude something and give an output about the decision making and try to rotate to every single spot to maximize their potential. It is just something that needs to be worked on, right?
Yeah, I think they just need to stand their ground a little bit more.
Yeah, stand their ground a bit more. Because I can see after you explain it and break down it a little bit deeper, I can see they actually have a hold on the early game. But whenever I saw the tablets easily turning down, they turn out to Legends side, that's the moment when I believe there was something. There's a problem in the communication between these Noxus player.
Yeah, I think they gave up too quickly. They got demoralized too easily when they saw the members were dying. One of the best ways, especially early on, when you can afford losing the points, the fastest way to rotate across the map is actually just to die. Right? You give up your life. You know that you saw 20 players on one side of the map, so you just let them kill you, or just be in a position where you get to rotate faster than them. So even though you lose one tablet and you lose a couple of points, early on the points doesn't matter as much, because as long as you are able to rotate somewhere else with less defense and with more members, you will be able to at least keep up in the terms of tempo. When you gather like that in one area and then you give it up, then you're not going to be able to abuse the fact that they have so many members there and you just lost the entire point without even trying.
And this demoralized moment from Noxus also make their heads a little bit cloudy, and that's also the moment they can't see any clear ideas how to abuse the opponent's mistake, right? Like as you said before, Legends did not secure this game flawlessly. Almost if I can say, like they won one-sided from Noxus, but it's just because they won against the big gap.
Yeah. It
But
wasn't clean.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It wasn't a clean game at least. And if on the second game, Legends can do better, at least to reduce their small mistakes. And I believe sometimes a minor mistake can be a major mistake. If they can solve this, they will be a very scary team.
Definitely. I mean, Legends still is very strong.
Yeah.
They are maybe it was just a warm up. Everyone's not really taking this match seriously because their opponents are Noxus. They're not as strong as other opponents can be. So maybe they are taking it a bit lax, but they have to make sure that this doesn't become a habit, right? You want to practice good habits across your guild, across your members, so everybody knows what to do, when to do it, and keep the discipline up. So maybe this game it doesn't matter, but hopefully it doesn't affect them in the future.
Yeah, because the higher the stage, the tougher the match will be, and it's really important to pay attention to every single detail, and especially the habit. And it's really nice that you bring up this idea about habit, because whenever a team receives lots of easy win, like the 2-0 win, like strike, and they start to know their worth. That's the moment when the ego takes over your mind.
Yeah, and that's when bad habits start to bring up. So, so which gives more props to guilds like OutF4. Being able to keep that in check, make sure everybody plays tight. A tight ship is a very important to be able to try and win this whole thing. And it might be a difference maker. It could be or could not make a difference, especially when we go up to round of 8 or the top 4. That's going to be very important that everybody plays as a team.
And discipline.
Yeah, exactly.
Discipline, organized, well communicated each other. And for Noxus side, I believe they also can improve a lot on the second game. I mean, their problem is just their cloudy minds. I mean, and also their demoralized moment. And I believe if there was one person who can cheer up anyone inside the guild, I mean, like you give a moral support, their performance will be better. I mean, they have a good start at least. That's the moment that I realized after I saw the replay per second. But the timing was too bad for them. I mean, like they still have a grip, but they just gave up the grip to their opponent.
So yeah, it's going to be still a tough mountain to climb here for the side of Noxus, trying to come back from this game after a game 1 loss. Very decisive as well. They barely killed any members from the side of Legends. So it's going to be a very tough speech that you have to give as a guild leader to try and get everyone's morale back up. But it's still not over yet. It's a best of 3. Noxus still stand a chance at least to make it to a very interesting game number 2, or hopefully force it to a game number 3 is what they're hoping for.
Or at least we can see an improvement. Everyone's improvement on the second game, whether it's on the Legend side or maybe the Noxus side. But I would love to see more improvement on Noxus side, at least to make them looks better.
Yeah, I mean small steps,
right? Small steps.
You get these small learnings, small experiences, and then you use that for the future, for the next Odin Cup or Soul Cup, whatever guild versus guild events that we all have coming up. Definitely not the end of the road for them yet. There's a lot of lessons that can be learned, even though you're going to lose against someone like Legends. You can use this opportunity to try something new, or get everyone to be able to experience losing. So there's a saying that once you experience losing once, you'd never like that feeling. So you'll try and your best to not lose ever again.
And this is the moment when both teams can try to improve. And we will pass it over to our casters, Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Abigail and David, for that insightful and explanation of our previous match. But yes, we're back. My name is Nikki together with MG. Hello, MG.
Yes. Hello, Nikki. And yes, guys, hello to everyone who's watching. We are now in the second match of Noxus versus Legends. Let's go.
Let's go. And after all that has been said and done, we're done with our previous match. That's just game number 1 for our third match of the evening. This is a best of 3. We're not putting pressure towards Noxus, but they really need to step up their game. They need to tie it up, even though it's really, really hard. Definitely hard, especially when it comes to, look at that. We're showing you guys the DP and the difference with their divine power, MG.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be really hard on the side of Noxus. But again, like what our host mentioned earlier, they just need to have a quick talk maybe and enjoy the game. Basically, all you need to do is just enjoy the game, just play it as you know it, and everything will follow, basically. So as you can see right now, Legends is actually moving up here. Or Noxus is actually regrouping on the right side. They don't want to move yet. This is actually good. We are actually seeing mind games right now. Are they gonna move on the star side or are they gonna move on the sun side? This is really good.
They're actually positioning themselves here in this area, but they can actually also try to go elsewhere. But yeah, now's not the time for guild members or players to blame one another. Now's the perfect time to show their hunger, especially Noxus, when it comes to winning and staying longer in our tournament. Because the one who wins this match will, of course, for Legends, they will be advancing. And as for Noxus, if ever they win this one, they'll be able to tie the series. So it all boils down to who's much more hungry when it comes to winning and how they gonna execute their strategy.
Yes, definitely. And I really agree as well on Zero earlier. They need to focus on one tablet for the meantime. They need to commit like 100%. Yes, if they die, then they regroup in one spot. That's actually a good call there. So I think Noxus, they need to move in one side. They need to decide which tablet are they gonna go. And right now, as you can see, 20 more seconds on our timer. Few Legends are moving now from multiple objective points now, or objective tablets here, while on the side of Noxus, I think some of their players are scouting right now. This is actually good. A more info that you have, the better that you can react. So as you can see, 3 squads are currently deployed on Sun, Moon, and Star. And here we go, guys. Good push there coming from Legend, securing 3 tablets, 50% on our flip here. And 3 tablets has been successfully flipped on the side of Legend. While on the side of Noxus, they're just staying on the south side. Maybe they just want to have this big fight. So as you can see, guys, no Thermal Wing has been casted here on the side of Legends. Yes, there is a Thermal Wing. Then Mumia Wolf secured 5 kills on that one, and Legends swarm in, taking everyone out on the side of Noxus. So I think this is going to be a quick regroup, but again, there is still a timer for the tablet. So 3 tablets on the side of Noxus. A very aggressive flip there, but they failed to flip the middle part, which is the moon. But no worries about that. They have on the 50% flip here on the side of Sun.
Oh no.
But again, Legends answers back, you cannot take anything from us. We're gonna defend this. But again, a very, very good attempt there coming from Noxus. I'm not expecting that.
Yes, well, they tried, they failed, but it's a room for improvement and they can always try again. 2,500 against 2,900, and the first tier buff for the sub-unit will be given to Legends. They're having a hard time for Noxus here to answer back to all the aggression. They do have a really huge difference when it comes to divine power, and that's what we want to see, how they're gonna maneuver themselves or answer back to the punishment. And we're looking at how the assassins here, or even the high wizards from Legends, are actually just throwing all the skills against Noxus, and even wiping that stack over there.
That's actually true. That was a really a unique way on how to cap. You force everyone to go to south side, you make them run, and if you die, you move to each respawn point separately and try to recap 3 tablets. That's a very good strategy there coming from Noxus. I was not expecting that. The idea is very good. And as you can see right now, Legends is just roaming around, securing multiple tablets here. While on the side of Noxus, I think they're just trying to scatter as well. If there's any vacant tablet that they can actually push, they're still checking this one. But again, Legends doesn't allow that strategy to commence, because I think they're just spawn camping right now.
Yeah, Legends is very well aware when it comes to the tablets. If it's being taken away from them, they would immediately respond and answer back to that, and they will reoccupy the tablets. 17 minutes here. We're almost to the second tier buff for the sub-guild here for Legends. We're seeing how aggressive Snow he is, our assassin. I believe he's also the MVP. Was he the MVP a while ago? But yeah, he's killing one after another. This is not looking good. And it's just so hard. Look at that, 2,997, meaning no one is dying. Just the 3 people or players coming from Legends who died.
Yes, it's actually true. As you can see, multiple flex players coming from Legends right now are chasing everyone, including the Paladins right now. They're actually trying to fight outside the periphery of the tablets, and majority of Legends as well is just spawn camping here. They don't want Noxus to move to other tablets or go near to the tablets.
They're just directly aiming for the PvP, for the kills. So 1 kill equals to 1 point, and that's what they're doing. They don't want to show their strategy. Especially, that's a really good tactic coming from Legends. They don't want to show their strategy. That's why they're just employing brute force.
That's actually true. I mean, it's a very crucial part where if you can show a glimpse of the strategy that you're planning to do on the top 8, because again, you have the live stream to to study it as well. So Mumia Wolf managed to secure a 50 kill right now, and as you can see, majority of Legends are just scattered around the map, securing left and right kills on the side of Noxus.
Yes, and they're not letting Noxus to capture even the mobs here. Whatever objective is, they're trying to deny Noxus from that. They're trying so hard. Here are the mobs for our 15-minute mark, but Mumio Wolf is already at 60 kills. I think they're capitalizing on the kills. Definitely capitalizing on the kills, because they do have a really huge lead when it comes to divine power, and they're doing it and they're capitalizing on that.
Yes, definitely. I think they're just focusing on kills right now, and as you can see, multiple players on the side of Legends is just standing still and punishing those players just respawning right now. And for Noxus, apparently they haven't capped any tablets yet. And on the side of Legends, it's still 2-1-1 for their tablets.
Yes, and just when you thought that Noxus will be able to capture a tablet, it's a quick response coming from Legends to retake it once more. And we're looking at some stock of Noxus, but still, they're having a hard time to fend off Legends and to defend themselves, because Legends has a really good balance when it comes to defense and offense. And yeah, it's working right now. 895 against 2,967. And it's just 3 minutes before the All Baron spawn.
Yep. And speaking of the composition, the uptime of the sustain as well, coming from the High Priest to the Paladins, and of course to the High Wizard as well. Multiple safety walls has been placed as well. This is a really well-planned strategy coming from Legends. I mean, definitely the plan here is just snowball to every respawn point and stop Noxus on capping a tablet for this round.
And they are successful to do that. And
Yes.
if you're the other teams who's currently watching right now, you won't really pick up any strategy, and that's a really good way of hiding your strategy going towards the top 8. So this is very genius for Legends to actually just do brute force.
Yes. I think one thing that they can actually do here on the side of Noxus, if they really want to cap one tablet, the moment that they got wiped out, they can actually respawn into one area wherein they should have like a communication what tablet has the lesser players on this. So the moment they find out that Star has a lesser players, they can actually respond there, like 40 players respond there, then they can actually zerg in to that tablet right away, because Legends is actually distributed to 3 tablet points. So from tablet A to tablet C, it will take them few seconds to run back and do a backup for example on Sun, or maybe on Star as well.
Yes, to at least try to capture even one. Look at that, Sun is moving but is actually being prevented by Legends. Legends is really on point when it comes to the capturing, but I believe this is going to be the first capture finally for Noxus.
Let's go!
Because that's gonna be Legends flip again. Another 50 points will be bagged here by Legends. And I like the idea that you proposed a while ago, like going all out, but that really needs to have a really good communication when you roll it out.
Definitely. That's one of the things that they need to do on this one. They need to reset. They need to regroup in one area, and from there they can actually snowball. Again, they have like 40 players. They can manage. I think they can still manage to take down like 10 players or 15 players on one tablet. So I think if Noxus is really planning to take one, they can actually do that. But again, we only have like 111 points on the side of Noxus, and few more tablets to be flipped. And right now, there's gonna be a -50 again on the side of Noxus, giving out the middle tablet, which is the Moon, and that's gonna be -50. There you go.
Yes, we're just down to and that is the end of the road for Noxus, but good game well played still. And for now, it will be Legends who will be bringing the 0-2 victory for the third match of the evening, MG.
Yes, GG well played still on the side of Noxus, and Legends advance for our top 8, Nikki.
All right, so
congratulations to Legends who already advanced to the top 8, and good game well played for Noxus. Well, for me, from my understanding, it's practically the same like what actually happened on the first game. I don't see any difference, but more like the difference that I saw here from Noxus side is just like they couldn't get a hold, every single hold. They can't get the grip. I mean, like they can't reset nor regroup, and it's practically they really crumbling apart. And I saw that a lot of players from Noxus is standing alone, like they play individualists.
Yeah, I mean it's hard. They had a plan when they started the game. You could see that. I think MG pointed that out as well. They tried to capture all 3 tablets at once. And later on, when we're doing the analysis session, I can actually show where that happened and how it might have worked if they had the right composition. But unfortunately, you have to work with what you have, and Noxus they just gave up after that plan didn't work.
Yeah, and let's check the man battlefield statistic. Let's go. Yep. So I don't think there much any difference between what Noxus do on the first game or maybe the second game, but I must realistically say Like their performance on the second game is worse than the first game.
Yeah, they definitely gave up a lot earlier than they did in the second game.
Yeah.
They started the game number 2 with a plan, and the moment the plan crumbled, they just gave up. They just started, not playing as a group, as a guild, and just started respawning. Some players were just AFK for the most part, and definitely a very demoralizing loss for them. As you can see here, 5 kills only from the main battlefield, and only 3 minions that accounted to 35 points. That was the only points that Noxus got in this game number 2.
Yeah, and it made the job for Legends even easier to finish. Like I don't see any fight back from the Noxus, as well as like they tried to use a different approach. Yeah, they did do a different approach on the early of the game, but that's it. Once it crumbled, once it fall apart, they just gave it up. And let's take a look at the secondary battlefield statistic. Let's go. Now here we go. I don't think there's any big difference between the first or the second game statistic. Either it's on the main battlefield, on the second battlefield. But I would love to talk about how demoralizing can ruin every single thing. I mean, like it still can be a good game to watch, or maybe to enjoy. It still can be an entertaining game for us to watch, right? If Noxus can do something more, instead of just laying their hands and then laying their palm to the enemy instead, like, oh yeah, just capture me already. I believe there's still a lot of things that they can do, like maybe trying to give Legends a tough position, like trying to retake at least one spot, one tablet, and trying to make them move back and forth. I mean, like that's the simplest way to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't gain respect from your opponents by giving up, right? You gain respect from fighting back regardless of how tough your adversary is. And unfortunately, Noxus just decided that it's too late. They're too strong. Can't fight back, and they decided to just give up in this game number 2.
Yeah, I deeply understand to command hundreds player or maybe more than 50 players. It is not an easy job, but still, I mean, like, instead of giving up, there's a lot of things, bro. That your skill can achieve. I mean, like, if you can't achieve the win, you still can achieve the improvement.
Definitely.
Yeah. Or at least how to manage people during the game, during the competition, during a tough position.
Yeah, just experience for the future. Let's take a look at the MVP for game number 2. From the side of Legends, it's gonna be once again Mumia Wolf as the guild leader with 51 million damage.
Definitely charismatic. A simple command from Mumia Wolf.
Attack.
Yeah, attack.
Kill.
Attack. Kill. And stay. well, I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed. Trying to imagine myself as a Mumia Wolf. I mean, like, they play aggressively. the main battlefield is all for Legends. Every single tree, even the branches, the dark branches is all for Legends only.
It definitely felt like that in both these games. So 96 kills, 196 assists, and 51 million damage dealt here. Great job from him. Gets himself a Huawei FreeBuds SE. Provided by Huawei, so congratulations. Both are his, so he only gets one. He didn't share.
No.
First game was
the
Mumia
first
Wolf
highest.
as well.
Yeah, the MVP. I was talking about the highest score. I mean, like the first game, the highest score player is not Mumia Wolf.
Yeah, but the MVP.
But the MVP is him. Yeah. And let's take a look at the battlefield report, where we can see the distribution of the score from Legends player is pretty even. But on the other hand, you can say, I mean, like, Noxus even don't reach 100 score. Well, like, it's pretty sad, to be honest. But if you take a look about how they play on the second game, well, it's pretty obvious why.
Yeah, they definitely felt like they didn't stand a chance after that.
And also, I would love to know about the second game. Can you tell me where the exact point and everything starts falling apart from Nox's side?
Definitely.
Or maybe can you spot another mistake from Legends?
Yeah, let's show you right now. I'm going to show you guys a very interesting plan and a very interesting strategy here that can only be the brainchild of Zozui, right? One of the commanders from the side of Noxus. Now you can see here. Let's go. Let me scroll it back a little bit to showcase how it actually worked out. Now at this point, the Noxus actually baited everyone from the side of Legends to rotate down to the south side of the map. That was something that what MG pointed out, that they baited. Look at how they're baiting. Noxus is baiting everybody from the side of Legends. If you look at the minimap right now, all you see is all the red dots are converging towards the south side of the map, which is planned. This was pre-planned from the side of Noxus. Now you got a heavy commitment here from the side of Legends. Now what happens after they get wiped out, which they eventually do get wiped out here from the side of Noxus, is that everyone respawns at different points in the map to capture 3 different tablets. MG pointed that out very early. It's like this was a pre-planned strategy. Bait them south side, and look at this right now. All 3 tablets were being captured at the same time. Now this could have worked out. This could have worked out better from the side of Noxus if they had a better composition. They had a lot of snipers which do not do really well to slow down your opponents. You need high wizards. You need a lot of high wizards and a lot of tanky units, a lot of tanky players inside these tablets while they're stalling out, right? So what happens if you have a lot of tanky players is that they're going to take a longer time to try and recapture these tablets, and instead, because of their players and their composition not being very tanky, not being able to stall out the recapture very quickly, that they lost both points that they tried to capture. They lost the Moon Tablet and the Star Tablet very early. Within 20 seconds they lost it, and while they were trying to capture the last Sun Tablet, the rotations already came in. They were not able to capture it in time before the rotations came in, and that was it. Like, this was their one plan, their one strategy. They came in to this game number 2 with this plan, and the moment it didn't work out, the moment this was recaptured, you can see Noxus just basically giving up. They saw the tablet was being recaptured here from the side of Legends, and at this point everyone just gave up from the side of Noxus. This was a very interesting plan that could have worked if the composition from Noxus was just built for this plan. This was a last-minute effort. This was the last-ditch effort, not last-minute effort, but the Hail Mary that you know, Noxus tried to pull out of their strategy book. And if their opponents were weaker, or if their lineup was slightly better, it could have worked.
Well, it looks like Noxus actually only had $1 on their pocket, and they just throw it the
Straight
$1 and they left with nothing. And they didn't have any spare anymore. That's why they can't come up with another idea. From my understanding, actually, Legends almost debated.
Yeah,
but the idea of the concept about what Noxus actually want to do, it's pretty amazing. I mean, like, the Legends actually almost debated, right? But the thing is, Noxus failed to understand how to use the right strategy to their composition. Right?
Yeah.
That's the conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, that was, at this point in time, when you're this deep into the tournament, you can't force the compositions to work anymore because rosters are locked.
Yeah.
You have to play what you have, and that was a very interesting strategy that I'm pretty sure we might be seeing in the future of the Odin Cup, where, you know, people learn from these replays. Even though they lost, this is what I was talking about. Even though you lose, you can try out these different strategies, and, you know, you might find one that works or works at different situations, different scenarios where you want to implement these strategies. And we could see that Legends were actually baited into it. Like you said, they were baited to congress at the bottom side of the map, and it was just, if they were just slightly less that far apart in terms of power, or if their composition was slightly more built to delay, then this would have completely worked out.
Yeah, because you can see how easy to debate it. Legends, I mean, like, whoa, there's a bunch of people, let's go!
Exactly.
I mean, like a bull out from the cage, right? Yeah. I just really sad to see, you know, things didn't work out on Nox's side, but still, I still can see the potential after your explanation. I love the way they generate the new ideas about the strategies, but sadly, it doesn't work out. That they fail to see the right composition to use that kind of strategy. But still, in the future, might be another opportunity for Noxus. We will be very happy to see your improvement.
Definitely. Still great road to the round of 16. And that's as far as they go. Legends are going to move on to the top 8.
This is the moment when we need to see the highlight in case you miss it. Let's check it out. And that's the highlight of the third match of today. And all of these 3 good matches is provided by our sponsor, which Odin Cup 2023 is co-organized by ROO and Huawei App Gallery. If you don't know, Huawei App Gallery is a very amazing app that sponsored this event. And also, we still have one more match left. And make sure you guys still stay tuned with us because we are going to take a break. And make sure you're still with us after this break.
In on the respawn point, and few players coming from Nox S is still trying to run. I think that they're still waiting for that cooldown from the tablet, guys. 8 kills already coming from 9 kills. I think this is from Snow from Legends, and he's actually doing a Soul Destroyer.
So we're currently watching Snow. MG, look at that, 2,998. Just 2 people died from Legends. Imagine how tanky. And the priests, how many priests? 40 priests are doing it, sustaining everyone from their guild. 2 deaths from Legend, and you'll be shy that you die. Knowing that you have 40 priests, and look at the morale, 3,800. And definitely not looking good for Noxus.
Yes, and I really love how the High Priest is doing on this match. They have those Magnus on top of those players, managing those roots and securing those players on one spot while the rest of the paladins are charging in and punishing. Soul Destroyers has been casted there on the side of the Assassin Cross of Legends. Legends right now is not overextending. I really like the discipline here on the side of Legends. If you're going to check, no one is overextending on the side of Legends. What a discipline.
Exactly. And talking about discipline, they're also disciplined when it comes to taking tablets. 3 minutes away before we see the mobs, and we're looking at how Legends is just chasing after Noxus in this particular tablet. Look at that. There's a lot of skills that we're seeing right now. And look at that, this tablet. I believe this one has already been captured, and it will take 30 seconds for it to be recaptured once again.
Yes, that's true. And right now we have Boomiao Wolf right now charging in with this sacrifice, killing players here. And this is what I like about Legends. They're very disciplined when it comes on the tablet. They are very objective-driven guild. They're not overextending. If the fight is inside the tablet, they're just gonna fight inside the tablet. And if they need some delay, they're gonna put those Sin X on the move on the respawn point. And right now, Noxus is on the run here, and majority of Legends are just staying at the middle here. They're just moving at the middle, making sure they have more people on other tablets as well.
Yes, and Legends was able to dictate the pacing of how the tables will be captured and how will Noxus move. And look at how Legends just caught this tablet and was able to kill all these bodies here. We see Tommy, Chopper, and the rest of Noxus just dying one after another. This is just so hard for Noxus, just taking all the damage and the punishment coming from Legends, and just noticing that they only have 15 paladins, but they do have a really good composition of all the jobs with their guild.
That's actually true. Right now, big clash here at the. This is the Sunside. Sunside right now is having a quick clash there. Few players from Noxus is trying to contest. The majority of Noxus is just stepping on the tablet and trying to run now. And here we go. Legends is on the pursuit, doing damage on the players of Noxus. And wow, those high priests are very tanky. To be fair, they're not. They are having a hard time on taking down the high priest of Legends. Oh, maybe it's time to reroll to a high priest.
Yeah, they have Numas, they have the safety wall, even they are scattered one after another. But look at here, let me hold that thought, because the moon tablet is about to be taken here back again to Legends. 1,600 against 2,900 and 9,640 morale. So the subfield is also doing their work, and not just the main field. And look at that, 35 kills for Wolf.
Yes, and if you're going to check the high priest right now, those high priests are doing their job. They're putting massive safety walls left and right. Those heals are on point for those hard carries that they have on the guild. So we are expecting like low death count here on the side of Legends. And as you can see right now, Legends is moving now on the minion side, securing the south side of Moon here.
Yes, and talking about the tablets, ooh, that star will be still taken here by Legends. They're actually quite good when it comes to maneuvering and reoccupying certain tablets that are moving. So that's what they have, the map awareness. But let me hold that thought, because No P will be having its kill streak here, 50. Wow, they are so tanky, all thanks to, I mean, of course, they're built, but they were well prepared for this. But yeah, let's give it up for the high priest.
Yeah, true. I think the high priests are just doing it. They're just sticking with the hard carries right now, providing those heals, assumptions as well. And if you're going to check the map right now, you're seeing like Numas and the safety walls left and right.
Green, purple, everywhere.
Yep. The support that they have right now on Legends is really on point. It's they just trying to chase down the rest of Noxus here.
Yeah, and if you have a good support, it will give you confidence to like actually push and kill one after another, because you know to yourself that you are being sustained, you are being supported by a good support. So I think that's one of the key factors when it comes to the composition of Legends.
Yes. Like speaking of like composition, they have a very tanky lineup. On top of that very tanky lineup, they have a very tanky support as well. So just imagine if you're gonna focus fire the high priest, you need to have, you need to check your decisions on that, because again, the high priest of Legends are very tanky as well.
Yeah. How do you even burst that? How can you even burst that kind of tanky support?
Yes, exactly.
And also they have a lot of biochemists as well, not just priests. They also, I believe they also employed performers. They have, I mean, it's a well-balanced, not that well-balanced, but yeah, it's working for them. It's working for them. Even though they only have 15 paladins, it's working. Exactly. 15 snipers. And 12 minutes MG 562 against 2009. They haven't even like damaged the HP of Legends here for like 100. Can you do the quick maths? 3,000 minus 2,900.
I mean, it's gonna be really tough on the side of Noxus. Again, it's pretty obvious that the DP gap is really huge, but again, Noxus is trying to rotate as much as they can right now. But again, the chase there coming from Legends, having that tier 3 buff on the second battlefield really helps them.
Yeah, it shows. It shows MG. And it's just a matter of 2 minutes before the Owl Baron, but they are on a roll. Look at that, Snow and even Meow just looking for a target here. They are focused when it comes to the PvP aspect, because look at the tablets. Tablets are being left unturned, and they're now focusing on the PvP aspect of the game. Wow, 50 kills pick for Meow.
Yes. So as you can see, guys, 3 flip tablets on the Sun on the side of Legends, 1 Moon and 2 Star flips here for Legends. On the side of Noxus, they managed to secure 1 Star flip here, but again, they still have time to do a 1 flip here, I think. But I think Legends doesn't want to have that, you know, or give that opportunity anymore for Noxus to regroup. They just want to end this quickly.
Exactly. And the question is, will this be the new meta? Employing super tanky players for your guild and jobs?
Well, it's really tough to say that this is going to be a really good meta. Again, there is a DP difference between these 2 guilds. So you cannot see the 100% like effectiveness of the 40 High Priest or this charging in on the respawn point, and few players coming from Noxus is still trying to run. I think that they're still waiting for that cooldown from the tablet, guys. 8 kills already coming from 9 kills. I think this is from Snow from Legends, and he's actually doing a Soul Destroyer.
So we're currently watching Snow. MG, look at that, 2,998. Just 2 people died from Legends. Imagine how tanky. And the priests, how many priests? 40 priests are doing it, sustaining everyone from their guild. 2 deaths from Legend, and you'll be shy that you die. Knowing that you have 40 priests, and look at the morale, 3,800. And definitely not looking good for Noxus.
Yes, and I really love how the High Priest is doing on this match. They have those Magnus on top of those players, managing those roots and securing those players on one spot while the rest of the paladins are charging in and punishing. Soul Destroyers has been casted there on the side of the Assassin Cross of Legends. Legends right now is not overextending. I really like the discipline here on the side of Legends. If you're going to check, no one is overextending on the side of Legends. What a discipline.
Exactly. And talking about discipline, they're also disciplined when it comes to taking tablets. 3 minutes away before we see the mobs, and we're looking at how Legends is just chasing after Noxus in this particular tablet. Look at that. There's a lot of skills that we're seeing right now, and look at that, this tablet. I believe this one has already been captured, and it will take 30 seconds for it to be recaptured once again.
Yeah, that's true. And right now we have Meow Wolf right now charging in with this sacrifice, killing players here. And this is what I like about Legends. They're very disciplined when it comes on the tablet. They are very objective-driven guild. They're not overextending. If the fight is inside the tablet, they're just gonna fight inside the tablet. And if they need some delay, they're gonna put those Sin X on the move on the respawn point. And right now, Noxus is on the run here, and majority of Legends are just staying at the middle here. They're just moving at the middle, making sure they have more people on other tablets as well.
Yes, and Legends was able to dictate the pacing of how the tables will be captured and how will Noxus move. And look at how Legends just fought this tablet and was able to kill all these bodies here. We see Tommy, Chopper, and the rest of Noxus just dying one after another. This is just so hard for Noxus, just taking all the damage and the punishment coming from Legends, and just noticing that they only have 15 paladins, but they do have a really good composition of all the jobs. with their guild.
That's actually true. Right now, big clash here at the. This is the Sunside. Sunside right now is having a quick clash there. Few players from Noxus is trying to contest. The majority of Noxus is just stepping on the tablet and trying to run now. And here we go. Legends is on the pursuit, doing damage on the players of Noxus. And wow, those high priests are very tanky. To be fair, they're not. They are having a hard time on taking down the high priest of Legends. Oh, maybe it's time to reroll to a high priest.
Yeah, they have Numas, they have the safety wall. Even they are scattered one after another. But look at here. Let me hold that thought because the moon tablet is about to be taken here back again to Legends. 1,600 against 2,900. And 9,640 morale. So the subfield is also doing their work, and not just the main field. And look at that, 35 kills for Meow Wolf.
Yes, and if you're going to check the high priest right now, those high priests are doing their job. They're putting massive safety walls left and right. Those heals are on point for those hard carries that they have on the guild. So we are expecting like low death count here on the side of Legends. And as you can see right now, Legends is moving now on the minion side, securing the south side of Moon here.
Yes, and talking about the tablets, ooh, that star will be still taken here by Legends. They're actually quite good when it comes to maneuvering and reoccupying certain tablets that are moving. So that's what they have, the map awareness. But let me hold that thought because no P will be having its kill streak here, 50. Wow, they are so tanky. All thanks to, I mean, of course they're built, but they were well prepared for this. But yeah, let's give it up for the high priest.
Yeah, true. I think the high priests are just doing it. They're just sticking with the hard carries right now, providing those heals, assumptions as well. And if you're going to check the map right now, you're seeing like Numas and the safety walls left and right.
Green, purple, everywhere.
Yep. The support that they have right now on Legends is really on point. It's they just trying to chase down the rest of Noxus here.
Yeah, and if you have a good support, it will give you confidence to like actually push and kill one after another because you know to yourself that you are being sustained, you are being supported by a good support. So I think that's one of the key factors when it comes to the composition of Legends.
Yes. Like speaking of like composition, they have a very tanky lineup. On top of that very tanky lineup, they have a very tanky support as well. So just imagine if you're gonna focus fire the high priest, you need to have, you need to check your decisions on that because again, the high priest of Legends are very tanky as well.
Yeah. How do you even burst that? How can you even burst that kind of tanky support?
Yes, exactly.
And also they have a lot of biochemists as well, not just priests. They also, I believe they also employed performers. They have, I mean, it's a well-balanced, not that well-balanced, but yeah, it's working for them. It's working for them. Even though they only have 15 paladins, it's working.
Exactly.
15 snipers. And 12
Wow.
minutes. MG 562 against 2009. They haven't even like damaged the HP of Legends here for like 100. Can you do the quick maths? 3,000 minus 7,900.
I mean, it's gonna be really tough on the side of Noxus. Again, it's pretty obvious that the DP gap is really huge. But again, Noxus is trying to rotate as much as they can right now. But again, the chase there coming from Legends, having that tier 3 buff on the second battlefield really helps them.
Yeah, it shows. It shows MG. And it's just a matter of 2 minutes before the Owl Baron, but they are on a roll. Look at that, Snow and even Meow just looking for a target here. They are focused when it comes to the PvP aspect because look at the tablets. Tablets are being left unturned and they're now focusing on the PvP aspect of the game. Wow, 50 kill streak for Meow.
Yes. So as you can see, guys, 3 flip tablets on the sun on the side of Legends, 1 moon and 2 star flips here for Legends. On the side of Noxus, the managed to secure one star flip here, but again, they still have
everyone, welcome back to the live broadcast of Southeast Asia Odin Cup Online Tournament Round of 16. Back with me, Abigail as your host, and we still have Ciro here as your analyst.
Yeah, it is the last match of the day, one of the best matches of the day as well, and I can't wait for it to start.
Yeah, because it's going to be a very close match, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, we have been watching a full day of one-sided games, so I'm very happy to see this final match, Ragnarok against VapeCon, especially when one of the guilds are from my server as well, is going to be very interesting.
So, which one are you rooting for?
It's tough. I'm always going to be supporting a guild from my server, right? VapeCon has a lot of players I know inside and are friends with, but Ragnarok as well is really strong, so it's going to be a very tough decision to say, which side will win.
Okay, and the next upcoming matches, which is very interesting, is provided by our organizer as well as our sponsor, which is Razer Gold. You can visit gold.razer.com to see what they can offer to you. I mean, like the discounts, the promotions, the various offers. So just take a look at their website.
Yeah, they have a lot. They have been doing a couple of rebate events previously. Get a 6% rebate as well as being able to gather Razer Silver to exchange for merchandise, keyboard, mice, even in-game points as well. So that's great.
Yeah, it will be very great if you can take a look on their website, and also it will be perfect if you can gather all of your friends here to our live streaming, as we can share you the next live code.
Yep. Are we at 20,000 viewers? No, this is the This is gift code number 2. No, or are we 20,000? I don't remember anymore.
Yeah,
But we've been giving away so many codes.
Yeah, we're giving so many codes for you guys, and if you want to know what's inside the code, that's just on your screen, and we're waiting for your code. So whenever you see it, it is your code. It's top 16 Odin Cup live. You can just redeem it, type it, and redeem it. I've seen a lot of very good people type it on the live
Sharing
chat.
it.
Yeah, sharing it, and sharing is caring, man.
Yeah, making sure no one misses out. I mean, everybody's supporting the stream, supporting the guild, supporting all the players as well. So definitely redeem this. This is your reward, guys. Odin top 16 Odin Cup live.
Yes, and we're going to talk about the prospect between these two guilds, especially it's Fibcon and also Rockpool, I believe. I've seen their matches 2 weeks ago, and actually, from my understanding, they're pretty the same. I mean, they're very focused on objective, and they played very well. They're pretty aggressive as a guild, and I'm willing to know your perspective about these two guilds.
Yeah, they have very similar history as well. They both came. A lot of them were from Exodiac, a guild from a previous Ragnarok game. So they know, both of these guilds, they know each other very well. They've been friends with each other for a very long time. And in terms of power, they're actually pretty similar. VapeCon slightly on the lesser side in terms of power, but in terms of everything else, they have very similar backgrounds. Their cores are very similar as well. VapeCon did recently merge, gathering all the top players from different guilds off the server to try and compete in the Odin Cup. So it's going to be interesting to see, right? You have players from different guilds who are used to different strategies or different ways to play to try and work together to try and win this thing. They've made it to round of 16 so far, and their next tough matchup is going to be Rockpool.
Okay, so that's why I can see like the playstyle between these two guys is pretty the same, right?
Yeah.
Because they know each other, they used to become the same member of the guild, but we want to know more about these two guilds, so this is the introduction of these two guilds. Let's check it out.
Yeah, something that I noticed last week from the side of Rockpool is that they don't have too many paladins. They actually have a lot of high-powered snipers. Something that VapeCon also has. Their top 2 were snipers. One of them changed jobs to a paladin for the last Odin Cup. He changed back to a sniper before today, but he changed back to the paladin to compete once again. So in terms of power, if you look at that, only 600k difference. One of the closest in terms of difference we've seen so far throughout the entire Odin Cup.
Yeah, because the closest gap that we've seen during this Odin Cup is 2 million. And to see a 600k, I expect something interesting between these two.
Yeah, definitely it's one of the closest we've seen so far. And in terms of composition, Rockpool, 0 Master Smiths compared to the 8 from the side of VapeCon, and 26 and 21 Paladins across both sides. Again, both these guilds, they are not heavily focused for Paladins. Instead, if you look at the Snipers, 27 and 23 on both sides as well.
Yeah, also they invest their composition to the High Priest and the High Wizard as well.
Yeah.
So they provide more support, provide buffs, as well as to provide crowd control. It will be very interesting to see what will they do on the first game.
We're seeing a lot more guilds focus on these High Wizards because they realized how important it is for aerial control, for controlling tablets, pushing people out, and that's good to see, like the meta shifting. Even just in Odin Cup alone, people are shifting away from the Paladins, going more for Snipers, going more for High Wizards, because people are figuring out how to play against Paladins already, and that's a good sign of the meta solving itself. And hopefully we're going to see a good match between both these guilds.
Yeah, because the composition between these two guilds is actually not really, too heavy to one class.
Yeah.
They're pretty balanced on each other.
Yeah, barely any, only pretty much none of these classes except for High Priest, which are over 30, which is something we didn't see in a lot of different guilds. A lot of them had like 30 plus snipers or 30 plus paladins, and this is one of those, the closest ones where we see it's mostly very balanced in terms of composition.
And let's take a look to their top 5 player from each guilder. Let's start from VapeCon. It's Butcher, Malek, ADS, Merlin, and also Mirage Light.
Yep. ADS used to be a sniper. He changed to a paladin primarily for Odin Cup. Malek has been a Lord Knight for the longest time. Merlin is one of the dark horses for the guild, right? He is one of the most important members as well. A high-powered wizard can really make or break a game, like we did see in Sekoteng side, where Juga was a paladin. He switched to a wizard, and that allowed his guild to have a lot of aerial damage and crowd control. And Merlin's going to be a very important factor in this game.
Yeah, and so let's take a look on top 5 players from the other guild, which is Rockpool. We have Boar.
Long BBDR.
Long BBDR.
The Chinese character means dragon.
Dragon. So we call him Dragon instead. Dragon, Itlokni Batman, Espada, and
Angel Kid.
Eh?
Angel Kid.
Angel Kid.
Yeah.
Angel, nice. And Stopper. X-Stopper.
X-Stopper, yeah. BBDR, one of the most influential and famous players from the Philippines. He's played in multiple different mobile games. And yeah, it's going to be a very good matchup between both these guilds, because they're all they know each other very well, meeting in different games, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup, to say the least, between both these guilds.
And also, let's take a look to each guild management players, like the commander, the officer, charisma baby, and also the vice, and the guild master as well. I would love to know who's the charisma baby. The only thing that I'm looking for.
Mausu, Dr. Perky, and BPDR as their leading three.
Leading three, and we will have to see the officer as well as the charisma baby. Espada is the charisma baby on Rockpool side.
Yep, along with Sinbad and McFries, not to mention K, Batski, and Ilongni Batman as well.
Yeah, as the officer as well as the commander. We will love to see the other side, which is FateCon, the management players.
Yep. Chrysler did recently take over the guild for the Odin Cup as their primary commander. So they brought in a couple of players that they know to help them win the Odin Cup, and it's going to be a battle of the wits as well as composition, because both these guilds, they have very interesting compositions. Like we said earlier on, they are not running heavy paladins. Instead, they are focusing more on crowd control as well as just crowd control in general.
Yeah, and also we have Butcher and Elvira as their vice leader, and we have Clazel as the guild master, and the officer and charisma baby is Bichi. Bekachi, Allegra, and also the other person. And the officer and also the commander is Astrea, Periwinkle, and Shin Shiho.
Yeah, Periwinkle used to be the guild leader for RaveCon, so stepping down for the Odin Cup, taking it seriously here, bringing all the members, making sure that they stand the highest chance possible to try and win this thing. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. In terms of power, like we said, they are pretty much the most even in terms of power across both these guilds.
Yes, and also talking about they know each other. What do you think about the upcoming game will be? I mean, like they sure pretty know the strength and the weakness from each other, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to 2 players on both sides, right? For the side of VapeCon, Merlin is going to be the most important factor from their side, because he's the X factor. He's the highest damage wizard in the server in Frontier 9, and probably in a lot of the games as well. He's going to be a very important factor in terms of controlling tablets and taking over small skirmishes and fight. Meanwhile, for the side of Rockpool, it's going to be Ilongni Batman, one of the highest powered assassins in the entire game. His builds are very interesting, and he's been able to consistently become a very tough nuisance to deal with. He's tanky, he deals a lot of damage, he has all the cards in the games, so with the Moonlight Flower card he can rotate very, very quickly. And he has the equipments and cards to build 4 different builds. So it's going to be a surprise for everybody to see what sort of build he's going to run with in the next upcoming games.
So the idea is, if Merlin can work well with his rally alongside the tablets, it will be the winning objective for FaveCon. Yeah, and also for Rockpool, if the Ilongni Batman can crush the backlines, or at least the support system of FaveCon, it will be their advantage, right?
Definitely, yes. Exactly spot on. Exactly like how you said it. If Ilongni Batman is able to shut down all the core members from the side of FaveCon, it's going to be an easy win for Rockpool. But if they're able to control him and keep him neutered, keep him reduce his impact in the game, and if Merlin is able to create havoc, create the AoE damage where they sorely lack, because a lot of VapeCon members are single target. So if they're able to utilize this high-powered magician, high-powered wizard, then VapeCon will have an easier job trying to control these tablets.
Yeah, and from my perspective, it will be a different winning objective from two sides. Like for example, after hearing your explanation about the difference of the core play itself is one wizard and also one assassin. So I expect this will be a very cheeky game from both sides.
Yeah.
But I would love to know what would happen on this first game, and this is the right time to pass it to our casters, Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Abby and David, for giving us the information about the last match of the evening. We're still here. My name is Nikki, alongside with MG.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction, guys. Again, this is the last match for tonight. It's going to be VapeCon versus Rug Pull. One of the best matches that we have here for Odin Cup. Are you excited for this one, Nikki?
It would be an understatement to say that I'm excited. I'm actually shaking. How about you, MG?
Yes, actually, I've been waiting for this match. This is actually the first time that I casted for Rug Pull versus VapeCon. These two guilds right now are really good in terms of firepower and the same time for strategies as well. So I'm very excited to see what Rug Pull can bring on the table. Same goes with VapeCon.
Exactly, MG. And knowing that these two guilds has just like 640k divine power difference,
yes.
So which really makes it more interesting because it's gonna be neck and neck. It's gonna be really close and tight match for the evening. And saying that every matches that we've given to our viewers are really amazing, I believe that we're saving the best for last.
Definitely. And I agree with Zero earlier. Like they need to focus up or they need to control Itlog the Batman for this match because again, Itlog the Batman is one of those players who can actually create space and take out those key characters on the opponent side. On the side of VapeCon, they have a really good composition as well. Again, Merlin as well is one of yes, that player is actually really good. We fought them last time and he knows what to do. His game sense or the map sense that he has is really, really good. He understands everything on everything in terms of his High Wizard.
Yes, and even Eddie's, the one that we're showing the viewers right now, even Eddie's. So yeah, this is going to be interesting knowing that for the guild composition, they're quite balanced when it comes to the dispersion of job classes. But I just noticed that Rug Pull has so many priests. They have 35. As for VapeCon, they only have 26. So let's find out. Will it be will it be good to have so many supports, whether it be a battle priest or a full support high priest? Let's find out. How about you? What did you notice when it comes to the composition of the guilds?
I mean, the composition is pretty nice. Again, like what our analyst mentioned earlier, the lineup for this match is actually shifting away from the pally or the melee train meta. So they have a couple of biochemists, they have a couple of LKs as well, and especially the High Wizard, wherein I think this is one of the specialty of VapeCon right now.
VapeCon.
Yes.
They have 23. On the other hand, Rug Pull has 21. But yeah, we're about to witness the last match of the evening. VapeCon versus Rug Pull, everyone. 16 seconds. I'm so excited. It's still me, Nikki, and MG to bring you guys the last match of the evening. In 9, 8, 7. Let me just count down. But yeah, I believe that everyone's just placed strategically to occupy the tablets. Let's go.
Okay, here we go, guys. First movement here. VapeCon Rug Pull at the middle, guys. Can we see a full commitment here? Bubbles are popped now. And as you can see, Thermal Wings has been dropped on the side of VapeCon. VapeCon is losing numbers at the middle, guys. And as you can see, Rug Pull managed to secure the first two tablets, the Sun and the Moon. and they're actually just battling out. And right now, Vapecon is actually on the north side trying to punish few players that's actually out positioned here on Rugpool. Rugpool right now is stacking on the lower left here. Massive AoE there, massive buff there. Battle chest has been casted now, and they're actually just staying at the middle. They know that they don't need to force for another tablet. Rugpool is just very patient and staying to their turf here.
Yes, and it's just a matter of 200-point lead here from Rugpool. But look at the morale. It's still quite close with one another. We see 2 tablets being captured here by Rugpool, and Vapecon will be getting the star. And we are seeing here a convergence coming from Vapecon. Will they be able to penetrate this kind of stacking? Look at the right stack of Rugpool. Yes, they're committing the thermal wings right now. They're throwing in all the AoEs, and that is a wipe.
Wow. Yes, definitely that is actually a wipe coming from Rugpool. They actually stacking now the damage near on the star side. They are preventing actually Vapecon on charging in, and as you can see, it looks like Batman is just flanking right now, trying to do the creep tooth. But again, back to the main ball here. Majority of Rugpool is just trying to secure it, and Vapecon is trying to maneuver on the right side. As you can see, few players on the right side are trying to move, but few players as well is being covered there on the right side and left side as well. Few flankers, but again, Rugpool is covering everything left and right. Wow.
Definitely wow. But for Vapecon, they need to at least get the sun. If they cannot commit here at the moon, because we see how the stacking of Rugpool is doing here. They even have the performers buffing them continuously. Okay, I think this is gonna be the push here. Nice stack coming from Vapecon. They're throwing everything, Meteor Storm, even demonstration, acid demonstration as well. But you know, Rugpool is quite tanky.
Yes. I think this is one of the best things of having like multiple high priests on your lineup. You can actually resurrect those key players right away. Yes, so I think the attempt they're coming from Vapecon is actually a fail there. I think they're just having a hard time now on pushing on this one. But again, good defense coming from Rugpool, sustaining the middle plus the Sun tablet here. Wow.
Yes, and Rugpool is actually playing really carefully. They're not giving the neutral flip. They can actually do that if they're confident enough that they can retake. But actually, they're just sustaining these 2 tablets, the sun and the moon. And once again, Vapecon needs to at least take the sun if they cannot take the moon right now. And 1 minute away for our mobs to spawn.
Yes. And I really like how Rugpool is distributing their members.
Yeah.
As you can see on the north side, south side, and the left and right side, every corner of this middle tablet is being protected by those key players. And right now, Vapecon decided to just push on the Sun tablet. Sun tablet right now is being contested, but can we see an answer coming from Rugpool? Yes, we're getting an answer coming from Rugpool, and they're charging in right now. In exchange, I think they might leave Moon open, but no. There are several players are still intact on that Moon side, and few battles here as well that's happening right now on the side of Sun. Wow,
So
Myrtle
actually,
Gale
Eddie
is
is
just
the-
doing the Grim Tooth there.
True. So I was wondering where the top 5 players are at. They actually are guarding the star. Don't you think that they can deploy eddies to take the sun or the moon tablet? Would that be a good idea?
Well, definitely that's going to be a good idea for this one. They need to experiment as well, or they need to come up with a brand new idea, because again, they're having a hard time on pushing this middle. So as you can see right now, few players coming from Vapecon is trying to flip the sun right now. But again, a full response or a 30-man response coming from Rugpool, securing back this sun tablet out of the hands of Vapecon.
Yes, and talking about that, let's go back to the morale, MG. Secondary field for Rugpool is actually doing their job, buffing the main field, and it's actually evident and it's showing right now. We're seeing a couple of strugglers coming from Vapecon here. They really wanna get this tablet. I believe this is the Sun tablet.
Yes. So last 1 second here, and the minions will respond. Let's see if Vapecon can actually come back on this one. But no. Rugpool is still on guard on every corner of this minions that has been responded on the 15-minute mark. So as you can see, massive.
They're committing.
Wow, yes. Actually, they call it, I believe it's Hiroshima, the term that they're using
yeah.
for thermal wing for
Yeah,
on the side of rug pull. So as you can see, massive thermal wing has been dropped there
Oh!
on the side of rug pull, making sure that they are securing every inch of that minion. And a quick attempt there coming from rug pull as well, trying to flip the star, but
Nice.
no. Full attempt there coming from rug pull, and they're gonna go back to Son. Definitely, they recognize that there is an attempt on the side of VapeCon, and as you can see, it looked the Batman securing a 50-man kill on our first 14-minute mark here. That is a really good, and I'm just really speechless on that guy. He's doing it, creating space left and right.
And not just the damage, we can see that look, the Batman is actually tanky as well. Running and look at him. Grimtooth against a Paladin. He's not scared. He's actually going after Paladin and leading the rest of Ragpull. Look at him lead the rest of the stack of Ragpull and actually retake that tablet. And it's just that they are actually dictating the pace of our game. And it's just so hard for VapeCon to answer back with all the aggression. And we're just 3 minutes away from our Owl Baron response. I don't know what's gonna happen next, but VapeCon really needs to compose themselves and to regroup and at least find a way to recover.
Yes, that's actually true. They need to recover this one. Fight is not done yet. We still have a big chance here on the side of VapeCon. VapeCon right now is just doing the damage, but again, a quick answer back there coming from Rugpool, dropping that thermal wing on top of Merlin. But again, Merlin managed to survive on that one. And again, guys, you need to have a side or Ruwak up and running because again, look, the Batman is built for Grimtooth. Oh my god, that's gonna be a really pain for VapeCon.
Yes. And finally, VapeCon was able to get back the star here. This is a little progress, one after another. Probably they'll be able to go and at least secure another tablet. Oh, I think the Sun tablet is actually moving right now. We're seeing the rug pull stack. They're really solid when it comes to movement. They're flawlessly moving from one spot to another. And again, it looked like Batman just aimlessly wandering for another victim to be killed.
Yes, that's actually a good movement there coming from Rugpull and the rest of the flex team of Rugpull. They can actually like sneak at the back because I think VapeCon right now doesn't have the idea what build Itlog the Batman is running. They thought that it's gonna be a Soul Destroyer build, but apparently it's a Grimtooth build. That's that that they need to have those Ruwak up and running.
And not just Itlog the Batman, but we can see a lot of names here. Espada, that was Alden, we have Edlin, we have Boss Kid.
Merlin.
And, I mean, Merlin, Astro Boy too, but it's just so hard. 900 against 2,300. And morale for Rugpull is about to reach tier 3 bucks. And just 1 minute away from our Albaran.
Yes. Again, a surprising push there coming from Rugbull, a very defensive, transitioning into a very aggressive gameplay. I really like how they set the tempo on this one. They started very slow on the mid part. They just snowballed and play aggressively. And right now, VapeCon is having a hard time on regrouping on this one. But again, they still have the firepower and they still have the damage and few DPS characters. So I think VapeCon can answer back on this one. They just need to have that perfect timing to catch Rugpull off guard for these tablets.
Talking about timing, we're just 28 seconds before the OB, and I believe this is the perfect time for Rugpull to reposition themselves in this area. Look at that, how they secure the area. They're not fully committing at the middle, but what they're doing is that they're zoning the enemies who can possibly pass by in this area for the Owl Baron, and 10 seconds away. Let's see how fast they can kill this though, or will VapeCon be able to have a steal? Let's go!
Yes, as you can see, a quick zoom in there, but the massive AoEs there has been stacked there on the lower part, and right now Owl Baron is up and running, but again Rugpull is just guarding it. And BBDR is trying to 1v1 He's trying to 1v1 all Baron, but Rugpull is going to help BBDR on this one. And as you can see, there is VapeCon. Rugpull needs to be careful on this one. VapeCon can last it on this one. Hiroshima or Thermal Wing has been dropped there. And as you can see, Rugpull managed to secure their first win versus VapeCon.
Wow, MG, that was a spectacular game. I'm so I'm so speechless and out of breath right now. But yes, let's give the analysts, who are amazing analysts and hosts, Abigail and David, please explain what happened.
Thank you so much, Nikki and MG. What a performance from Rugpull. I can see a very solid defense from Rugpull from the start of the game until the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. They held that moon tablet, that middle tablet, for the longest of times.
Exactly.
I think VapeCon tried 3-4 times to break it with different angles, and they just couldn't get in. They couldn't push them out, mainly because of the defensive positioning that Rugpull did take, and then it just started to crumble from there. That's why the early game was so stagnant, where both sides were very close. But after a while, when they stopped being able to break into that moon tablet, things just became very one-sided. Once the morale reached the 3000 point, that's when Rugpull started to just run over the game.
Yeah, and also the only moment when the moon tablet captured by VapeCon is just because
they gave it away.
They gave it away, and they moved to Baron, right? Yeah,
exactly. That was a really good hold from Rugpull in terms of positioning, in terms of composition as well. I mean, we saw a lot of support paladins. They were not there to do damage. They were there to tank up and spam Gloria Dominis, which with the right Virus is able to completely root an opponent and slow down their rotation, stop them from doing really anything at all. And that was just a great composition being built here from the side of Rugpull, allowing them to be able to hold on to these points very easily.
Yeah, and also VapeCon actually tried to make a Rugpull over-rotate by sending a lot of members to another tablet, which is the sound tablet, but actually Rugpull didn't fall for it. But instead, VapeCon fall from their medicine.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that happening at least one time where, Rugpull, they saw one of their tablets being captured. They didn't over-rotate. They sent 5 members, and if 5 members weren't enough, they sent another 5. They sent party after party to make sure that they had it under control, and then everyone rotates back to the middle. While on the side of VapeCon, Rugpull did the same thing. They sent one party over to the Star tablet to capture it, and Rugpull rotated 20 members there. And because of that, they were not able to hold on. They were not able to fully commit on towards the Moon tablet, while Rugpull was busy defending at the same time. So that allowed, Rugpull to have control over the entire map.
Yeah, and so let's take a look on the statistic from our main battlefield of the first game. Here we go. Okay, compared to the damage, Rugpull did a lot of damage by just standing in front of the moon tablet because it's practically a chaos, right?
Yeah, definitely. They tried over and over again to try and capture the moon tablet, but without the enough supportive skills, without the primal, the photon burst, or enough defensive skills, they just weren't able to push in. And because of the angle of attack, a couple of Oblivions just being dropped at one area alone was enough to stall the push, just make them sitting ducks to all the AoEs that Rugpull has, and that account for a lot of the failed pushes coming from the side of VapeCon.
And then once a VapeCon failed to take over the moon tablet, they also failed to, drag the rotation of the Rugpull. That's the moment when a VapeCon rotation is pretty much one-dimensional and make it easier for Rugpull to beat them.
Yeah, Rugpull didn't really rotate too much. They kept a lot of members in Moon, a couple of members in the Sun tablet, and only rotated when one side was being overpowered or the other. That's why they didn't really play, a strategy like we see from Out F4, trying to control multiple points of the map. No, they sat still at an area, knowing that they had enough firepower to cover multiple angles.
Yes.
And was able to hold on to those points that way.
Yeah, and at this point, I can see that Rugpull is actually very calm and settled during the first game.
Oh yeah.
They don't over-rotate. Yeah, they're not panicking, and also they send the right amount to every single tablet, and they actually understand how to maximize the members that they send to the other tablet. And very objective, main oriented.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the secondary stats for the stats for the secondary battlefield,
Yes.
where it was pretty one-sided at the start, right? Rakpool got to the first buff and almost got to the second buff before VapeCon even got the first tier of the commander buff.
Yeah, but the VapeCon in the middle game actually did a pretty good job on the secondary battlefield, but actually it is not really helped them on the main battlefield, as the main battlefield map control is already taken full over to Rakpool, and it's actually the moment when the Rakpool become Rakpool by the meaning itself. Like they
just pull the rock from under their feet.
Pull the rock, and also every single players from the VapeCon fall to the trap.
Yeah, rough match here for VapeCon in the secondary battlefield. Even though they had 174 minions, they lost almost every single boss going towards the way of Rakpool. So that accounted for 4 more commander buffs, 4 more commander skills that Rakpool was able to use, along with all their existing active sigils that they already had. So having those AoE control, like we were talking about how less paladins both these guilds were running. I mean, Rakpool wasn't even running full DPS paladins. They were running support paladins.
Yeah,
and
we would love to know who's the MVP of the match. And here we go. This is the MVP. It's It Lock Me Batman.
Of course.
72 million. I'm like, It Lock Me Batman is the the key player, one of the winning objectives from Rakpool, and he did his job well. I mean, like he stayed on the moon tablet for quite a long time, and after that, after Rakpool noticed that this moon tablet will not be taken over to VapeCon, he started moving around.
Yeah, he was one of those chaos makers.
Chaos makers.
He is the agents of chaos. He's there to create chaos. He's in the middle of everyone. He's tanky. He's tough to kill. And I think there was even a clip later on, if you can show you, that he was just in the middle of everyone and no one was targeting him because he's running the Grim Tooth build, which allows him to be in permanent hiding forever. And because no one was targeting him, he was able to do all the damage he needs. And when you allow an assassin to do that, like especially an assassin like It Lock Me Batman, he's going to turn the tides for you for sure.
Yeah, and with 83 kills, 106 assisting, it makes him really good during the first game. I mean, like, and not to mention, not only It Lock Me Batman, I think the one more thing that actually make Rakpool won this game pretty flawlessly is because how they allocate every single member. Yeah, it's really well allocated, and also they are very calm to execute every single chance that VapeCon will bring to them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a good composition being brought out here from Rakpool. They had enough supports to help out with the damage. They had more than they need in terms of damage.
Yeah. And also they did a good job on zoning. Yeah, zoning the opponent.
The control.
The control. I would love to know the details, and maybe we can do a breakdown from step to step about what happened actually.
Yeah. If anyone wants to learn anything about zone control and area control, I mean, this game was one of the ones to learn from, because we can take a look and see if we go into the analysis section, where I can show you different moments in time where Rakpool was able to create a impenetrable zone. And let's start from exactly when the match starts. Just at the moment the game starts. And we can see here, VapeCon is heavily congested on towards the right side of the moon tablet, right? You see them entering from one side. They're trying to split off with on the left side. You can see here, VapeCon is heavily coming in from the right side and a couple of members on the left. But what happens here from Rakpool is they're entering from 2 points as well. They are heavily congested at the bottom, and they're creating a wall where, they are able to force out their opponents. Now I'm gonna play this video a little bit and show you guys something interesting. Now look at the backlines. Look at where this guy is standing. Look at where Angel Kid is standing. He's ready to chop down the supports on the backlines already, knowing that everyone from the side of Rakpool, everyone from the side of VapeCon, all the heavy hitters are in front. So what does Angel Kid do? He goes to the backlines and start killing the backlines already. So that created them, that reduced the amount of members that VapeCon has in the tablet, and they outnumber them in terms of, look at the positions there. They are heavily congested on one side. Even here, ADS on this area, trying to create some separation, trying to create some chaos on the backlines. He is being stopped here because Dr. Perky instantly cast Basilica the moment he reached the entrance. So that created an area where EDS, who's trying to kill the backlines, much like what Angel Kid is doing, he cannot do because Perky was already prepared for this moment. And let's play it a little bit longer. Here we see Angel Kid completely destroying the backlines, and this is a very important part of the game where these Oblivions, these AoEs, because VapeCon was so heavily congested on one area, just 2 AoEs drop on this area was able to just completely wipe them out. And while VapeCon tried to do the same thing on towards the top side, Rugpool was more than prepared. Look at the split. What did this hit? What did this terminal wings hit? Almost nobody. It hit this poor bard. It hit this poor bard who's singing his song right here. And he's just tanking through it because he knows that he's able to tank through it. This terminal wings did absolutely nothing at all. And because of this, VapeCon was completely wiped out of this area. And that created a lot of lost tempo for the side of VapeCon because they're not able to overrun a heavily congested point here. So that is one point where, you know, Rugpool was able to hold the defensive positioning very importantly.
And that's the moment when the second attempt to take over the Moon Tablet failed from VapeCon.
Yeah, it's actually just a little bit ahead, like 19-minute mark. Here we do see VapeCon try again. Again, they're entering from one side of the map. They're entering from a single point of attack. And what that causes is utter chaos from the side of VapeCon, because I'll play the video and you'll see what happens here. Frozen Worlds and Oblivions dropped on their entire stack right now. Goodbye AoE, goodbye stack. Look at where Rugpool is positioned. They are positioned in this area, and they dropped an AoE across on the side of VapeCon. Almost everyone on the side of VapeCon is caught in the slow and freeze. And right now, Rugpool can do absolutely everything they want to VapeCon, and there's no response. There's absolutely nothing they can do about it. And I'm gonna play a few more seconds as you see VapeCon completely wiped out once again. They fall for the trick once again, stuck in a sharp corner, stuck in a tight corner, and they get completely wiped out. And Rugpool really didn't commit too much. They commit 1 terminal wings and 1 Oblivion, and that caused them to completely lose control over this side of the map again. Try again. VapeCon kept trying to go for this Moon Tablet, but their single point of attack just kept breaking. When you only attack from a single direction, and your opponents stack on that direction, it's always going to be a defender's advantage. Now, one more something else I want to point out is the one time where VapeCon tries to split up and attack. Now we see here, once again, in the Moon Tablet, VapeCon, this time much smarter. They position from 2 entrances. They're trying to come in from 2 entrances. You can see these guys trying to rotate over here right now to attack from the left side and the top side of the map. So that is a much smarter plan. That does split up. That also reduces the effectiveness of the Oblivions. But let's see how well they do this time. They actually attack from 3 sides as well. From the left side of the map, you see a small team attacking from the left side. So they're attacking from 3 angles of attack. Now this actually allowed them to push Rugpool out for a long time. If not for this Oblivion on towards the backline, they would have been able to completely wipe them out. But because that slowed down the tempo of the push, Rugpool was able to rotate enough members to defend the point and force them out eventually. So if VapeCon actually tried this out earlier on or spotted this weakness in their entire attack plan, that they might have done better. But because of this, Rugpool was able to hold off 2 important attacks, and that created enough of a separation for them to run over this game.
So basically, it's just because 1 tablet, right? And it would
Yeah.
be the very core tablet for each guild, so which is the Moon Tablet, and the third attempt of VapeCon invading the Moon Tablet is failed again, again, and
Yeah.
again. It's just because the zoning that the Rugpool create is
Perfect.
always
Really good.
eaten fully by VapeCon.
Yeah.
Right. Like I mean, like they barely reached the red lines of the Moon Tablet
Yeah, they
itself.
couldn't
And
get in.
Yeah, they couldn't get in because the moment they want to step in, the moment they want to put their foot on the tablet, that's the moment when the crowd control area attacks them, and they have no answer about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they had very similar amounts of crowd control in terms of the active sigils, the Oblivions, the terminal wings. But once you lose that tempo, once you lose that morale in the secondary battlefield, once that starts to snowball, then it becomes harder and harder for you. And once Rugpool starts getting these commander skills to go along with their active sigils, it becomes infinitely harder. And when they lost that first 2 push, that was basically the part where Rugpool was able to snowball the victory over Wavecon.
Especially in this close gap matches,
Yeah.
right? Because every single objective is matter.
Yeah, exactly. Every
especially
small point.
Every small point. I mean, like I love the way you explain about how quick-witted the commander to give a comment about when is the right timing to put the crowd control skill, so it will prevent your opponent to reach the tablet.
Definitely. There was a lot more to show. This game, that's why it's so interesting to watch, because both these guilds are very closely matched in terms of power.
Exactly.
And it came down to a lot of micro things, positioning, attacks, how you position, how your entire guild is angled. So that's going to be very important. Let's see if in game number 2, if Vapecon is able to fix all these issues.
Yeah, and this is the right time for me to pass it away to our caster, which is Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much to our beautiful host, Abby, and to our handsome analyst, David. We are still here, Nikki and MG, for the second game for the final match of the evening. Hello, MG.
Yes, hello there, Nikki, and hello, chat. For those who's watching right now, I know this is gonna be one of your favorite matches here in Odin Cup, and we are very excited for us to cast this for you guys. So right now, guys, Rugpool is leading 1 point versus Vapecon, and they only need one more win to secure their top 8 spot on this one. But definitely, Vapecon can actually adjust on this one, and maybe they can have an answer versus on that Itlog ni Batman Grim Tooth strategy earlier. What do you think, Nikki?
That is one of the plots that we are currently witnessing right now with our storylines being unveiled onto our viewers here. Vapecon versus Rugpool. Rugpool having the lead with 1-0, and Vapecon showing us how hungry they are for a comeback. We're hoping and looking at a 1-1 tie-up for our series here, just to make everything spicy between Vapecon and Rugpool. That's how I see it. I want to see another match. I want to see a game number 3. How about you?
Yes, definitely game number 3 would be really nice. But as you can see right now on your screen, Itlog ni Batman, Venom, Reggie, and another champion, they actually composed by like mostly like a single target party on that one. So meaning Rugpool is actually investing more on the flex team or for the pickup team that they have, so they can actually reduce the numbers of Vapecon on this match. Okay.
But I honestly think that Vapecon will be able to come back, and
definitely.
I believe that they will be able to adjust for our second match, and I believe that they want to stay longer. They want to prolong their stay here in our tournament. And I just want to mention real quick, MG, I witnessed during the highlights of David that during that clash at the Moon Tablet, the synchronicity of Basilica coming from Rugpool's High Priest. That's why they weren't wiped out during that clash between the two at the Moon Tablet.
Yes, definitely that's a good strategy coming from Rugpool. Having those Basilica up and running on that circle earlier or on that tablet can actually be a really useful that they can actually hide there, because again, we know if you're gonna be inside that Basilica, you cannot take any damage or you cannot even attack on that one.
Yes.
So having those Basilica around your tablet is very useful against paladins as well.
Yeah, and what they're doing is that they're baiting the statue skills of Vapecon. Let's see if they'll be able to do so, but let's begin. And Vapecon will be taking the Sun and the Star, a different strategy and a different approach, MG.
Yes, a different approach indeed coming from VapeCon. VapeCon right now managed to secure 2 tablets out of the hands of Rugpool. Rugpool right now is just staying at the middle. They know that they need to wait for like 30 minutes, but some of the flex team coming from Rugpool is moving out now, trying to reduce their numbers of VapeCon left and right. And as you can see, Thermal Wing has been casted there, and majority of the players is casting Ruok now. And yes, another Thermal Wing there just to wipe the players on this tablet. Rugpool right now is looking really dominant on the Sun tablet, making sure that they're gonna recap on this one. But again, on the side of VapeCon, they're actually still stuck on the Sun tablet. And I'm thinking that they might take this.
Yes, and that is gonna be an exchange between the Sun and the Moon tablet. Oh, let me hold and take it back as the Moon tablet will be successfully taken here by Rugpool. We can see a hefty amount of parties here. We can see the terminal wings being used. They are not shy. They're not conserving it. They are actually using it, and it's working onto their advantage. 2 tablets against 1. Look at the morale here. 2,400 against 1,500 in favor for Rugpool. And it's just a matter of 100 points. It's just really close, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, so that's actually good. And I really like the adjustment as well on the side of a VapeCon. But again, they need to have more numbers every time that they're gonna cap on this one. It seems like Rugpool is just maintaining like a few players at the middle here on the side of Moon. They're just putting like 10 players, their top 10 players at the middle, and the rest are just going for a snowball on a left or right tablet on this one. BBDR is just protecting the middle, and as you can see, he's just not overextending. He's just killing everyone who's inside their tablet right now.
Yes, and your sugar baby is actually protecting BBDR. And that is the confidence that you get from your support. That even though that's a high wizard, we can see that the AoE is being thrown onto BBDR. So if you wanna go up and against a melee like Paladin, like BBDR, then you're gonna deal with the AoEs coming from that high wizard. And he is now on a roll with 10 kill streak. But let me just mention to our viewers that it will be retaken. The Sun tablet will be retaken.
Yes, that's actually true. And as you can see right now, it's a plain strategy basically from Rugpool. They just want to maintain the middle, and then if there is like a neutral flip, they can actually take it. But I think that they're not actually waiting for that neutral flip anymore. They just want to stand and protect what they have right now. And again, an attempt again coming from VapeCon. VapeCon right now is having a clash here on one of the tablets here of Rugpool. Rugpool right now is just pushing. They're trying to paddle back. Gravitational field, good spacing there coming from the high wizards of Rugpool. Rugpool right now is trying to move from one point to another, making sure that everything is covered on their tablet.
Exactly, talking about movement and maneuvering. They were able to kite VapeCon into a certain area and actually pull all the AoEs onto that area. And this is another retake. It's just a retake one after another. They're confident. I can sense the confidence coming from Rugpool here. We are like 500 difference here for the HP. And as for the morale, they already got their tier 1 buffs that would really help them in the main field.
Yes. Definitely, that's going to be an additional firepower on the side of Rugpool. VapeCon is going for the middle for the attempt, but apparently Rugpool answers back, leaving like 4 players on their sound tablet of preventing those ninja caps coming from VapeCon. VapeCon right now is just moving and trying to scatter their members. But again, Rugpool has those members that can force those 1v1s. BBD are chasing one of the players, but no, I ain't gonna follow you. I'm gonna go for the objective. Last 20 seconds for the objective. Minions are gonna be up. Let's see the play of Rugpool if they're gonna move to the minions. And right now, VapeCon is gonna answer back. They're preparing it as well. Bubbles is been casted here. Protons are up on the side of Rugpool, but no mercy. Even the minions They're dropping thermal wings on that one just to make sure they're gonna secure it instantly. But again, too late on the side of Vapcon to answer back on that one. Rugpool already did a secure on that area.
Yeah, and what shocked me, MG, is that when BBD, when they throw in the terminal wings during that one at the mobs area, there are certain players from Vapcon who died as well, giving him 25 kill streak, and that's just insane. And talking about insane, 2 tablets is still onto Rugpool. We're looking at all the movements here, but yeah, talking about confidence, he has it. Looking at how he moves onto a stack, knowing that it's a stack of 5 or 10, he's really confident enough to go into that stack and just kill one after another. This is like a complete onslaught.
Yes, definitely. And I'm actually checking a few assassins on the side of Rugpool. Bertel earlier is using a Soul Destroyer build. Now he's actually opt-in for a Grimtooth build, what it look the Batman is using right now. So no Ruaks. If you don't have any Ruaks, you're gonna be in danger walking alone. So you need to have your Ruaks up and running. If you don't have the Ruak, you need to have that card to get that Ruak. And as you can see right now, Rugpool is just roaming around. They don't stand in one area. They just keep on moving and moving, making sure that they're not getting bombed easily by the High Wizards.
And they're not giving time to Vapcon to regroup and regroup with their stack. They're not giving that to Vapcon, which is really nice for Rugpool to actually destroy the stack and regrouping area of Vapcon. And they're just not giving time to Vapcon to re-strategize, to recompose themselves. And this is just really hard for Vapcon to answer back to all the aggression and punishment and all the skills being thrown onto them. We can see a few strugglers here outside of this tablet, and they just cannot go inside that tablet. It's just so hard. They keep on, catching all that terminal wings and all the statue skills and AoEs, and it's just so, it's not looking good.
Yes. There's actually no room to breathe here on the side of Vapcon. But Rugpool just want to cut out everything for Vapcon here. And I think if Vapcon can actually reset or regroup on this one, this would be really perfect for them.
Yeah.
Again, we are talking about a 1k lead. They can actually take Owl Baron on this one and secure 2 tablets and wait for the time to run out. I think that's one of the best things that Vapcon can do on this one. But the question there is, can they do it? Can they regroup? Can they stand in one tab into Moon here?
Yes, and the way I see it, MG, Rugpool is capitalizing on the solo kills, the PvPs. That's what they're capitalizing, just killing one after another and not letting their opponent breathe, like what you mentioned a while ago, or recompose and regroup. That's what they're doing. And 1 minute 42 seconds before the Owl Baron fight, it's still 1,000 against 2,000. Even the morale, though, it's not looking good. But I believe that Vapcon, I don't even know right now how they're gonna stock up and go against this kind of strategy coming from Rugpool.
Yes, definitely it's a really hard comeback on this one, especially majority of the flex team or the flankers of Rugpool is really confident now. Having that almost, I think that's a tier 3 buff already for the second floor, and plus how things is going to their guild right now. The tempo is up and running. It's really good. It's really hard to break. Plus the rhythm that they're playing, so it's very synchronized. If one player goes left, other players can go actually right side. So it's a left and right. No, they're just zoning out everyone. Wow.
The Sprizer over there. Vapcon trying to their best and hardest to actually push this area, but it's just so hard for them, especially now 26 seconds before the Owl Baron. And this is what's gonna happen. Who's gonna secure the Owl Baron? I believe that this is the perfect time for Rugpool to position at this spawn area. But look at how tanky it looked the Batman is. He was just standing there and catching all the damage coming from the snipers and everyone, but he's just so tanky.
Yes, definitely tanky it is. And as you can see right now at the middle, they're actually casting Gloria Domini. Gloria Domini, by the way, if you have like a Demic on that one, if you manage to secure a level 7 Demic on that one, you can actually pull players near towards to the target. It's actually 3 meters. If you land the Gloria Domini, you can pull players there. So that's a quick vacuum plus punish for with a terminal wing or gravity field. That's a great combo.
Yes, and knowing that they do have a lot of AoEs in High Wizard, that would definitely complement the guild and their strategy. But
yes.
I think this is it, MG. 2-0. But for now, good game, well played for VapeCon. And as for Rug Pull, their dreams of becoming the champion still lives on as they will be advancing to our top 8, MG.
Yes, congratulations to Rugpool, but of course, GG well played on VapeCon, doing a great strategy there, solid effort there, and solid fights as well between these two guilds, Nikki.
Yes, this will be the last for this evening, so let me just thank everyone. And again, it has been me, Nikki. Together with MG, we'll be giving you the mic to our handsome and beautiful host and analyst, David, and Abby, take it away.
Thank you, Nikki and MG, for your hard work. It was a very good match to watch. So congratulations once again to Rockpool, who already advanced to the top 8, and good game well played for VapeCon. Talking about the second game, well, for me, VapeCon actually tried to do a different approach.
Yeah.
Well, it actually pretty works at the early of the game,
yeah.
at the start, but I don't know what happened next to them, and everything just looks like a replay for me.
They tried to run a different strategy, like you said. They captured the 2 side points, and the problem with using this strategy is that the biggest counter that an opponent can do is doing that 2-point rotate, where they allow you to capture the moon tablet into half and then recapture it after stopping a lot of your momentum. And the way to stop that strategy while you're running the other strategy is you need to stop them from actually coming into the point, which comes back into holding defensive positions inside the tablet. And that's something that VapeCon has shown, that in terms of positioning the entire party, they haven't been really doing that very well. And using this strategy when you're not well versed in splitting up your team to hold defensive positions is not going to work out very well for them.
And not to mention about VapeCon, who actually fall for the same trap over and over again. I mean, like they did the same thing that happened on the first game is they barely can step on the line of the tablets, and that's because Rockpool put a lot of AoE damage to them, and that's the moment when VapeCon stick together in one spot. That's a death for them.
That's death. We've seen it over and over again.
Over
it's
and
just
over again.
Them just dying to terminal wings, to AoEs, to Oblivions. It's just a lot of AoEs that, you know, Rockpool has, and you have to play around that. You have to split up your team, or else you're just going to be caught in them over and over again.
Yeah, but we can't deny the approach that actually VapeCon tried to do, because they actually did this slightly better than the first game. So let's take a look on the statistic.
Yep. Much closer in terms of morale and in terms of points. They got a bit more minions, but ultimately it was just, you know, there was way too much crowd control, way too much AoE skills that Rockpool has, that MG did point out. You know, having that Gloria Dominate Dimic is very important to be able to control areas as well as root opponents. So Rockpool was running that, and VapeCon was not. So there was a lot of AoEs lacking from the side of VapeCon.
Yeah, and also not to mention about how VapeCon in the middle of the game, they start to crumble, they start to lose their grip on their rotation, they start to play very one-dimensional and very individual. That's the moment when Rockpool taking over every single advantage that they can have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very apparent in terms of the score. Even though that they did better this time, especially in the secondary battlefield.
Yes.
Much closer this time, but we can take a look at the stats to see how much more did they improve in terms of the secondary battlefield. But yeah, once again, it's that primary battlefield where the points of attack and in terms of the defensive positioning inside the tablets was just not there from the side of VapeCon, and that just made them keep losing their tablets over again.
Yeah, and also let's take a look on the secondary battlefield, that what we mentioned before. Like we can see a better statistic from Vapecon that actually they did a better job, especially when they deal damage and they increase their morale and they actually almost reached the T2 buffs, but it doesn't happen because the moment when Vapecon want to get even with the rock pool, that's the moment rock pool become very aggressive, especially on the secondary battlefield. Although we didn't see anything what happened on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, having 4 bosses in their control means that rock pool gets even more AoE skills, and that has been the bane of Vapecon, and yeah, it's like even though they had more minions killed here, 155 compared to the 85 from the side of Rockpool, the bosses are very important. They give commander skills, which gives different sort of buffs, whether it's reducing damage, reducing HP, or dealing damage, or being a push, a knockback, or just even freezing is very important to get. And if you only have one, I'm not sure which one Vapecon actually has. We didn't get a look at what sort of commander skill that Vapecon was able to use. It was just tough. You are just lacking in AoE, and Rockpool had more AoEs for days.
Yeah, and I believe Lonely Batman will be the MVP once again, but I'm not really sure. Let's take a look who's the MVP. Oh, it's different. It's Adlin.
Yeah, I mean, Lonely Batman definitely did not shine as bright as he did in the first game because like he was running a different build this time. He was running a melee red cut build, which focuses on killing single targets, shutting them down. And he was not really killing as many people. He was killing people, but only one at a time.
So the main objective is to hunt the core.
Hunt the cores, hunt the squishy targets, hunt the supports.
Hunt the supports.
Exactly. And Adlin, one of the mages from the side of Rockpool, did fantastic. That was the during the composition, when we're talking about the team composition, the guild compositions, we highlighted a lot on the wizards in terms of crowd control, and this match showcases more than ever how important crowd control is.
Yeah, not to mention about the assassin as well, that can use a different build from game to game. Like on the first day, the Lonely Batman focus on killing masses, but on the second game they try to change it to one-on-one situation, which very effective because once Vapecon lose their supports, lose their core players, the game is over for them.
Yeah, like we did see, like Lonely Batman still had the highest points for his entire guild. We did see at the start of the game how Vapecon tried to counter Lonely Batman's Grimtooth build, which is everyone using Ruak or Sight on Auto. But Rockpool already read that. Lonely Batman already read that they're gonna switch their builds to try and counter him, and he switched his build as well to a build which doesn't care about detection. He just goes for the stragglers, goes for the single target kills, and he's been getting them. Like you see, 74 kills in such a tough matchup. It's really props to him to be able to target the right targets.
Yeah, and that happens because it is not the main objective of Lonely Batman to stay high, and this time he can
he's
show
going
himself.
In the middle.
Yeah, he's going in the middle, show him up, and also kill everyone. And I would love to know about the battlefield reports. Like we can see the distribution points of every single player. Lonely Batman, of course, on the first list, but compared to Vapecon, they actually tried to do a better job this time, and it actually happened. But sadly, they didn't get a grip on the middle game. They lose the control.
Yeah,
actually they didn't lose the control of the game, but they lose the control over themselves.
Yeah, like the supports definitely did really well from the side of Rockpool, being able to keep everyone alive, keep everyone healthy. Being tanky is very important in trying to hold points. It's all about quantity. And when you have quantity plus quality, that makes your site, your tablet hold really strong. And I mean, Rockpool having the right amount of supports, having the tanky, even the tanky support paladins were there to try and hold down points with providing crowd control as well as just being an overall nuisance in the points. That was really well done there by Rockpool, and that's why they take this very dominant 2-0 win.
Yeah, and actually, from my understanding, the way Rockpool did their positioning and the allocation of the player to each tablet is pretty simple, right?
Yeah.
And it's really basic and simple, yet very effective.
Yeah. Keep your strongest 10 players in the middle, then rotate everyone else between two tablets as needed. And sometimes being simple is all you need to do. You don't have to overcomplicate things. You don't have to try something fancy or flashy. Just do what is tested, do what you've practiced, do what you've perfected throughout these few months of preparing to qualify for the Odin Cup, and yeah, the results do definitely show that.
Yeah, a 2-0 from Rockpool against VapeCon. So we already had 4 teams that already advanced to the top 8, and tomorrow we will see which one or which guilds will proceed to the top 8.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, let's we have some time. Let me talk about
Sure,
the changes, the
I would love
assets
to
that we
hear
can
that.
see
Yeah.
into the game
Let's
of game
go.
number 2. A lot of new things that we can see here in game number 2, and we're gonna start off with showcasing Mr. Itlockney Batman. Now here is very early into the game, 19 minutes and 36 seconds. This is where you usually see tablets start to flip between both these teams. Now I'm gonna play a little bit, and I want you guys to have a look at the defensive positioning that VapeCon is taking. VapeCon is taking this side. So they're leaving this entire area, the best defensive position of the entire tablet, completely open. And what does Rockpool do? They just completely run in. And let's take a look at what Rockpool does the moment they capture the point. They immediately take the center area of the map, which allows them to defend multiple locations, defend multiple facets of this circle very well, because they just need to rotate their cameras, and they are able to find the best defensive position to be. And let's take a look at Mr. Batman over here, Itlockney Batman. He's very small, he's in a mess, but most importantly, he's behind everybody. Right now, his team is attacking from this point, but he's here, already targeting the supports, already targeting Allegria, already targeting XB, already targeting the squishier supports. And because of this red cut build, they cannot run away from him. They cannot try and juke him or kite him. They just die. Now you can see, focus on Itlockney Batman. We do see a couple of Gloria Dominis being dropped here to try and hold him down, but he's already killed 2 people at this point, and he's only going to do more. And he's just diving in, chasing the backlines. And again, look at where Rockpool is positioned. They are taking important areas in each tablet, because they know if they hold these areas, they will not be able to be pushed out when you're in the middle of everything and you're facing multiple directions at once. Now they're trying to, here VapeCon is trying to retake this area, but where's the damage? They have Banaki over here, a sniper. He's not going to be able to do much. Butcher is over here. He's isolated. Look at where his entire team is. Look at where Butcher is. And look at where Rockpool is. They can entirely just collapse on him. These all 10 members collapse on him right now, and what can these members do? They can't really do anything about it to help him out. And yeah, the members are trying to rotate him. They even drop a photon burst to try and defend him, but he's being caught out. He just gets stuck in the middle of everybody, and the moment he dies, that's when they lose the point.
And a lot of players from VapeCon is separated to awkward position. That's why they can give a right support to their teammates.
Yep, they are late to rotations, or they are late to try and support the teammates, like you said. And every second counts, especially when the powers are this tight. Now, another thing I want to talk about is this place here. 1855 is where VapeCon is trying to contest the Moon Tablet. This is where things start to go wrong for the side of VapeCon, because they are trying to do that, capture the side tablets and then try and capture the Moon Tablet. Here they were a little bit too late in terms of the capturing. It's gotten to the halfway point. Now look at the positions once again. Where is Rockpool? Rockpool is here in this area. They are spread out, but they're also holding defensive positions. Look, where is VapeCon? VapeCon is here in a tiny circle. And what happens when you're in a tiny circle?
AoE.
AoE. Look at where it's dropped. Look at where the AoEs are dropped. They're dropped in front of them.
Ding, 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 ding.
And look at this. Look at this right now. This is a kill zone. They just dropped a nuclear bomb on everybody on the side of VapeCon. Everybody pretty much was hit in this area.
And that's a wipeout.
And there is no answer. When you're stuck in a corner, when you're focused on one single angle, there is absolutely nothing you can do. And where are the basilicas? Where are the defensive supportive skills that can help you at least hold on as long as possible? They was not found here in this game, and VapeCon was not able to flip that tablet. They managed to capture this entire area, and this was the beginning of the end. You look at the points right now. They are very even. If this push was more coordinated, more well planned here from the side of VapeCon, they could have been able to keep things close. But the moment they lose this point is when the points start to lose control. Now, one more important factor I want to showcase in this game as well is a little bit further behind. It is here. Wait, a little bit further. All right. Once again, we're going to talk about Ilongni Batman and how VapeCon was not able to deal with him. Look at where he is. I'm trying to find him right now. We're going to see him in a moment. He is chopping people down from the sides, from the back line. And what is the Paladins doing? What is the other Assassins doing? They're not helping the supports. They're not trying to defend the supports. He's able to go in and out, and right now he's in the middle of everybody. And now they realize, oh, he's chasing my sniper. He's chasing Dragon XS. Let's help him out and see how long he survives in this area. He is completely not taking damage. They're trying to control him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 people. 6 damage dealers. These are not supports. These are snipers. These are Lord Knights. They're trying to kill him, and they cannot. They can't even deal damage to him, and he gets out without a hitch, and that just completely spells the end of the game for them. When you're not able to deal with Mr. Ilongni Batman with 50 kills, with 6 of your biggest damage dealers, that's the end.
Yeah, and also that was the thing that we mentioned before the game start. I mean, like the first game start, right? Mm-hmm. The main objective for Rockpool is to allow Ilongni Batman to cross every single backline that VapeCon to go crazy, and yeah, he did it very well. And also I noticed that VapeCon actually kind of overthinking during the game.
Yeah.
Like they had a very hasty mind because they want to focus on capturing the tablet, but at the same time they want to protect their backline, but it's still too late, and the people around the supports is pretty confused.
Mm-hmm.
Which one to prioritize?
Definitely chaotic.
Yeah, definitely chaotic. Like a chaotic mind, it gives you the chaotic playstyle, and that's what's actually happened to VapeCon, because I can see in the middle of the game, they started to crumbling. Their rotation is not as good as we saw on the first game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. It was after a certain point in the game.
Yeah.
I believe like 3 minutes in. That's when the rotation start. Everybody was moving on their own. They were not moving as a team, not even as a party, and that was just chaotic. And that spells trouble for you, especially when you have a hunter like Ilongni Batman hunting for your backlines, hunting for these stragglers, trying to regroup. No, this guy is gonna stop everyone from respawn, trying to regroup with the rest of the guild. And if you're not protecting those who are trying to move together, then that's tough.
Yeah, it's a mess for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Not only mess on your backline, not only mess for your supports, mess in everything. Mm-hmm. It will ruin your rotation. It will ruin your timing as well. It will ruin your damage dealers because they can't get the right amount of support. Mm-hmm. But in case you guys missed what happened actually on the last match, here we go. Let's take a look on this highlight. And that's the highlight of the last match of today. We already have 4 teams that advanced to the top 8, and tomorrow we will see who's gonna advance to top 8.
Yeah, 4 more teams. They are very. There's 2 more favorites in the next 4 teams. So we already have 4 teams for today. Moving on to the top 8, they are. They are Sekoteng, they are Legends.
Sekoteng, Legends, and also Ragnarok.
Rockpool.
Last one is Wipe Out and
Sorry, guys. There's
Sorry,
a lot
guys,
of
there are
games
a lot of
happening
games,
today.
a lot of games, a lot of things to do, and a lot of things to think. But wait, a Wipe Out against Noxus?
No, Wipeout was against Sekoteng.
Sekoteng. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Let's move into the next day's schedule.
Yeah, what matches are we gonna be watching tomorrow? Let's have a look, because it's gonna be another day of great games between all these great guilds as well. And here we have the guilds of today's average. That's Alt F4.
Alt F4.
How can we forget?
Yeah, how can we forget? I'm sorry. Like Sekoteng, Alt F4, Legends,
and
Rockpool.
Yep.
Yeah.
These 4 guilds will be moving on to the top 8 while we say goodbye to Woofmaru, Wipeout, Noxus, and VapeCon as well.
Oh my god, look at the moral of Sekoteng.
Crazy. Absolutely
23,000, man. And this is the roadmap of the top 16. The 4 from today's matches already advanced, and we will waiting for another 4, which as you can see on the the bracket, we will have Rise versus Zenith, Solaria versus AODZ, and Home will against OnlyFans, and last one is Radicals against Greedy Thailand.
Yeah, a lot of great matches tomorrow, a lot of fan favorites as well. We have Rise, we have Home playing there, a lot of dark horses like Outs as well as Radicals, both these guilds. Definitely matches you want to look out for. Actually, when you say that means every single match you have to look out for tomorrow.
Exactly, because I believe a lot of guilds from tomorrow's schedules also have a lot of fans, but this is the matches tomorrow. I mean, like the schedule: Zenith will versus Rise, AODZ will versus Solaria, OnlyFans will versus Home, and last one is Greedy Thailand versus Radicals.
Yep, all these times are listed in UTC +7, so basically game server time. So make sure you guys don't miss out. These are great matches to watch. Support your favorite guilds, and also get the live stream rewards as well.
And from the rumor, actually there's a story between Home and Rise, but I would love to save it for later, right?
Definitely. Yeah, save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, save the spice for tomorrow.
Yeah, so people actually tune in tomorrow to watch.
Yeah, that's a strategy. And also, I would love to say thank you to our sponsor, because Odin Cup 2023 is co-organized by ROO and Huawei App Gallery. As a top free global app marketplace, Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. You can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery. Also, Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits and offers throughout the year. You can download the game on Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now.
Yep, great supporters. Thank you for them for providing all these great gifts, especially the Huawei FreeBuds SE to all the MVPs of every single match.
Yeah, the MVP will definitely receive these buds, but they can only claim it once.
Yeah. So remember, who was it that got it twice? Was not our F4.
Mumia Woof. Yeah, Mumia Woof.
Unfortunately, you only have
one.
Yes, you only get one FreeBuds SE, my friend.
Yeah, and also I would love to say thanks to our partners, which is Razer Gold is the unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide and can be used to pay for thousands of games and entertainment apps. Use Razer Gold to score exclusive in-game items and bonus gold now. You can just go visit gold.razer.com.
Yep, start stacking up those Razer Silvers and go be able to redeem from your purchases. And not to mention, make sure you are part of the official Discord community as well. There's free in-game items daily. The codes are dropped there first before anywhere else. Also, you can find teammates, join guilds, as well as watch the tournament together. Enjoy the tournament with a group of like-minded individuals who are also enjoying the matches with you.
Yes, and also you can have an access to a massive game guides. You can be the first to know about the page updates. Not to mention our other social media, which is Facebook and YouTube. Just don't forget to subscribe or maybe follow it.
Yeah, definitely. All the updates will be posted there. All the tournament streams will be hosted there as well. So make sure you like, subscribe, share, join the Discord, and be a part of our global community today.
Yeah, and that's the end of today. Oh my god, what an interesting day. Every single matches today won with 2-0,
Yeah.
scored 2-0, and I'm very want to know what will happen next day.
Yeah, tomorrow promising to be a very interesting day as well. Definitely you guys do not want to miss out. So remember, tune in to the stream, same place, same time, and same casters as well.
Okay, so Abigail here and Zero will be signing out. A good night for everyone. Have a rest of the day. Have a good day as well. So bye bye. See ya.